Welcome back to day 2 of the EFRA 1/10 European Championships off-road. We are at the Robin Hood Raceway track just outside of Blyth in Nottinghamshire this morning. The sun has been shining, the track is dry, and you join us at the very start of the final round of timed practice. The event you are watching today and for the rest of this week is sponsored by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. So thank you very much to the sponsors of the event. Really appreciate you picking this up and pushing out the coverage as far and wide as we can. So guys and girls, if you are watching the stream out there, make sure you are sharing it far and wide. Do subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then you will be sure to get notifications of all future events that come up. So please do make sure you are clicking that subscribe button when you can. So you join us this morning. What's happening at the moment is the final round of practice. So we've got 9 heats, I believe, to get through this morning. Once we've done that, we will go into qualifying, and qualifying will then be against the clock to determine final positions for tomorrow's two-wheel drive finals. The first of your qualifying sessions today should start at around 12:05, I believe. So that's the time you're aiming for qualifying to kick off for round 1. But like I say, at the moment we have heat 1 of practice. I don't have any times on my screen at the moment, so I can't tell you what people are doing out there. Our timing system here seems to have frozen a little bit. So we'll wait for that one to come back up before I can give you too much more information on what everybody's doing out on the track. What I can tell you is, currently, after the last round of qualifying, after the last round of practice, it is Michael Orlowski that will be leading us out as the first car off the line for when qualifying starts at 12:05. Now, this could change today. So what's happening at the moment is these guys are now putting in their 2 fastest consecutive laps. Unlike yesterday, this is not a overall seeding practice. What this is a round seeding practice. So at this point, what the guys are doing is putting in 2 fastest laps to try and be the first car off in their heat once the actual qualifying gets going. It shouldn't be too long. We're just getting the YouTube feeds up so that we can have a look at what you guys are saying out there and the Facebook feed. So once the wonderful James Parry has done that for me, my technical wizard today, joining us here. We also have the lovely Paul Bateman somewhere, and I'm sure Paul will be on camera giving us a moving picture at some point fairly soon. We will at least try and cover the top 3 heats with a moving camera today during qualifying. There are other cameras being set up as we speak, so Paul should be mincing around the track somewhere with a camera in his hand and maybe some wires, but we'll be bringing you some coverage of that slightly later on. For the time being, that is practice 1 over and done with. Any news on the old timing screen there?
We had an air gap.
Oh, we had an air gap. I did. Sorry, Paul. I'm not sure if Paul, can everybody hear you? No, it's just me. Okay, so Paul's questioning whether he's actually mincing or not, but I believe he is. So we'll stick with that for this week, or at least certainly for the 2-wheel drive portion of it. Okay, so this is heat 2 of practice underway now. Your drivers out on the track: Lucas Didier, car number 1; car 2, David Cardick. Car number 3, Martin Hadley, actually the only Welshman here. So the only guy representing the Welsh, Martin Hadley, good on him. We've got Scott Follington in car number 4, Sven Ruddig, obviously Ruddig RC owner. In car number 5, car number 6, Sebastian Landon. Car number 7, Freddie Russell in his TLR. Car number 8 is Chris Bowden. And car number 9 is Daniel Gross. So, as you'll see, the guys and girls are lining up on the left-hand side of your screen. This is the start line for qualifying, so all the cars must line up behind that white line. I believe they do have a little bit of leeway up to the sort of yellow line that you can see just in front of them, but pretty much everybody's going to stick behind the white line there. The timing loop that they have to go past is at the bottom end of the straight, so once these guys have hit that first corner, powered down the straight, they cross the line, and that is when their time will start, their 5-minute run will start. Everybody has an individual 5-minute run to get the most laps they possibly can in that time. And these are the times that add up for you qualifying. So if you've done a 5-minute run with 10 laps and somebody else has done a 5-minute run and managed to get an 11th lap in, they will have out-qualified you and been a place further up the field. So none of these guys through the whole of qualifying are actually racing each other. You'll probably see a little bit of racing out on track there because it's a natural thing for the guys to do when they are zipping these cars around. However, everybody is racing themselves. They are all racing against the clock. So it's the best thing for these guys and girls to do is to all work together, make sure they all get round the track as cleanly as they possibly can, and that way everybody in the heat benefits from a clean run. As we all know, the fastest way around a RC track or any track is on your wheels. And this is what the teams are aiming for, are nice, clean qualifying runs, especially in these early ones. So, last round of practice for these guys now. Practice heat number 2. We're just waiting for race control to kick these guys off. I'm too sure there seems to be a little bit of a delay on this one starting at the moment. I think I can hear some movement in race control, so we should be looking at some action getting going fairly quickly. There we go. So these guys now going out in the order that they seeded from the first round of practice today. Seems very complicated, but it is how it works. So you'll see the first car that's gone off. I believe that is Lucas Didier, car number 1. Let's see, yes it is. So Lucas would have got the quickest 2 consecutive laps in the last round of practice to be going off first still. So hopefully he can pull this together again, and as long as he does that for the same heat, he will be going off first in the first round of qualifying at 12:05. Yes, here we go. How are we looking on the... we're looking at just a normal screen. Okay. We're halfway to having some timings for you in a moment. I can see them on the main screen here, so that's not too much of a problem. But at the moment, it is Lucas still out in front. 50 seconds over 2 laps, not really what these guys want to be aiming for. So top lap, as I said earlier, is from Michael Orlowski this morning, a 22.76. So a pretty quick lap. Not quite as quick as some of the ones we saw yesterday. But as a first round of practice for the morning, Orlowski going pretty well. First thing, so everybody has a man to chase today, being the Polish chap, Michael Orlowski. Marshall out on the track, picking up a bit of debris. Not sure whether that's just a car sticker or somebody's spoiler or a wheel or something possibly. Oh, we've got somebody over in front of us in the commentary booth. I think what we're going to do is call this commentary corner as they come past us here. So let's see who we got in this one. We'll see if I can pick up Freddie Russell as he comes past, the sort of pinky coloured TLR. Lucas Didier just drives past us there, past the commentary corner, through the switchbacks and down the main straight. So past us now, Freddie Russell goes through in the TLR, just through the switchbacks, now onto the main straight. Past the off-camber sweeper, over the roller. Really wide on the centre hairpin for Freddie there. Punches it through the chicane in the centre of the track easily enough though. Gets it past the dodgy little ripple before the back tabletop. Flies past commentary corner. A little bit wide there as well. Freddie obviously taking it easy, making sure he's not going to hit any of the barriers this morning and flip. Wants to stay on his wheels as best that he possibly can to get the 2 fastest laps in and hopefully start off in a better position for the next qualifying heat, or the first qualifying heat. Okay, so weather today, bit of a patchy cloud out there. I don't think we're expecting any rain. Pleasing to all of the teams out there as we're on tyres that definitely suit the dry track a lot better than the wet track out there. AstroTurf becoming incredibly slippery when it's got a little bit of dampness on it. So it is still Lucas Didier taking us around in this one. Chris Bowden's bumped himself up into third spot. Chris, obviously, from the GT podcast. Okay, so we've got car number 4, Scott Follington. Orange and white one down, they're going past the big sweeping corner at the end of the straight. Scott looking pretty good this morning. Keeping it nice and clean and on his wheels so far. There we have it. The view of the driver's stand for you. There's our second camera. There we go. And it's gone. So, second camera now up and running. Oh dear, we've had somebody come a bit of a cropper. Looks like there's possibly an electrical issue there. Here's that car number 3, possibly? No, it's not car number 3. Can't see the marshal's got his foot in front of the car. Unfortunately, can't see the number on that one. Whoever the blue associated is, from what I can see, is out. Okay, and that is that heat over. So it is Lucas Didier from David Cowdeck. Back to Martin Hadley. So as I said yesterday, Martin Hadley pioneering the efforts to get defibrillators into all of the RC clubs or venues that we use to hold these events. Do get in touch with him if you're interested in getting involved in that. I'm sure you'd appreciate the support. I think that was car number 5, so it's possibly Sven Ruddig that pulled off with an issue there in the last one. So we have practice heat number 3. Getting themselves out and on the track now. A little bit of a warm-up lap for these guys. I believe they get one warm-up lap. And then should be pulling themselves round to the start-finish or the starting line. Halfway between the switchbacks before the main straight here. So in heat number 3, we have car 1 of Peter Stein, car 2 of Cedric Didier, car 3 of David Scott, 4 is Andrew Wesson. We have Adrian Sognesund, and he is in car number 5, Natalie Williams in 6. Laurent Jesus in car number 7, Lionel Lopez in car number 8, and Remy Bertrand in car number 9. So Marshall's just going out now to swap over before we get this one kicked off. So the car's now holding up the line. Everybody's staying behind the white line there. There are penalties to be paid if you do cross the line once you've been told not to. Okay, so as the electrical gremlins creep in at Robin Hood Raceway, as they tend to do. And I've lost the radio myself up here. Controller, I should say. RC radio. I've got James looking at me now thinking I've actually lost one of the RC TV radios. Infamous for its electrical issues at Robin Hood. I only say that because I've had problems myself. Most people, I'm sure, are absolutely fine. Okay, so let's take about 30 seconds and we'll have this one kicked off. Like I say, all these guys in their practice heat looking to get the fastest 2 consecutive laps that they can to give themselves the best starting position for qualifying round number 1. I've just had that confirmed with a pointed finger from Paul Bateman. Okay, 2 seconds to go. And these guys will be kicking it off. Okay, here we go. So first one off looks like car number 3. Let's have a look where my list has gone. There it is. So David Scott leading us off in this one. Not sure what shell these guys have got on. Okay, 24.6 for David off the bat. That's a pretty good starting lap, to be fair. Natalie Williams now up to the top spot. Just been bumped off by Cedric Didier as he crosses the line. Unfortunately, our timing screen has completely died on us this morning. I'll be able to bring you some slightly more accurate lap times. Okie dokie. So we're just trying to get through a few technical issues we're having this morning with the timing system. It's actually more of an internet issue than a timing system issue. These guys still out on track. We're still looking at Cedric Didier taking us round. So that'll be car number 2. I'll pick him up as he comes past the commentary booth here. There he goes. So just going through the switchbacks now. Car number 2 is the orange car. Fired it down the main straight through the off-camber sweeper. Flicks it round over the roller. Drops it down into the bomb hole there. Shoots through the centre chicane. First tabletop done. Driver's tabletop. Round commentary corner he comes. Into the switchbacks and down the main straight. There he goes. And it does seem like there's a possibility we may be getting somewhere with the internet feed. Hurrah! So eventually technology will catch up with us today. We will have some proper and official timings for you to work with, and I will be able to see what you're saying on the YouTube feeds fairly shortly. Okay, so still Cedric Didier out at the front. Mind you saying that, having looked at the times, I see when he goes past the line, yeah, he's still out in front there. 10 laps in 4 minutes 12:15. Nat Williams with 10 in a 4:15, so about 3 seconds off overall. And these guys aren't looking at overall pace throughout the 5 minutes they're on track, or the 4.5 minutes they're on track. They are actually looking for the 2 fastest consecutive laps. However, I do believe that the overall time should give you an idea of where these guys will finish when they're out on track officially.
YouTube chat.
There we go. So YouTube chat is now up and running.
Just tell everyone to join us on RC Racing TV YouTube.
Do join us if you're out there listening in and you do want to get involved and say hello this morning. Do please join us on the RCTV YouTube chat rather than the Facebook one. I am not going to be keeping an eye on the Facebook one very, very often today. I may get some notes from Paul or James throughout the day, but if you do want to get involved, do drop us a message on the YouTube chat. So that is that heat over. Let's have a quick look and see who's joined us this morning. So Zanon Guskar says, Brazil is watching. Welcome, Brazil. Welcome, welcome. Raceway 1. Hello, Raceway 1. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Tommy Tansley's there. Hiya, Matt. Good morning and looking forward to a good day's racing today. I believe we are all looking forward to that too, Tommy. I'm excited for qualifying to kick off today. There's a lot of excitement in the air as you walk around the pits. Everybody is going frantic, trying to get everything done, getting their cars prepped, shocks done, wheels and tyres glued up and everything through scrutineering before they have to hit the track. So there's a lot of action going on here today. Who else have we got? Josh Holdsworth absolutely flying in the 22 seconds laps. Yep, he certainly is this morning. We've only had a couple of them in the 22s on the top heat of practice this morning. RC Buggy Bash says, morning all. Good morning to you. Jonathan Wolf, hi, is everybody okay? Good luck Team UK. I'm sure they will appreciate the good luck wishes. Who else have we got? Paul Canary says, which site has the scoring? If you go to the Robin Hood Raceway Facebook page, I believe they have one of those QR code things. You can scan that from their page and it will take you straight to the live timing screens from what I know. Who else we've got? Mark Buckman Young says good morning. Morning, Mark. There's a link to qualification timing. Yeah, we've just done that. Come on, David Scott from Eric and the guys at SORC. So thank you all for tuning in this morning. We do appreciate you getting involved. Like I say, do chat to us on the YouTube feed. We won't be watching the Facebook one, so do chat to us on the YouTube feed. Come and say hello when you can. I will have a look between rounds if I remember. There's a big if. There is a fair bit going on, but I will try and flick through to see who's chatting in between rounds. So if you do want to say hello, there's a slight delay, I believe, from the YouTube feed to what's actually going on here. So I do it sort of 10, 15 seconds before the end of the round, and then all your comments are going to be up there when I have a look. So up on the rostrum at the moment, can we flick back to that camera? No, no is the answer. We cannot flick back to the camera. There we go. There we go. So we're back on camera. The guys you can see up there, William Venables, Dylan McBurney, Carl Marsden, William Callan, Martin Owen, we've got Christian McConaughey, Daniel Ortiz, Noah Kaufman, and Bastian Andreasen. There's Martin Owen there, giving us a little bit of a wave. Okay. Okay then, so as we stand here, I've just had a note from James to say we're currently adding some more cameras around the track, so I'm not sure if you can see Paul walking around there with his cameras. And he should be out there with a cable or two. Just going through and putting another camera. I think we've got 4 cameras here. I believe eventually we'll have 4 cameras here for the for tomorrow's action. Okay, so these guys looking to kick off. There we go. William Venables leading us round on this one. The briefcase. Coming through the chicane nice and clean. over the driver's tabletop. Little single, out the bomb hole at the back of the track, round commentary corner, into the switchbacks he goes. Powers down the main straight for clean lap number 1. 24.57 as an opening lap for Will. Sorry, 24.57 as an opening lap for Carl Marsden. 24.68 for Will Venables. 24.51 for Will Callan. So Will Callan, certainly the quickest guy out of the blocks at the moment. Looks like Will Venables has been passed now by Carl Marsden. Although it is Noah Kaufman that takes up the top spot in this one now. Okay, so it does look like on track there, just going down the main straight, we have a little bit of a battle going on between William Venables and Carl Marsden from Kyosho. So these guys very, very tight together on track. I think Will has just got past Carl again now. They are going to be working together as best that they can. They do race together regularly, these two. So just going through the switchbacks and on the main straight. So that'll be Will Venables in front, going through the big off-camber sweeper over the roller. I see very, very little separating these guys on lap pace now. Once the seeding is generally done, you do find that everybody is fairly tight together and keeps reasonably sort of uniform gaps between them. Obviously, the mistakes out there costing huge amounts of time and putting you back on the track. These two, Will Callan still out in front at the moment. But Carl Marsden and Will Venables is the little bit of action that I'm watching here as they go round past the twin tabletops there. Oh, and a bit of a nightmare jump out of the driver's tabletop for Carl. Certainly pushed him back a bit from Will. I'm just trying to see who the yellow car is coming up behind Carl Marsden, I think. Not too sure who that is. We'll just have a look as they come round here. So that is car number 8. So that is Noah Kaufman that's got himself past Carl Marsden. Driving an Associated in the yellow one there. So yellow car into the bomb hole now. Just coming up behind Will Venables. Oh, terribly wide corner there. That would have lost some time. So I just noticed the orange car of Christian Wakonig has a black spoiler on it, very much like Jon Neumann has. Fortunately, quite a few heats between them, so we shouldn't be getting those two confused. So it looks like Carl is actually favouring the wide line through the tabletops there, as he comes out of the second tabletop on the driver's rostrum. I'll tell you when he's coming through. So unfortunately, the timing screen on this shot is just blocking that second tabletop out. So Will Venables now over the first tabletop, Carl following him. So as Carl goes over, he does tend to go to that left-hand side, the outer side, and I'm not too sure what that's about. Maybe we'll have a chat with Carl later on and find out why his line is across there. Seems like most people tend to go fairly flat through the centre of those. Pull it tight onto the right-hand side or the inside of the track as they come out of the bomb hole. Carl favouring a much wider line, pretty much on every lap. Out wide again there as he goes through the tabletop. Now, whether that is just tried and tested for Carl throughout the years of racing at Robin Hood Raceway, I'm not too sure, but hopefully we'll find out a little bit later on today. If he can spare us some time to come in for a chat, that would be super. So 6 seconds left on this one. How's old Martin Owen doing? Car 5 in position 5, 11 in a 4, 45.95. Should be coming around for his 12th lap to finish off. Mr. Owen. Okay, so just waiting for the last few of these guys. Oh, sorry, Paul, I didn't mean to stroke you as you bent down behind me there. My partner's listening at home getting worried now. Okay, so these guys now pulling off. So what will happen, you'll see the marshals will stay out in their positions. The next heat will come up to the rostrum. They will do their practice lap, which is their one warm-up lap. They'll line the cars up by the start line, or by the qualifying start line, the small white dotted line there. And once they are in position, I believe the marshals will then be swapped over. We don't want any moving cars on the track whilst we've got people walking across it. You've got nearly a couple of kilos worth of RC car going into your leg at a fair old pace. It certainly isn't a pleasant experience. Safety being paramount at these events to keep all the races as safe as we possibly can. It is an incredibly safe sport to be a part of. However, like anything with moving objects in it, there are dangers to be aware of. So everybody being as careful as they can to make sure everybody goes home in one piece. So there you go, everybody starting to line up. And we have got, so this is heat number 5. Car number 1 is Baptiste Roche. Jolan de Weerd. Car number 2 in his X-Ray, Mortis Lautenbach. Son of the owner of LRP, I might add, driving a Schumacher. And then we've got James Halliwell, owner of Robin Hood Raceway, and obviously main man behind the event you see today. Kay Frenner in car number 5, Callum Ackroyd Bench in car number 6, Pierre Petitidia. Car number 7, car number 8 is Tristan Hackle. Car number 9, Ben Simpson in the Yokomo. And car number 10 is Philip Mesinger in the Schumacher. So let's have a look and see who goes off first here. I need some new glasses, that's for sure. So there's a possibility that we might have a minute's wait before this one kicks off. Unlikely that Muzz is going to skip it over now. I think he's already had a slight telling off from Mr. Worsley for going against the the scheduled timings. I see Martin Owen there. Is Martin watching the YouTube feed on his phone whilst he's marshalling? Oh dear, Martin. You can't see him. He's off camera to the left of the screen there, just at the on the switchbacks. I might take a photo of that for all of the guys in the southwest, actually, just so that when they're at the next BRCA event, they can. Just as I get my phone out, he's put it away. There you go. Someone can tell him he was spotted on his phone on his Marshall point if you want. I'm sure there'll be a number of Southwest racers that will be more than willing to tell him that. In fact, I'd be surprised if his phone isn't already buzzing in his pocket now. So 3 seconds and we should be kicking this one off. Who is going to lead us out? We'll have a look. I've got a funny feeling that is car number 1 of Baptiste Roche that's led us out there. Through the tabletop section. Let's have a look. It certainly is car number 1. So we're going. I'll stick with that one for the time being. So we'll see what these first laps bring in. 24:25, 24:51, 24:21. So literally most of the guys there and girls in the sort of 24s, very low 25s. Philip Mesinger having a nightmare, as well as Tristan Hackle with and Kay Frenner, actually. 2:28s in a 30-second lap to start off with aren't really what you want to be doing. Fortunately, these are 2-lap seeding practices. So not overall seeding, but seeding in the heats for the starting position for the first round of qualifying, which will be coming up after the practice heats today. First round of qualifying today, as I said before, is going to start at 12:05 according to the official timings. It will take a few minutes. So looking at the timing screens after a few laps have been laid down, is Ben Simpson out in front. Lap times from these guys. Best laps are 24:27, 24:21. Who else have we got on here? So 24:08 for EFRA. Blisteringly quick lap in this heat. Actually, that's Yellen de Weird that got the 24:08. That was his last lap there. 23:81 for Philip Mazinger, sorry. So some pretty quick laps going down at the moment from these guys and girls. Looks like Halliwell's had a bit of a nightmare in the middle of the track, a little bit of a tumble there. So as I say, these guys are seeding for positions in their current heats to start round one of qualifying. So your fastest 2 laps put together, or fastest 2 consecutive laps together, will give you your seeding position to start the next round of qualifying. Or the first round of qualifying anyway. And then following that, your overall qualifying time will give you your starting position for the following round. But we'll come to that as we go through. I'll try and explain it so it's obvious what's going on the track. As I say, at the moment, this is seeding practice for heat position at the start of qualifying round number 1. So no heats will change, no cars will change from sort of heat 1 to heat 6 or anything like that. There's nothing crazy going on the qualifying start and finish positions. Oh, we've had a car off. Car number 5 is out. So EFRA, unfortunately, a bit of an issue with the associated there. And looks like a turnbuckle's come off the front. I'm not too sure if that can be fixed or not. Martin Owen not looking like he's going to take his eyes off his marshalling position, as you'd expect him to. Fairly sprightly on his feet for a plus-size model, old Martin Owen. Hopefully, somebody will... There we go. Let's see. Oh, he took a run for it, but he was beaten by the quicker man of... There's another one. Oh, dear. James Halliwell taking a bit of a cropper coming out the double tabletops there. I say plus-size model, Martin going in the nicest of ways. There really isn't much between me and him these days. I'm pretty sure we wear the same size trousers, to be honest. Okay, so it is still Ben Simpson out in front. 11 in a 4:35 at the moment. Wow, but Yellen de Weird, literally 0.01 of a second between cars 1 and 2. The top 2 cars, sorry, cars 9 and 2. I think James Halliwell's had a little bit of a nightmare on this one. However, we are coming into finishing times now. So all the numbers as they turn red will be finished. So 4 cars left to cross the line. That's these last 2. And that will be that heat done. So Ben Simpson drops himself down a little bit there. Was leading that one pretty much all the way through. But last laps have seen Mortis Lautenbach and Yellen de Weird creep in front of Ben. So you'll see there's a 3-minute countdown to the next start of the next qualifying heat. What that does is it gives us enough time for these guys to swap over on the rostrum, pull all the cars off, the new heat to go out and put the cars on the track, do their warm-up lap, and bring them round to the starting sort of qualifying starting line, just in front of Martin Owen there. You can see Martin. There we go. So warm-up laps underway. Okay. So, first of our competitors in this one, just pulling up to the line. This is, of course, practice heat number 6. Car 1 in this heat, local hero Ben Jameson. We've got Daniel Kobovic in the Schumacher. Noah Ben Mohammed, car number 3 in the X-Ray. Daniel Pole, associated in car number 4. Fabian Widmeyer, another associated driver in car number 5. Jesse McGall from the Slough Club in car number 6. We've got car number 7. Phil Slade in the Schumacher. Max Goxel in the X-Ray, car number 8. Car number 9 in the associated Archie Bowman. And Nathan Rolls rounds this one out in car number 10 in his X-Ray. With a minute and 30 left on the clock. You're just waiting for the last of these cars to come round. Let's see if we can catch Martin Owen for a little bit of a chat before we get the top few heats on. So we've got this one, 6 and 7. Okay, so Martin Owen's going to pop in shortly and just have a little bit of a chat with us, which will be good. Let's make sure we've got the other mic turned up for him. Hopefully James can hear me in the van. The van is not rocking, so I may go and give him a knock in a minute. Okay, 30 seconds left on the clock. Just to let you know, if you just joined us, this is the EFRA 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Tony Sport, Schumacher Racing and Hobbywing. We're at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway RC track, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire in the UK. Okay, off we go then. Still didn't see the number on the first car that went off. Let's have a look. I think that's Daniel Kobovic, actually, that went off first. Car number 2. Oh, it's a nightmare roller coming through onto the first tabletop. A bit of a gap there between the car behind him, which is car number 6 of Yasser McGall. Even with that, even with the roll, I mean, a 24.50 for Daniel Kobovic there. So he's obviously absolutely flying in this one. Ben Jameson comes out the blocks with a 23.97 though. Same as Noah Ben Mohammed. So we've got a couple of guys making mistakes on this corner in front of commentary corner here. Lots of rolling going on. It is no longer slippery corner. It is now grippery corner, we'll call it. But the corner in front of the commentary booth here is certainly catching a few of these drivers out. So Noah Ben Mohammed takes us round after 2 laps. To give you some idea, the top 10 have been putting in consecutive laps of about 45, 44 seconds, somewhere around that. It is currently, I believe, Michael Orlowski that is going to lead us out as the first car off in the top heat of qualifying when we come round to it. Oh, nightmare. Absolute nightmare for car number 2 of Daniel Kobovic there. Just got tapped up the inside as a couple of cars were trying to all work together. Daniel taking the worst of that. However, with this being seeding sort of practice for your heat, the emphasis is not on the overall time. It is on your 2 fastest consecutive laps, and that will give you your starting position for the heat on the next round of qualifying, or on the first round of qualifying. Okay, so looking at the timing screens now, it is still Noah Ben Mohammed out in front in this one. Reasonably quick laps going down at 23.43. Seems to be about the quickest I can see on the timing screen in front of me here. Still almost a second off of Orlowski's hot lap of a 22.76, which was the fastest lap in the last round. So I think that's Ben Jameson just had a tumble on the long sweeping corner at the end of the straight. Slipper looks a bit tight on that one, Ben. You're popping a wheelie every now and then. So Ben Jameson taking a wide line through the tabletops as well. Maybe this is a bit of local knowledge coming into play there. Yeah, certainly a favourable line for a lot of the drivers, whether that's just the position they come out of when they're hitting the front corner of the driver's tabletop there. Naturally fires them out to the outside of the track. So we've got Carl Marsden just stood out in front of us on the track, having a watch over this heat. So at the moment it's Max Gotzel out in front from Yassir Magal, Nathan Rolls, Phil Slate, Archie Bowman, Noah Ben Mohammed must have had an absolute nightmare because he was up at the front for a while. And then we got Ben Jameson, Fabian Widmeyer, Daniel Kubovic and Daniel Pohl. So Daniel Pohl not having the best of times in this one. Young associated driver certainly holding his own with the adults in this heat. I've got a couple of nightmare laps, I think. We'll just watch him going round. So he's just gone down the end of the straight there. Through the big sweeper. Yeah, big wide line for Daniel there and an unfortunate tumble over the roller. Drops himself into the bomb hole. Apparently I've got to make sure I say that very clearly as bomb hole. For you all. So there you go. Daniel Pohl comes around in front of commentary corner. Hooks himself up on a pipe. He may be pushing a little bit too hard to get those 2 consecutive laps in. However, this one has now come to an end. As you see, the numbers turn red as they cross the line at the end of the start-finish straight. At the end of the straight, I should say. Okay, so I think that's everybody done now. And these guys will now be pulling off. Max Gotzel takes that one. Like I say, these overall times are not really what we're looking at the moment. We're looking at the 2 consecutive fastest laps. Unfortunately, that information is not in front of me. So I cannot tell you who's going to be leading off in that heat for qualifying. But hopefully, race control will give us a bit of an update as we get a bit closer to it. So, 2.5 minutes on the clock for these guys just to get their warm-up laps in, or warm-up lap. Marshall swapped over. I'm looking at practice heat number 7. So, car number 1 of Jamil Gabrielson. Paco Ivanen, car number 2 in the Schumacher. Alexander Landon. Car number 3, Matt Thompson. Car number 4, Marcus Kerup in car number 5. Clement Boda in car number 6. We've got Dom Nunn in car 7. Eugene Galley in car number 8. Eugene, obviously, one of the main helpers here at Robin Hood to get ready for this event. Matt Peters, car number 9. And Tom Cockrell, car number 10. Okay, so looks like everybody's done their warm-up lap. I think we'll probably get the marshals swapped over now. There you go, as if by magic, Muzz gives the command. Okay. So another minute left on the clock here. There you go. There's another. I'm not sure what that camera was there. That is Marshall Cam 1. Maybe point that one slightly to the right, Paul, so we've got them coming over the tabletop there. Can't even see where is it. Oh, there it is. Let's see it. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Can everybody hear me or just you? Okay, good stuff. All right. Yeah, no worries at all. All right. So this heat is 7 going on, and then we've got moving camera after that. So hang on. So 8, 9, and 10 for practice is going to be done, and then we've got moving camera for all of qualifying, or just the top heat? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. I was having a very one-sided conversation with Paul there because you couldn't hear him, but I could. So basically what's happening is we are going to, on the next one, we're going to have a moving camera to follow these guys around. So heats 8, 9, and 10 will all have a moving camera on them. And then I think we've got a little bit of a gap after that until qualifying starts on round 1 at 12:05. So it's not going to be much of a gap. But yes, we will probably have a static camera then for 5-10 minutes whilst everything gets swapped over and the heats get organised properly. Okay. So at the moment, what you can see there is the camera number 3. Unfortunately, with the marshal sat there, he is kind of central on that shot. But we are on a bit of a timing. Oh, we've got a couple of cars caught up in front of me on the commentary corner. Luckily, marshal number 5 from the last heat has sorted them out. So that would be Fabian Woodmeyer there. Okay, so in this one, it's Marcus Kerup that's taking us around from Clement Boda. Oh, we got cars on the straight. At least that was at the very start of the straight. So if you're going to crash anywhere on the straight, it wants to be at the very first corner as you come onto it, so nobody's doing any speed when they hit you. Okay, I think that is Clement Boda, a young Frenchman, down at the bottom end of the straight, past the big off-camber sweeper, over the roller. Oh, crikey, bit of a wheelie coming out there. Into the bomb hole he goes. Through the centre chicane. Tabletop number 1 done through the little bobble. Driver's tabletop. Wide line for Clement there. Still a very, very talented young driver, as you can see. Into the bomb hole he goes. Fires it out through the chicane. Lovely straight line there. So you'll find these top drivers will find a straight line through these corners wherever they can. Okay, hot laps in this one. 23 seconds dead from Alexander Landon. Nobody into the 22s, but pretty much everybody doing a 23-second lap. So Marcus Kerup with a 23.2. Alexander Landon, 23 dead. 23.59 for Dom Nunn. 23.92 for Tom Cockrell. 23.14 for Clement Boda. 23.44 for Pekka Ivanen. 23.84 for Eugene Galley. Matt Thompson's on a 24.16. So certainly picking up the pace in heat number 7. And you should see as we go through heats 8 and 9, these guys will be picking up the pace even more. So, Clement Boda takes a tumble in the S-Works in front of me. And another one coming around commentary corner and taking a tumble, really catching everybody out today. And the fact that this one was so slippery yesterday means these guys are pushing extra hard as they go round, catching a little bit of the grip with the bobbles. Certainly not a flat track, this one. And it might look like a carpet track from the video, but once you get down there, I'll probably try and take some photos before we clear off today. Give you guys a good view of just how bumpy and bobbly this track really is. So although it looks like racing on incredibly flat carpet, it is anything but. Hello? Hello there. Is that Paul? Hi, Paul. Can everybody hear you now?
Oh,
Welcome.
they can now, yes.
Welcome to the 1/10th European Off-Road Championships held at Robin Hood Raceway, just outside of Blythe, and sponsored by Tony Sport, Hobby Wing and Schumacher Racing.
Fantastic. So I believe I'm in Nottinghamshire up here on the camera platform, and you're in Yorkshire in the commentary box.
Oh, I've been saying Nottinghamshire for down here and Yorkshire up there.
Oh, right, is it? Okay.
I thought Yorkshire was more north.
Right. Okay, yes, I'll go with that.
Because you're the most northerly point of us, I think.
Oh, it's a bit windy up here. I don't know if we're catching the wind on the microphone.
Only very, very slightly. It's nothing really.
And I am right in thinking this is going to be Heat 8.
This is going to be Heat 8. So, car 1 in a Serpent is Elias Johansson. Car 2, S-Works of Mika Widmeyer. Car 3 of Wesley Van Helmond in the Schumacher. Car 4 is Jorn Neumann in another Schumacher. And then we've got the X-Ray of Hubert Honigel in car number 5. Car 6 is Luke Holt. Welcome back. Apologies for the slight delay there, just at the kind of the wrong time for us there. Unfortunate power cuts on site here have meant some delays and cuts in the feed. However, we are back, and we are currently on qualifying heat number 2. So we've unfortunately missed the first round of qualifying, the first heat of qualifying. This is now qualifying for the final positions. So these guys now racing against a 5-minute timer on the clock. In the heat going round at the moment, car 1 is Lucas Didier. And then we've got David Karadek, Martin Hadley, Scott Follington, Sven Ruddig, Sebastian Landon, Freddie Russell, Chris Bowden and Daniel Gross. Leading us around in this one, we have Lucas Didier at the moment. That will be car number 1, so we'll see when he goes past the window here. Car number 1 just coming past. That's 4-7. Oh, we've got somebody over in front of the commentary booth. Yeah, a few of them taking a tumble here. So, okay, so there is car number 1 of Lucas Didier just hitting the straight now. Pink on the front, pink on the back, white on the front. So over the roller he goes. Shoots himself into the bomb hole. Fires it out through the chicane. A little bit wobbly through there. Not quite the straight line we've seen from the top guys. So it's not taking that wide line through the tabletops either, but into the switchbacks he goes. So it looks like he's coming up on a couple of back markers at the moment. Hopefully these guys will know what position he's in. You've got John up there, the ref, making sure everybody plays fair. Lovely calling through there. You should find now as he catches the number 9 car of Chris Bode, of Daniel Gross, he should let him through. But then again, that heat is now over. So Lucas Didier is now finished. He's not going to be chasing anymore. Freddie Russell's bumped himself up into second spot there. And just as a couple of others finish. So you've got 4 more left to cross the line on this one. Martin Hadley goes over. So 12 in a 5:05 from Lucas Didier. Okay, so same as in sort of the practice heats. You'll find that these guys now, marshals will stay out on their positions. Oh, okay. Siri's found some stuff for me. Thank you. So these guys now just swapping over onto the rostrum for heat number 3. You'll find they'll do 1 practice lap, bring them up to the line as they did in the practice heats. And then we'll have the marshal swap over. And off we go again. So in this heat, we have car number 1 of Peter Stein. Car number 2, Cedric Didier. Car number 3 of David Scott. 4 of Andrew Wesson. 5, Adrian Sognesund. Number 6 is Natalie Williams. And then we've got Laurent Jesus in car 7. Lionel Labos in car number 8. And the Kaya Show car number 9 of Remy Bertrand. I believe Paul Bateman is going to be joining us shortly. Hopefully he's not going to cause a huge power cut as he did last time he joined us. We will blame it on Paul, I think. I think that's the most sensible thing to do. Okay, have we got you, Paul?
Well, I'm back.
You are back. Hopefully, as I said a minute ago, you're not going to cause another power cut like you did last time.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was me. Just leant on this switch. I didn't know what it did.
The big red button.
The big red button.
So I'm going to take a photo of the big red button that we've got in the commentary booth down here. Paul's obviously up on the on TV tower, but we have got a big red button in the commentary booth, which was accidentally pushed, and a very loud air raid siren went off. Much to the panic of our guys here as they were getting set up yesterday. Fortunately, we got to the bottom of it pretty quickly.
it did make the marshal jump.
I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did. Maybe we should try it again.
No, I don't think that'd be a good idea.
We'll see who the brave marshals are that don't jump.
I won't say who it was, but somebody mentioned last night during the opening ceremony that we should have pressed the button when the British team came out.
Yeah. I bet that was Martin Owen, wasn't it? Okay, so heat number 3. Looks like we have car number... Oh, is that car number 2?
2 is on the second row in the middle. 3 is at the front.
Oh, 3's at the front. Okay, so that's David Scott. So I'd imagine David Scott's going to go off first then.
Would you like me to try and follow him?
Oh, you could give it a go. Give it a go.
In how many seconds' time does the screen say?
8 seconds time, sir. 8 of the finest seconds. So 5 seconds to go, and they will be kicking this one off. We believe David Scott is going to lead us off on this one. He is indeed. So there we go. Obviously, much easier to follow the action for you guys now. We've got a little bit of movement on the camera. This isn't going to be a permanent movement, unfortunately. We're just going to do this so that Paul can get his head into it for a wee bit. So David Scott bringing this round over the back tabletop, through commentary corner, into the switchbacks. Fires it down the main straight. So 1 lap on the board, 24.99 to kick us off.
And how many laps are they managing to do in their allotted time?
Yeah, somewhere about 12. I think if you can squeeze a 13 in, you're doing pretty well, to be honest. So David Scott's still bringing us round into lap number 2. Okay, so not a bad time there. So David Scott lapping in the 24s fairly consistently for the first couple of laps. I think we've got most people on 25s, but David and Andrew Wesson both into the 24-second laps at the moment. Somebody over in front of the commentary booth there.
In that case.
Ooh, a little bit windy up there, Paul, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. Shall we see if we can find Natalie Williams in car number 6? Should be a yellow one, probably coming out of the bomb hole around now, through the chicane, is it?
That one.
I think that's Nat Williams anyway. I recognise the yellowness. Let's have a look as she comes past. It is.
Have you utilised the binoculars yet?
I have not. I haven't utilised the binoculars. I don't know why, but no, I haven't yet. I've been trying to keep an eye on the timing screen, really. Let's have a look and see where Natalie is. So Natalie's running in 3rd overall in this heat at the moment. Running around an average of a 25.4 on her lap pace. So I'm sure she'll want to be putting in some quicker laps if she possibly can. Heading down towards the low 24s if these guys can get them down there. We'll certainly put you in a good position for average laps to getting into the next few rounds and for final positions tomorrow. So we have 3 rounds of qualifying to go through today. Qualifying 1, 2 and 3, of course. Tomorrow we will be finishing off qualifying of the 2-wheel drive with rounds 4 and 5. And then at about 2:15 tomorrow afternoon, we will then go into the first of the Practice A finals, or the only Practice A final that's going to be on. And then at 3:15, we start A final number 1. And then that will be it, running through all the other finals until we are done and dusted. So a little bit of a tumble from Natalie there. Okay, a couple of minutes left on the clock. Natalie's still running around fairly well. So.
Oh, she's going in. Oh, ready to
dear.
That's all right.
But over the barrier she goes. So the car that's just gone past Paul, the orange car number 2 of Cedric Didier. Do you want to just follow that one for a few laps? Just got past Natalie there. There you go. Camera just making its mind up to get in focus here. There we are. So Cedric Didier into the bomb hole. Fires it through the centre chicane. Tabletop number 1 done. You might see him do the wide line here. Not quite. So you see Natalie goes on a very wide line there. I don't know whether that's just keeping up the speed coming off the tabletop into the next single. But as you can see where these guys have seeded, they are incredibly close to each other on lap pace. That is the idea of these seeding heats leading into qualifying, is that it means you should be qualifying with people that are lap for lap around the same sort of pace as you, and then theoretically holding each other up as little as possible. Now, it does seem like Natalie is slightly quicker in a couple of sections of the track than Cedric is here. So through the off-camber sweeper they both go.
And then they disappear.
And then they vanish into the bomb hole.
What happens in the bomb hole stays in the bomb hole.
It certainly does. It certainly does. So a little bit of a bobble from that there. You can see that's increased the gap between her and Cedric. Around commentary corner they go. Natalie out onto the slippery sand on the outside of the corner, as we spoke about yesterday. It's certainly not where you want to find yourself on this track. We've got a bit of a gaggle of cars coming through the tabletop section here. Right at the very end of the heat, I'll get you to drag on to that there. Sorry, Paul. I was so involved, I wasn't watching the time countdown. So it looks like Andrew Weston's going to take this one with a 12 in a 5.2. Still, from what I've seen, nobody touching the hot lap of Michael Orlowski at a 22.76. So we will keep an eye on that throughout the day.
And now the exciting bit. During the heat, did anything crawl into my can of drink? This is the gamble.
Every time I put my hand into my bag of jelly babies, I'm watching for wasps or bees that might be in there.
Yes, there are definitely a few wasps about. So here we go. If you don't hear from me in the next 30 seconds, actually, either way, you're going to hear from me. It's either going to be everything's all right or
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, so heat number 4, whilst Paul is testing his can of drink. Heat number 4. Car 1 will be Will Venables. Car 2 of Dylan McBurney, sorry. Car 3, the car show of Carl Marsden. And then we've got Will Callan in the Schumacher. Another Schumacher of Martin Owen following that one up in car number 5. Car number 6 is Christian Waconig. Daniel Ortiz de Veligio. I gave it a go, come on. Car number 7. We don't actually have a brand of car put down for Daniel, so can't shout out what he's driving, unfortunately. We got the associated then in car number 8 of Noah Kaufman. And then we have car 9 of Bastian Andreasen. So it looks like Briefcase or Will Venables is going to be leading us off in this one. I'd be surprised if Carl Marsden isn't the second car off after him. So believe we may be following car number 1 in this one, Paul, if you're still up there.
I am.
He is, and he's talking normally.
Just
these are good signs.
Oh. Something's gone wrong.
Oh, what's gone wrong?
Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry, which one did you say?
I think it'd be car number 1. Funny feeling Will Venables is going to lead us out in this one. And then possibly the green and black Kyosho of Carl Marsden's just after that.
So,
I think.
So this is the Briefcase man.
This is Briefcase, yes.
Yes. Now, it's been a while, but I still remember that.
I do need to ask him if we're okay to call him Briefcase still.
It's been a while.
It has been a few years. He might have outgrown that name by now.
I mean, is that all right? Or is that just taking it a bit easy?
Oh, I mean, it's the start. Is anybody going to flip over on the first corner? As long as he stands up by the time they come round next. It's a tiring thing standing up for 5 minutes, Paul.
Oh, hello. He's up.
He's obviously heard. He's obviously heard us talking about it.
Oh dear. Maybe it was a long night.
Okay, 5 seconds to go, and this one will be kicking off.
Drivers, heat 4. On your numbers, please.
Oh, it wasn't.
No.
Sneaky devil. Who was that went off there? I wasn't even paying any attention to the number on that car. We will see as they come past commentary. I think that might be car number 3 by the looks of it. I'll tell you when it comes past the commentary booth here, because I will be able to see with my old eyes. It's car number 4. So car number 4, which is Will Callan in the Schumacher. Well, there you go. Will must have pulled something pretty special out of the last round of practice. Got himself a couple of very quick consecutive laps, which has put him into the lead. I say in the lead, it is Carl Marsden that's got the quickest opening lap at the moment. Sorry about that. Okay, so Will Callan is front of the pack after 2 laps. Will Venables just behind him with Carl Marsden just behind that. So, looks like Christian McConnig's bumped himself up into the 2nd spot now. I think we're still following Will Callan at the moment.
Yep, but I'm happy to move.
That is absolutely fine. We'll give Will a few more laps for a mow. Well, I believe the father of Ed. I think. Hopefully not brother anyway. Okay. Right, so that should be Will coming over the tabletops now. Drop back 1 car to the car number 1, and that will be the briefcase. Will, another Will. William Venables. Knows this track incredibly well, does old Will. And he's actually top of the timing charts as we speak at the moment. So we don't have any predicted times on this one, unfortunately. However, what I can tell you is, currently, it looks like Will Venables is looking at going top of the pile of everybody. So...
What's the weather meant to be like for the rest of the day?
What is the weather meant to be like? I think it's meant to be like exactly how it is now for the whole day, if I'm not mistaken. I will check on my app. Oh dear, tomorrow isn't looking pleasant though. Tomorrow looks like rain for the whole day. In fact, tomorrow is raining a lot. We are fine with rain, so we've got patchy sun and cloud up until the later hours of this evening. And then at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, the rain will join us. So that should stir things up for the last couple of rounds of qualifying tomorrow. We're still with Will Venables at the moment. Will has dropped himself down into 3rd spot in this one. I haven't seen any mistakes from Will.
That's because you weren't looking at the camera. We did see him fall over.
He did fall over. Terrible, terrible news for Will. He won't be happy about that. So that's probably why he's down in 3rd spot at the moment. Oh, he's bumped himself up to 2nd. Let's see what happens when Carl crosses the line. No, he's ahead of Will. I would have said most of these guys certainly looking at 12 lappers. At least the top 5 are going to be into the 12s, I would have said.
He had an argument with the curb 2 corners back.
And that's a terrible thing for Will. So we've got a minute left. Let's drop back 1 car onto Carl Marsden. So the Kyo show of Carl Marsden there. Very, very similar colours to Una Hattinen. Not sure whether he's done that on purpose, trying to get in the same final as him and confuse things a little bit. But hey, hasn't quite worked out this time. So he is on the tail of Will Venables at the moment. He is leading on the timing clock. So as you can see, Will Venables on track is in front. But Carl Marsden on the timing screens is leading Will Venables. And that is because they're not racing each other. They are racing against their own 5-minute clock, which starts when they cross the line. So this is how qualifying works. You each get a 5-minute run. Everybody goes off individually. The more laps you can do in the fastest time means the better position you will be starting in your finals when they come around. So at the moment, it's Carl Marsden out in front now. Jumped himself up ahead of Will Callan. He looks like he's right on the back of Will Venables as we speak. Nice wide line there from Carl through the tabletop section. Okay, both through for an extra lap. So looks like these guys, there's Will and Carl, possibly both Williams. So Will Callan and Will Venables, both on for 13 laps, as is Carl Marsden. I think that's possibly the first 13s we've seen in this one. Okay, so 13th in 5:22. So Carl Marsden currently top of the pile, followed up by Will Callan and Will Venables.
So, Mr. Wesson, did they beat you?
Oh.
You are correct. Carl Marsden by 2/10 of a second from Will Callan.
Well, I definitely had a can of drink at the beginning of the 8.
Have you managed to get through all of it?
It's no longer here.
Okay.
Where is it physically gone?
Has the wind blown it? Oh no! Was it a can of Coke?
Diet Coke.
It's on the floor at the bottom of TV Tower.
Oh, right, okay.
There you go.
Right, fine. Well, yes, I didn't kick it, so it must have been the wind.
Okay, so Heat 5 is up next. Car number 1 of Baptiste Roach. Yolande Weird, car number 2. Car number 3 is Mortis Lichtenbach. Car number 4, James Helliwell. We've got Kay Frenner in car number 5, Callum Ackroyd Bench. Car number 6, Pierre Petitdidier. Car number 7, car 8 is Tristan Hackle. 9 is Ben Simpson. And 10 is Philip Mazinger. And these guys will be doing their best to get 12 or 13 clean laps in if they possibly can. You normally find guys going off first will put themselves to the front of the queue when they line up on the left-hand side of your screen there. We'll just see when we've got. So I'm just trying to see when I've got Martin Owen coming on. Oh, he's just been on. Let's see if we can catch him after this one.
So what heat number is this?
This is heat number 5. With the drivers in it that I've just been through. James Helliwell's in this one. Should we follow James around the pink car? I believe he is car number 4. Let's give James a bit of action for the
Front row right.
Front row right. Car number 4.
40 seconds.
That is definitely a number 4 on his car, isn't it? Looks like a number 6 on the side of
I
it.
know what you mean.
Yeah, it is a number 4. There you go. So there was a bit of a few questions asked during the setup when they were sticking all the numbers on the cars, and the scrutineers and marshals, etc., have asked for the numbers to be stuck as flat as possible on the cars for the very reason you just saw there, is that it's quite easy to mistake numbers for something else when they're sort of folded in half in the middle. So the chaps and chapesses have all done their bit and tried to get the stickers as flat as they can on the cars, but these being such small cars, it's very difficult to do. Okay, off we go. So I think James will probably be there. We go. James off now. James, obviously the owner of Robin Hood Raceway here. Yeah, James and the team doing a huge amount of work over the last few years and months, certainly, to prep the track, make sure it's in the best possible condition for this race. So we'll see what James does. Now, James does not take a wide line through the twin tabletops. Actually, pretty central for James then. We'll watch him on the next one round. So round the off-camber sweeper he goes. Through the roller. Drops himself into the bomb hole. little bit wobbly, so James not quite on the straight line that we see the top guys get through there. And again, not going wide there. So it's probably a bit of a favourable choice for just some people where they like to go wide on that line. You'd imagine if the guy who owns the track isn't going wide, you'd probably be following that line yourself. A bit of a nightmare in front of us here, but no, that's not what we're watching on track. Okay, so James about halfway down in this one at the moment after a couple of laps down. Running around the 25-second lap times by the looks of it. Let's see, so we've actually got we've only got one in the 23-second lap, so that is car number 5. Let's see if we can pick up car number 5.
Oh, it's the one behind you.
The one right behind him. Just drop back one car, Paul. I reckon that's what Nick would have said. He would have known where that car was. So car number 5 coming up pretty hard on James Halliwell there. Hopefully James is going to let him through. These guys obviously wanting to work together the best they can. Oh, James having a nightmare over the back tabletop. So Kay Frenner we're with at the moment in the Associated. Shoots it into the bomb hole. Fires it back out through the centre chicane. Nice straight line through there. A little bit wobbly, but not the end of the world. Punches it over the back tabletop. Into commentary corner. Through the switchbacks. Onto the main straight and punches it down for the big off-camber sweeper. Nicely through there. Nice and tight against the barrier. So currently up in 4th position is Kay. And again, you see some of these guys and girls taking a very different line through the tabletops. You will find some of them will take that wide line every single time. Some of them are just banging it straight through the centre. Lovely line through there for Kate. A little bit hard into that first corner on the switchbacks. Those little slides to a stop obviously cost you a couple of points of a second. All adds up in these sort of heats. So okay, gets herself past another back marker there. And that's a car number 6 of that's Callum McElroy bench actually, car number 6. Oh, so Kay's over at the start of the straight. Absolute nightmare. Total, it's a huge amount of time lost on the straight there. So we've got a minute to go. So if you go one car forwards, Paul, that is Callum McElroy bench. Nice wide line for Callum through there. So let's follow Callum till the end of this one. Probably going to have Kay come up on the back of him pretty quick. Nice line through the off-camber sweeper for Callum. They've got to stay pretty high on the top of that bank on the off-camber, otherwise it really does throw them off. As you can see, even with the little heat that we've had today, the sand building up on the corners here. So Kay's obviously got herself past Callum. Callum's doing everything he possibly can do to hang on to the back of her, but no, it's not. Kay's still behind him. Sorry about that. Got mixed up on the cars there. And Callum doing incredibly well then to stay out in front of Kay, considering how quickly she caught him up before. However, no seconds left now, so as Callum crosses the line, I believe that will be it done and dusted. So let's see what happens as he goes over. No, he has. He snuck himself through for another lap. So maybe a little bit confusing as to why some of these guys get the extra lap in. And it is because, as I said at the start of this, you have your timer for 5 minutes starting when you cross the line to start with. So if you start 10 seconds after car number 1, your timer starts 10 seconds after, and then at the end of the race, it runs out 10 seconds after. So although the buzzer may have gone to say it's over, you've still got that 10-second gap to get to the line and then get yourself that extra lap in.
And which line is it?
It's the very end of the straight, because they have moved the timing loop from what I know.
Not there, then.
I apologise, it's not the end of the straight, it's right there where Paul says it is.
Oh, well, I don't know.
On that line.
No idea.
No, it is that line. They were pulling that up yesterday to repair the loop.
Right, so if that's the line,
That's the line.
why do they queue up there?
Because there's always a little run to the line. You can't queue up on the line because you might be setting the timing loop off.
Okay.
So too close to it's an issue, and then too far away from it's an issue as well. There's got to be a bit of a balance.
I see. So, yeah, right, okay. So when it comes to the finals and things, it really is that line halfway down the straight.
When it comes to the finals, they'll obviously line up as a grid on the straight to start with, but they will all be diving for that line
Yes.
on the last lap.
Yeah.
And I'd imagine they've probably put it halfway up the straight so that it's not just a power down to the very last corner.
Yeah.
You know, flat out into a corner doesn't do anybody any favours, really. Okay, so we have now heat number 6. Marshall's going to change over quickly, but in heat number 6 we have car number 1 of Ben Jameson, car number 2 Daniel Kovacic, car number 3 of Noah Ben Mohammed, Daniel Pole in car number 4, Fabian Woodmeyer, car number 5, Yasser Magal, car number 6, Phil Slay in 7, Max Gottsel, car 8, Archie Bowman in car number 9, and Nathan Rawls, car number 10. A minute and 20 on the clock, or a minute and 23 on the clock, and these guys will be off. We'll see the meeting running to timed schedule. So you've got Ben Jameson in front of race control, in front of the commentary booth here, just getting his last little bits of cornering done.
I can hear James.
Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in my ears, if you know what I mean. Just sort of
Generally in the air.
in the air. In the wind, actually.
Yeah, that's it.
Number 6.
Which one do you want me to go with?
Cameraman's choice on this one, mate.
Ooh.
What we will do, we'll have a look at the chat feed. Haven't been on there for a little while since everything went off.
If there's any nasty comments about the camera work, I'm leaving.
Oh my God, you want to leave? No, guys, do get involved on the feeds. We are obviously back up and running, so find us on the YouTube channel. Get involved on the feeds. Let us know what you're doing today, or if you're racing at all over the next coming weeks or so. Okay, so the number 7 car of Phil Slade that we're following,
Who lasted 2 corners before, unfortunately, landing on his back.
It happens. It is the number 7 of Phil Slay. So Phil taking a bit of a wide line into the switchbacks there. Holding it well on the off-camber sweeper. Drops into the bomb hole. Oh, a bit squirrely coming out of that one there to go through the centre chicane. Goes over the driver's tabletop, around commentary corner, into the switchbacks again. Let's have a look how Phil is doing. So Phil currently running in 4th, 24:01 being his best time at the moment. However, he is dropping down a fair bit, unfortunately for Phil. Yes, he has dropped right the way down there. I think we've got quite a bit of wind noise coming in, Paul. I'm not sure.
I'm getting buffeted up here. It's definitely got worse over the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely picked up a bit, hasn't it? Okay, so we're still with Phil Slay there. I'll tell you what we'll do, Paul. So let's try and pick up the number 4 car of Daniel Pole, just going down the straight now. Red and blue over the off-camber sweeper into the roller. That is the one. Drops himself into the bomb hole. So this is the young gun Daniel Pole doing his best to get it. Oh, that was bravery at its best right there to keep on pushing through that.
I've lost it now. There's somebody coming up the tower.
There is someone coming up the tower.
I can hear the vibration. There's somebody next to me.
So, yeah, Daniel's had a little bit of a slip there. A few mistakes have dropped him down a wee bit. Daniel's sitting right at the back of the pack at the moment. 24.64 being his fastest lap. We've had some 23.39s in this one.
We're just going to lock off a second. Just a moment.
Okay, so just once we get some technical issues sorted, we're going to lock the camera off. Sorry about the wobbling up there. Okay, so Max Gotzel leads us round in this one. It is still Max Gotzel out in front. We've got Ben Mohammed, Noah Ben Mohammed, Daniel Kobovic, Ben Jameson, Archie Bowman.
I'm back-ish. Who was I following?
You were following car 4 of Daniel Pole, but I think realistically we should try and find car number 8 of Max Gotzel, who is leading this one out and has been for some time now.
Here we go.
So we just need car number 8. If we can find him, is that him there?
I think so.
Fantastic. Okay, so that's Max Gotzel, your current leader. Yeah, a little bit of a kick coming into the chicane there. Max going for the straight through line on the back tabletop, round commentary corner, into the switchbacks. Nice high line on the off-camber sweeper there, through the roller. Punches it down into the bomb hole. Not quite so squirrely on the way through the chicane there. Max obviously doing well, so he's in a 10 in a 4 minutes dead, pretty much.
Now, must be me, because I don't think he looks that quick, but he's very clean.
Well, this is the point.
That's
Sometimes
the thing.
looking fast isn't the fastest way around the track. You know, generally, if you look fast, you're kind of hanging the back end of your car out and turning the opposite lock on to give yourself a bit of a power slide through the corners. Now that looks fast, however, timing-wise, it is not fast at all. So these guys that are going out there looking smooth and not making mistakes, that is where the speed comes from. One thing I will say about the Schumacher cars, they look particularly planted this weekend. Of all of the cars here, I would say they probably look the flattest going around, especially over some of the really bumpy sections of the track. Certainly seem to be very settled throughout the whole team. Okay, so just waiting for Fabian Widmeyer to cross the line. I think he has done. And there you go, the classic ride the curb, as if everybody's watching you be the last car out on track.
Yeah, you sort of feel, I can imagine, that oh, heck, everybody's looking at me because there's nobody else there.
It's bad enough on like a club day if you've forgotten the last lap, isn't it? And you've got maybe 20 or 30 people watching you do that last one. But when it's when you know it's televised as well.
I think one day I should have a go. I've never actually had a go.
What, off-road RC?
Any RC.
You are joking. Let Craggy give you his car and take it out for him.
I think that's the problem, really, isn't it? I can do this for decades, and yet
it's incredibly easy, actually, Paul.
Well, there's an ongoing joke that from Mr. Damon and one of the cameramen who has also never done it, but the cameraman believes, I could do this. I might not be in the A final, but I could do this.
This is like when you get, and it has happened in the past. When I ran the Mendip Club many years ago, we had some new guys turn up there, and one of them, as a completely new competitor into RC, thought that he should automatically be graded into the A final or the top heat of qualifying, and then subsequently turned his car over on every corner.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is frustrating, but like with everything, you put the time and you put the effort in, and all of a sudden you can pick these things up pretty quickly. It is one of those things, though, if you haven't got that natural talent that some of these top end racers have got. Very much like for myself, I don't have that talent. If I want to compete, I've got to go out there and I've got to put laps in, and that's the only way you can do it. It's time on track, time with your car, knowing what it's going to do. But it is all time and effort. So if you're not willing to put that in, probably not going to do too well. Fortunately, these guys all put the effort in. Now, with a minute to go, we are coming up to heat number 7. So we're starting to get towards the really sharp end of this lot. Car number 1 in this heat is Jamil Gabrielson. Pekko Ivanen in car number 2. Alexander Landon, car number 3. Matt Thompson in 4. Marcus Kerup in car number 5. Clement Boda in the S-Works in car number 6. Tom Nunn, car number 7. Eugene Galley in 8. And car 9 is Matt Peters. And Tom Cockrell rounds us out in car number 10. So Tom, obviously one of the world's A finalists. I'm back at the Itabi Arena. I believe Tom's actually the white car at the back on the right. That one, the 0. Let's follow Tom round. Give Tom a bit of time. So, just looking on the feed very quickly, we've got a few people chipping in. So, we've got Marvellous Russ. Hi there, Russ Lee. He says, hi guys, it's been a while. Can we follow Callum Ackroyd bench? Now, this is obviously the last one. We did follow Callum for a few laps. So, there you go, Russ. That was especially for you. I tuned in psychically to know you'd ask that. Was there no reseeding at all? It's still in heat 7. There was some reseeding, but not after today's practice. Today's practice was just to reseed your positions in your current heat, so where you start now. So you'll note, so who have we got going off first in this one? Let's have a look. It's either going to be the green one or the pinky blue one there. What number's the green car, Paul? Can you see? On the line.
Number 3, as in the middle one.
No, the one next to it, closest to me.
6.
6, okay. So it's either going to be 6, 3 or 5 going off first in this one, and that is because of what they would have done this morning in their seeded practice. Stevenson says, can you follow Dan, please? Alice Paler says, good luck, Ben. Hi, Matt. Good luck to CGP, and in particular Martin Owen from RC Octane country down here in the west, the southwest, I think you'll find it is, John. Matt Keane says, racing veteran 110 national champion taking place in the Hertz Cup on 9th and 10th July. This time I've just had my 40th birthday. Thanks, Matt, for chipping in there. What do you call this track? Is it carpet, says Zarian Carlos. It is not carpet, it is AstroTurf, which is like a fake plasticky type of grass stuff. James S. says AstroTurf. Thank you, James. So does Mark Burton. Yeah, AstroTurf, fake grass. Thanks, James. Thanks, Mark, says Zion. Tom C. in the next one, please. We'll follow Tom Cockrell in this one. So car number 10, if you can, at the back of the white car. Let's give Tom some love. Mark Fletcher Racing is asking there for a bit of Tom. Thank you, Russ. Thank you very much. That means a lot coming from you, buddy. I know sound is a big thing for you podcast guys. And Russ Lee, obviously Marvellous Russ there on the feed from the GT podcast. Grid Talk. Those of you who want to go and find it out there. Stacey M says, good luck, Team UK, especially the Scottish guys. So can we follow Matt Thompson, says Ryan Clark, in the pink and yellow car. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to follow Tom first, and then we will follow Matt Thompson after that. So let me pop my timing screen up. James S. says, hi, Gups. Long time no see. Hiya, buddy. Hope you are well. I have been living under a rock for the last 3 years, so apologies for that, everybody. Okay, so following Tom, curse to the camera, and goes over. A little bit of a toe pump from the marshal. However, that's going to give him a little bit of free space in front of him now, so Tom can really stretch his legs, push his Yokomo or Schumacher or whatever he's driving this. Have a look as he goes past. It's a Schumacher. Push that one as hard as he possibly can. Obviously, you can't make up time that's already been lost. You can only hope now that, oh dear, and he's gone over again on the roller. Absolute nightmare, that roller, for a lot of people here. I've come a cropper on that one many times. That inside line over the roller there as they bring it back over the hoop really can catch you out. You punch that one just a little bit too hard and it flips your car over, as Tom's had there. So a bit of a nightmare first round for Tom in this one. 2 mistakes early doors means he's probably writing this one off. Obviously, you don't give up until the very end, and Tom's not one of those racers that's going to give up until it's done. However, I expect he knows in the back of his mind that he's lost a fair amount of time with 2 crashes there, and it's unlikely the next few heats are going to be making that many mistakes at all. So at this level, you really are looking for those 5-minute clean runs. So Tom, now you see, is getting himself a little bit further away from the barriers, just playing it a little bit safe. Nicely through the off-camber sweeper and onto the roller again. Certainly playing it much safer over the roller this time round to make sure he gets through. Catches himself on a pipe. So Tom's run really not going the way he wants it to right now. I'm sure he'll pull himself together after this one and get himself a good round in the next one, though. So who else were we being asked to follow? I think it was car number 4. Matt Thompson, let's have a look.
I'm relatively confident.
You're confident?
Yeah.
Okay.
That I've picked the right
It is
one.
Matt Thompson, car number 4. I can't see the number until he comes round. Pink and yellow one there. Seems to be the right one.
Oh, is money on?
It is. It is. I got faith in you, Paul.
You're the only one.
You don't know what Nick says about you when you're not in the room.
Oh, I do. That's the thing.
It's all good stuff. It's all good. Okay, so Matt Thompson bringing us round. Matt Thompson is about halfway through this, so he's about halfway up the heat. Fairly middle pack on this one, so Matt will be keeping an eye out for everybody around him. Any of the fast guys coming up behind him, he'll certainly be giving them a bit of space. Makes it a very nice line through the off-camber sweeper there. Drops it into the bomb hole. Fires it back out nice and straight through the chicane. That's the line we're looking for. Maybe not quite as fast through there as he wanted to, but certainly got through there nice and straight. So Matt Thompson brings us around through commentary corner. Into the switchbacks, down the main straight he goes. Crosses the line to jump him up into 4th. So, running in 4th spot at the moment is Matt Thompson. 8 in a 3:14. Not been caught by anybody since I said that, actually, so he's not had to move out the way for anybody quicker that's come through. I think with a minute left, we will try and pick up car number 5 of Marcus Carup, if we can, please, Paul. Let's give Marcus a bit of love for the last minute of this one. So car number 5, that's 3 and 2 that have gone past me there. That's Kay Frenner in the 7, the 4 of Matt Thompson.
8. Oh dear. 9-1. Are you still right there?
There we are.
Has to be the last one.
It did, didn't it? Literally the second from last car that goes past us. So 30 seconds of Marcus Carup. Here we come. There you go. I thought you made a mistake then where you stopped the camera. I was like, oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me we've made him crash as well. Okay, so Marcus in the pink car there, just going through the switchbacks down the main straight. 10 seconds left on the clock, so he's going to get this one. By the time he gets over the line, his time will certainly be done, I'd imagine. last lap for these guys now. See if anybody gets over for the extra lap. So if Marcus can get over the line, I can't imagine he's going to. He will be into a 13, but I think that's a pretty big stretch to get that. No, finishes. Finishes on a 13 in a 5 minutes and 9. So Clement Boda just behind him in 5 minutes and 11 for a 13. 5:13. 13 and a 5:13 for Paco Ivanen as well. 13 and a 5:15 for Alexander Landon. Matt Thompson finishes with a 13 in a 5:14.
Mate, see, that time I didn't hear the computer do a beep to say it finished.
That's because Eugene Galley still hasn't finished.
Oh.
You guys want to listen to the referee?
There it is.
There it is. So what happens is if you don't cross the line, the timer will keep going for a certain amount of time to give you enough time to get across the line if you've forgotten, like Eugene did. And yeah, basically you've got that countdown. So if they don't cross the line, there's a little bit of a countdown to wait for that car, just to give it the time to get there. However, it didn't. It did not cross the line at all.
5:09 is your new TQ time. Clement Boda is second on a 5:11.
There you go. So Marcus Kerr up, new TQ time, 13 in a 5:92.
Goes to fourth. Matt Thompson is fifth. Alexander Landon is seventh. Just you guys affecting the top 10.
Okay, so let's have a look on the feed. Jolly Green Giant says, I'm barely an average driver at best. More fun wrenching and tinkering on my daughter's cars than racing. I think that's the case for a lot of people, a lot of the families that come racing. For the dads, it's a case of tinkering with the cars, and for the lads, it's a case of, or lads and girls, it's a case of pushing around the track as fast as they possibly can. Subpar Golf says, go Cockers. Laugh out loud. There you go. PJ Williams says, good for something. BJ Williams said, good morning, RC Racing TV. Good morning. I think we are. How's the tyre wear out there? Pretty good from what I can see. Pretty good. These guys are on yellows. Yellows seem to last fairly well on this track. So heat 8. Penultimate heat of this first round of qualifying. Car 1 in the Serpent of Elias Johnson. Car 2, S-Works of Mika Whitmire, Wesley Van Helmond and Jorn Newman, both in Schumacher's, 3rd and 4th. Hubert Honegel in the X-Rays car 5. Car 6 is Luke Holdsworth in the Schumacher. 7 is Paul Crompton in the X-Ray. Ed Callan is next in car 8. And then you've got the Yokomo of Greg Williams in car 9 and car 10 of Jasper Rasmussen in the Associated. Another 45 seconds and these guys will be off.
Are you eating all those jelly babies?
I'm actually having a drink of
Your
summer fruits, touch of fruit, Volvic flavoured water, actually.
Your posh water.
My posh water. I bought you and James cheap, plain water.
Out of the stream, never there.
They were bottles I brought from home.
Yeah.
I filled them up on the tap in the hotel last night. Okay. Cameraman's choice, Paul.
Oh, it's usually the first. Because it looks lazy if I take the last one.
Okay, so car number 6, that is, of Luke Holdsworth. Oh, Luke takes a tumble early doors there. He's not going to be happy with that one. Instantly dropping him down on the first lap. Paul Crompton right on his tail now. So this will mean that Paul Crompton jumps up into the top spot as soon as they cross the line, or should do. Yeah, Luke Holdsworth with a 25 dead on that first lap is really going to hurt him there. As everybody crosses the line, he's going further and further down. Only Elias Johnson with a slower lap at the moment. However,
in that case, I will take the one that's just gone past him. Number 7.
That is Paul Crompton. So Paul Crompton now leading us out. No, no, it's actually Mika Widmeyer, car 2, that's taken the front of the pack, but Paul Crompton is certainly up there. 0.3 of a second between them overall. I see a wide line from Paul there. Catches a nightmare of a grip roll on commentary corner. So these two now together on the track again, both thinking they are faster than each other, and at this point it's very difficult for these drivers to know whether they should be letting each other through, holding the line. I think if you're blatantly quicker, both of them taking a wide line there. Yeah, Paul up on 2 wheels, probably should have yielded that position at that point. So Paul coming through. It is your Neumann up into the second spot. Okay, so I'll tell you what, Paul, coming over the driver's tabletop now is your Neumann. Around commentary corner.
Car number 1.
Car number 4.
That one then in front.
Black spoiler, orange one. There we go. So Jorn is now leading us out in this one. Likely to go top of the pile all together until we get the top heat on. So see what sort of line Jorn takes through here. Reasonably wide. So the wind picking up, it does make these jumps particularly hard in front of the rostrum there. It's surprising just how much the wind catches your car as you come off that lip in front of the driver's stand. So Jorn past commentary corner. You can see the speed he's carrying through the corners. Nice high line through the off-camber sweeper. Over the roller he goes. And the key with the roller is to keep it as wide as you can as you come out there. Easier said than done if you've got cars behind you. So there you go, very wide there. Cuts it back tight through commentary corner. Into the switchbacks he goes. Literally a tenth of a second between the top 3 at the moment, or a few tenths of a second between the top 3. It is Paul Crompton top of the pile now. Luke Holdsworth right behind in those, made up for that initial bad lap that he had. So it is Neumann, Crompton, Holdsworth, Widmeyer. We'll have a look and see if we can pick Luke Holdsworth up, car number 6. Jorn's obviously led us out in this one for quite some time.
So the key thing is work's happening with Marcus Garrett's current TQ 13.59. These guys doing the best.
6.
6, there you go, just behind Paul. Okay, so that is Luke Holdsworth we are following now. Right behind Paul Crompton there. Obviously, I mean, Luke is much easier to follow in these sort of situations. He's got a braking point to aim for with Paul's car. See these guys both taking a really wide line through the driver's tabletop section there. So Luke Holdsworth, Paul Crompton from Holdsworth, these two leading us out. Huge achievement for the Holdsworth brothers here today. But it is Crompton at the top of the pile for the moment. Let's see what happens as they cross the line. Crompton, the first one of those two, goes over. So Paul Crompton in a 13.57. I believe that is TQ time currently. It is. So as it stands, it is Paul Crompton at the very top of the pile.
Greg Williams, here he comes. So Paul Crompton, new
Okay, let's have a look. So Paul Crompton, 13.57.
Marcus Garrett just holds on to second.
Okay.
Neumann third. Luke Holdsworth fourth. Misha Vidmeyer 5. Ed Callan 7. Wesley Van Helmen 10. Just you guys affecting the top 10 with one more heat to go. Let's wait till these guys are clear. Don't go yet, please. Hold your cars. Just wait till we've got these guys clear.
Okay, so just clearing those cars off the track now.
Okay, driver. Track is open. Away you go, please, for your warm-up.
Ooh.
So for Crompton, 13.57.66.
Have you looked at your phone recently?
I haven't. Hold on 2 seconds. I will have a look.
The worst case Crompton is you can be BQ after this heat's been on. Best scenario, you could be TQ. So the cars are lining up. Okay, our marshals can now change, please.
Okay, so top heat on the way. So in this one, car number 1 of Ben Smith in the Schumacher. Tommy Hall follows up in number 2 spot in the Associated, followed by Neil Cragg in car number 3, also driving an Associated. We have then Michael Orlowski in the Schumacher in car number 4, Tyler Liddell, car number 5 in the Schumacher, Josh Holdsworth in the Schumacher in car number 6. And then we have the Yokomo of Lee Martin in 7, Una Hattonen's Associated in car number 8, Bruno Coelho's X-Ray car number 9, and Jamie Hall rounding out the top 10 for Team Associated. Leaves me with just enough time to say you are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 110 Electric Off-Road European Championships from Robin Hood Raceway just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire, or if you're stood on Television Tower as Paul is in Yorkshire. Also sponsored by Schumacher Racing and Hobbywing. So with about 35 seconds left on the clock to count these guys down, we have a number of people gathered around the edge of the track now to watch the top heat. I believe Michael Orlowski has the fastest 2 consecutive laps from seeding practice today, which will mean, although he is car number 4, he should be leading us out in this one. Let's follow Michael for a couple of laps if we can, please, Paul.
Certainly.
Okay, heat 9. Go and age your call, please.
It is, and Orlowski takes us off. See how the young Polishman does on his first lap. Nicely over the roller. Flicks it into the bomb hole. Through the center chicane. With the front tabletop. Driver's tabletop done. Nice wide line through there. As you can see, the top guy's taking that wide line. Down the straight he goes. Opening lap of 23.6. Now the only one with a quicker lap so far is Tommy Hall with an opening lap of 23.4.
So Tommy Hall comes out swinging in this one. He leads Orlowski by 0.2 of a second.
So 0.2 in it after the first lap. Michael Orlowski not going to be happy about that one and will certainly be pushing as hard as he can to make that time back up. But with 2 laps on the board, it is Tommy Hall absolutely smashing it out there. So we'll give Michael another couple of laps. And then we'll try and pick up our leader, Tommy Hall. There we go. So Michael taking us in through the centre chicane. Nice straight line through there. It's the front tabletop. Over the driver's tabletop. Oh, a little bit of hesitation through that one. Still takes that wide line, though. Round commentary corner and into the switchbacks he goes. We'll see what happens after this one. So, Orlowski, 4 in a 1:34. Tommy Hall in a 1:34. Bruno Coelho now in the top spot in a 4 in a 1:33.8. So, lots going on in this one. Not sure what's happened to Craigie there. It seems to be at the back of the pack at the moment. Must have had a bit of a nightmare to start with. I'll tell you what, Paul. Let's pick up Tommy Hall, car number 2, which is be an orange and blacky sort of car.
What number was it?
Number 2.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. There's Tommy Hall, young gun from the UK. Oh, we have a car over. I think that's Unihattan in front of us, but we are watching Tommy Hall at the moment. So Tommy Hall leading us out in this one. Really wide line through there for Tommy. Going absolutely on fire, the Hall brothers in this event. So we'll see if he takes the wide line again. He does. Out wide he goes. I think it just flattens out that second single as they come over the driver's tabletop there. So Tommy punching it down the straight through the... Oh, blimey. Takes a really tight line through the off-camber sweeper there. Shoots it into the bomb hole. He will be coming up on, I believe, Unihattan fairly shortly. No, that's not. That's Michael Orlowski in front of him. So Tommy Hall chasing Michael Orlowski down. You can see around the edge, lots and lots of these guys now out watching. Everybody wanting to see how the top heat does. So Tommy Hall from Bruno Coelho, back to Michael Orlowski. Lee Martin's got himself up into 4th. So I don't think we're going to see any 14s here. But certainly looking at some incredibly fast 13 lappers coming up. So, but it is Tommy Hall, Bruno Coelho looking to get out the top of the pack at the moment. Nobody else is going to touch Paul Crompton's time other than possibly Michael Orlowski as things stand. So 2 seconds now between, half a second between Tommy Hall and Bruno Coelho. Tommy Hall still leading us out. We're going to stick with Tommy for a minute. Only 22 seconds to this one. So Tommy possibly is going to get this one. He should get one more after this one as well. Yeah, easily going to get this next one in. Okay, so incredibly close at the top. And less than a second in it. It is only Tommy Hall and Bruno Coelho that are going to affect Paul Crompton at the moment, unless Michael Orlowski can pull out an absolutely blistering last lap. Like an 18-second last lap. It's pretty unlikely.
It's probably only me here that could do that.
Unfortunately for Michael, he hasn't pulled out that 18-second.
No, right. Okay.
But Tommy Hall absolutely smashes in TQ for round 1 with a 13 in a 5 minute and 6 seconds. So with 6 seconds to spare, what that means is we could see a 14 lapper by the end of today, possibly tomorrow if the weather sticks with us. So young gun from the UK, Tommy Hall, leads us out. So what have we got? Top 10 at the moment. Tommy Hall, Bruno Coelho, Paul Crompton, Michael Orlowski, Marcus... blimey.
After round number 1.
Mika Widmeyer in 10, Lee Martin in 9, Ben Smith 8, Luke Holdsworth 7, Jorn Newman 6, and Marcus Carab in 5th.
So 26 minutes to the start of round 2 of qualifying.
Okay, so round 2 of qualifying will kick off at 1:53.
I wonder if James is in the van.
Ooh.
So we're going to have a little break and come back at 1:52. Oh, right then.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I forgot. I can't hear you. I think we should come back at 150.
I think we should also come back there around 150, sort of 1:45, 10 to 1. 10 to 2. We will be back. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. See you shortly.
to the start of round 2 qualifying, 7 minutes. On the new time schedule, version 4 we are now using. Heat number 3 will be on track first, not heat 1. So heat 3, he's got himself ready for contact. Marshall will be coming in 2. As has been announced earlier. That's happened to the Euros to run in a different order. So we start in round 2 qualifying with heat number 3. Marshalls will be coming in 2. So 4 minutes, can we get the cars and drivers ready please? Round 2 of qualifying, heat 3. Head out please, marshals from heat number 2. All ready? 3.5 minutes counting down. Bowden, how are you, Mr. Bowden? The flies are waiting for you. You've not got second, have you? A substitute. Princess. Away you go, drivers, to your warm-up.
And welcome back. We are here for round 2 of qualifying at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by RC Racing TV and Control Sports, and also sponsored by Schumacher Racing and Hobbywing. We are at Robin Hood Raceway in the northeast of the UK, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. And welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately, we have had a bit of a nightmare with power issues here at Robin Hood Raceway. The team is working extremely hard to install a new generator, which should bring us a solid power supply, hopefully for the rest of the week. For the time being, we are going to be doing our utmost to tape all of the loose bits of wire down and make sure that they stay in place for hopefully at least this next round, which is heat number 5 of qualifying round number 2. So in this round, in this heat, we have Baptiste Roach is in car number 1 in the associated. We have car number 2 of Yolanda Weird. Car number 3 of Mortis Lukenbach. Car number 5, James Halliwell. 6 is Kay Frenner. 7, Callum Ackroyd Bench. 6 is Callum Ackroyd Bench. 5 is Kay Frenner. 7 is Pierre Pettididier. 8 is Tristan Heckel. 9 is Ben Simpson. And 10 is Philip Mazinger. Okie dokie. So, unfortunately, we have lost the moving camera for the moment as the chaps are running around, I wouldn't say like headless chickens, but certainly with a few feathers on them. Running around trying to make sure that the stream stays nice and stable for you. So, no real effect to anybody in the top heats so far. As I say, we have started in with heat 3 for practice round 2. That's why we're already on heat 5. We will obviously be running heats 1 and 2 after the top 2 heats have been out. With any luck, I can see Martin Owen out on the track in front of me. Hopefully he will come in and have a chat with us after he has finished his marshalling duties there. We'll find out how Martin's going on, what sort of changes he's making, and who he's working with in the pits. I know the team are pretty close-knit in there, so they will be working tightly together to make sure the cars are at their peak. I'm currently looking at who have we got? So Philip Mazinger out in front, car number 10. Ben Simpson has just taken up that top spot now. Car number 9. So Philip Mazinger not doing quite so well now. He's dropped down a few places, still up in the top 3 of this one though. James Halliwell looks to be struggling a little bit down at the back of the pack along with Callum Ackroyd Bench. But it is Ben Simpson that still leads us round in the number 9 car. So let's see if I can pick Ben up as he goes past the window. Okay, so car 1, car 6. I believe car 6 is Callum. It is. Okay, so we're still looking for car number 9. Possibly just missed it there. I think it may be the red and green one. There we go. So just behind Callum. Just going through the switchbacks now. Down on the main straight. Green car with the white wheels. Over the roller. Into the centre section there. Drops down into the bomb hole. And follows Callum through the centre chicane. Over the... Oh, he's just tipped over in front of the first tabletop. Marshall slips. Dives for the car with his feet first, we'll say. Gets Ben back up on his wheels and going again. However, that will have lost him an incredible amount of time. Dropped himself down into third spot now for this heat. Currently running an 8 laps in a 3:20 or a 3:21 pretty much. Really dropped himself down after that crash. Surprising how one crash can make the difference between so many places out on track there. We've also got James Hellingwell in this one. We've given James some time for sure, but I know James is now coming over the 2 tabletops. He comes into commentator corner. And the number 4 associated car of his. Through the switchbacks onto the main straight he goes. Down round the off-camber sweeper. Over the roller. Flicks himself back into the centre of the track, into the bomb hole. Nice and cleanly through the centre chicane for James. You'd expect him to be hitting that one pretty much every single time. James still not taking the wide line through the tabletops there, though. Quite surprising, really, because all of the top heats, you know, it's all literally all of the, it's probably the top 30, heats 7, 8, and 9. Those drivers, pretty much all of them, are taking that wide line over the tabletop. So it's almost corner to corner, then corner to corner again. But James has flicked himself out wide this time. Just looking for a really consistent approach to these laps. If they can get it in, consistency being the key for these buggies. So Maltese looking back, now leading us round. Kay Frenner certainly up there as well. Looks like these guys are into the 13s now. A few of them will be finishing as they cross the line from this point on. Okay, hopefully that's got rid of our wind noise there. Okay, sorry. Apparently you guys couldn't hear it anyway. It was just me that could hear the wind coming from Paul's headset up on the up on TV tower up there. Okay, so it is Mortis Lautenbach that takes that one in a 13 in a 5:19. Okay, up next will be practice heat number 6. Car number 1 of Ben Jameson in this one. We've got Daniel Kubovic in car number 2, Noah Ben Mohammed in 3, Dan Pole car number 4, car number 5, Fabian Woodmeyer, car number 6, Yasser McGall, 7 is Phil Slay, 8 Max Gottsel, 9 is Archie Bowman, and number 10, Nathan Rawls. All right, we'll see what Mr. Robin is up to after this one. Hello to all of you watching out on the feed there. Okay, so Carl Bradish says keep the Jenny fueled up. We will. We've somebody walking to the petrol station with a can right now to fill it up. I think I've actually sent Paul off to go and get a can of fuel. But we will have the Jenny fueled up, hopefully, from this point onwards. Yes, stop everyone charging the lipos all at once. Yes, very true. We will try that. Thank you very much, Jock Carlson. Doing our best to try and keep the stream as smooth as we possibly can. Sometimes it just gets a little bit out of control. So we will do our best to make sure things are smooth from this point on. So, I'll drop my pen on the floor. Okay, so heat number 6 up next. And then I believe possibly after this heat we might have either the next heat or the heat after. Certainly the next heat, Paul will be going up and we'll have a moving camera again. So we'll do this one. Apologies to anybody wanting to follow in this heat, but we'll do this one, get this one out of the way, and then we will look at having the moving camera again. And we'll probably run that through heats 1 and 2 because they didn't get a lot of action last time we had a moving camera either. Okay. So 28 seconds on the clock, and these guys will be kicking off. Looking to get the fastest possible 5-minute time in that they can. Likely to be either Ben or Eugene Galley leading us off in this one by the looks of it. It's Eugene Galley. So Eugene takes us round. I'll watch Eugene for the first couple of laps of this one. Nice and smooth. Important to get these first opening laps done as smoothly as you possibly can. A mistake in the opening lap means that you are fighting through the rest of qualifying to make that place back up to where you were. And you know that until you do, you are losing time. Eugene knows this track incredibly well. Did a huge amount of work for the prep for the Euros. Eugene's certainly making the absolute most out of that he possibly can. Sorry, it's Matt Scottsell. So Eugene, looking at the wrong heat there. Completely the wrong heat there. It's Max Gottsel. Car 8's in this one. Okay. So, yes, sorry, I read out the wrong heat there. We are actually in heat number 6. Ben Jameson's heat. Let's keep an eye on these guys then. Let's see if we can pick up Ben in car number 1. Where's he gone? Okay, so Ben just coming up to the tabletops now. Jumps over the number 4 car of Daniel Pole. Okay, so no Ben Mohammed in the number 1 spot at the moment. Max Gottsel in the 8 car. Bringing up 2nd spot. Then we've got Yasser Magal in number 3 at the moment. Ben Jameson bringing it up in the 4th spot. So Ben just coming around commentary corner now into the switchbacks. Shoots it down the main straight. There he goes. It's into the off-camber sweeper there. Pushes himself through the roller nicely. Nobody's taking too much of a risk on that one at the moment. I think there's been a few cars that have gone over there, which has caused a few problems, so they're certainly making sure they roll that one nice and safely now. Ben comes around past the commentary corner, through the switchbacks, down the main straight he goes. 23.7 fastest lap for Ben, 23.7 for Daniel Kubovic as well. 23.6 for Noah Ben Mohammed. Nobody else looking like they're breaking into the 23s at the moment. So top 4 all in the 23-second laps. Okay, I think you've got the 8 car of Max Gottsel there.
To be honest, I'm not sure.
Is that Max Gottsel or is that Ben? It's one of the two. That's the number 5. It's neither of them.
Okay.
That is Fabian Mudmeyer.
Is that not who you wanted?
No, it's fine. We'll stick with Fabian. I don't think we've had much time with him, so we'll stick with him for the next 30 seconds or so. Oh, a little bit of a roll. Okay, so over the first tabletop. Is he going to punch it to the outside? Oh, yeah, fairly wide. You can see the line starting to build up there, as I was saying yesterday. You can see the dark line on the track now where these cars are making the most out of the high traction. Everything off of that line is going to lose you time. So out the bomb hole, through the centre chicane. Tabletop number 1, round the little berm. Pushes it through tabletop 2, the little single, round commentary corner. Into the switchbacks he goes. Okay. So let's see if we can pick up the number 3 car, which is just waiting for this to come in front of me, Paul, and then I'll be able to tell you. Imagine it's one of these 4. Yeah, the first one of those 4 there. So that is Noah Ben Mohammed, our heat leader. So he just got himself past a few of the back markers there. Nicely over the roller. Too sure who that is behind him, but whoever it is certainly keeping up pretty well. That's the number 8 car of Matt Scottsall. So yeah, first and second there right together. But you can see that Noah Ben Mohammed has certainly pushed himself out into a little bit of a lead. Okay, that's that one done and dusted. We will be running on to heat 7. I've just had a quick chat with Roger Mills, who's come over for a chat with us. I think we'll get Rog in after the next couple of heats. So the next 2 heats are the top 2 heats. So, top 3 heats, sorry, next. So heat 7 up next. Car number 1 of Jamil Gabrielson. Car number 2, Pekka Ivanen. Car number 3, Alexander Landon. Car number 4 is Matt Thompson in the Schumacher. And then we've got Marcus Carup, Clement Boda, Dominic Nunn, Eugene Galley. We thought we had in the last one, or I thought we had in the last one anyway. Then we've got Matt Peters in car 9 and Tom Cockrell in car number 10. 2.5 minutes of this one to go. Let's just have a quick look on the YouTube feed. See a little of Archie. Yes, you can when he's on. I will make sure that he gets a little bit of time. Any TLR drivers in Europe for 10 scale? I know that Freddie Russell is driving a TLR this week. Profix 25 low says that BJ Williams, if there are any, they are rare. There are none in my region in Switzerland, Austria. And there you go, there's something for the TLR guys to work on. Go and get some drivers in Switzerland. Dear. Okay, so Jock Carlson says, I've no experience with AstroTurf. What tyres are they using? Now, I believe these are Schumacher Mezzos, from what I'm aware of. They will be using Schumacher cut staggers on the front wheels. All will be a controlled compound, so nobody can use anything other than the Schumacher yellow compound during this whole event. Brian Crawley says, great coverage, guys. Thank you very much, Brian. Good to see you there.
What I noticed when we had that break, we've got a slightly wider shot on the camera when it's static, and just how great the white marquees look on the top. Looks really nice.
I don't know if anybody can hear you or whether they can just hear me.
Oh, I was under the impression they can hear me.
We'll just wait for James to confirm whether they can, whether everyone can hear both of us, or whether I just sound like a madman. Excellent news. Okay, so we can all be heard, and I don't sound as mad as I thought I did.
I'm only in your head.
Okay, heat 7. Okay, so we'll follow the leader out on this one. No, it should be, I think it should be car 5, I believe. Yes, there we go. So Marcus Kerrup taking us round over the roller. And down into, a very wide line into the bomb hole there. Nice and straight through the centre chicane though. First tabletop done, around the little berm. Driver's tabletop, nicely rolled over the second one. Oh, too much coming out of the single onto the bomb hole there. Just flips it over. However, that is a pretty quick lap, so he's not really lost a lot. However, Clement Boner is taking us round, certainly with an opening lap of 23.5 in the S-Works. That's pretty impressive from Clement there. And Marcus has dropped right down into 7th spot on this, so considering he's the first guy out of the blocks, that's quite a surprise. However, if you've got everybody else to follow, usually fairly easy to put some hot laps in if you can judge your sort of braking points on the guy in front of you and where he's accelerating, or you know, any parts where the car's looking slippery, you can learn to avoid them. Okay, Paul, let's see if we can pick up car number 6 if we can, mate. That'll be the leader of this one, which is Clement Boder. We sort of yellow and greeny car. I can't imagine he's changed his paint scheme too much, old Clement.
Yep.
There we go.
So do you know much about AstroTurf?
Do I know much about AstroTurf? In what sort of way? What would you like to know?
Well, how much would it cost to lay this track?
That depends. Now, if you got used AstroTurf, free of charge. Free of charge, Paul. Because what happens is you find that football clubs, tennis clubs, etc., will be taking AstroTurf pitches down, replacing them with new AstroTurf after however many years they've been there, and then they sell on the old AstroTurf or give it away because it's costs a fortune to recycle that much plastic. So what happens is some of the RC clubs pick these up, pick up the used AstroTurf, chuck it down on the track, and it works pretty well as a racing surface. Now, if you can look at the likes of the clubs of like Southport, they use brand new AstroTurf off of the roll, and it does look like it comes like a roll of carpet. That's laid out on their track. There's no sand inlaid in it. It is just a straight AstroTurf track. And part of the reason why Southport is renowned for its high speed and uber high traction. Doesn't make it any less slippery though when it's wet, unfortunately. But thousands, you can be looking at, you know, just for a 50-metre roll, so 50 metres long, 4 metres wide, probably looking best case scenario of a couple of £1,000 UK, in UK monies.
And of course, a lot of places are replacing their AstroTurf, and I'm talking about, you know, leisure centre type things, with the 4G stuff.
Yeah.
Which is bristlier. Is that the best way of putting it?
It's a coarser
Yeah.
sort of turf, isn't it?
And will that sort of come to these sort of places, or will we stick with the
I think,
smoother?
depending on budget, you'll take whatever's given to you, really.
Yeah.
if you've got the slightly coarser stuff and it's free and you need free AstroTurf, you're going to take it pretty much. Just looking at what's happening on track there, I know we're still with Clement Boder at the moment, but Marcus Kerrup, car number 5, has got himself up into the top spot on this one. Let's see if we can pick him up as he goes past our window here. And there goes Clement, followed by Tom Cockrell just behind him. None of those ones there. That's the 7 of Faye, number 1. So it's got to be this one, I think. Yes, there you go. And number 5. So that is Marcus Kerrup, our current heat leader. Currently going around with 11 in a 4:17.95. So a little way to go. certainly on for a 13-lap pace. Let's have a quick look up at the top of the charts and see who's going to be affected by any of this. So Marcus Kerup is currently looking to go top of the pile on his predicted time, 13 in a 5.4, 13 in a 5.6 after that last lap. So yeah, there is certainly some time to be made here. But I do believe Marcus is going to take top spot after this run. So that is time up for these guys. We're just going to wait for them all to cross the line. So there you go, 13 in a 5.4 as predicted. And see how Clement comes across the line in a second. He started a little way behind Marcus anyway. Okay, so Clement Boda, 13 in a 5.12 in that one. Okay, so in comparison, in the last round, so Marcus Kerup's gone top of the pile in this one with a 13 and a 5.4. Tommy Hall TQ'd round one in a 13.56 last time. So had this been round number one, Marcus Kerup would be your current TQ man. However, he is current TQ, but we have another 2 rounds before the top drivers are done. So, next up, heat number 8. Car number 1, the Serpent of Elias Johansson. Mika Widmeyer, S-Works in car number 2. Wesley Van Helmond, Schumacher, car 3. Jorn Neumann, Schumacher in car number 4. It's then car number 5 and the X-Ray of Hubert Honigel. And then we've got Luke Holdsworth, car number 6 in the Schumacher. Paul Crompton in the X-Ray car 7. Ed Callan in the Schumacher in car 8. The Greg Williams Yokomo is car number 9. And leading us up at the back of the pack, following up at the back of the pack, is number 10, car 10 of Jesper Rasmussen, and he is driving a team associated. So thank you very much for joining us on the live stream event. You are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Control Racing and RC Racing TV. Event sponsors are Schumacher Racing Hobby Wing, Tony Sport, which I've already mentioned, of course. And we are at the fantastic Robin Hood Raceway venue, which is in the northeast of the UK, just outside Blythe in Nottinghamshire, or Yorkshire if you're up on the top of TV Tower where Paul is. So, quick advert, guys. We've got a minute and a half for this one is, so we'll see you in 30 seconds or so. And we're back. So with 40 seconds left on the clock before these guys get going. As Muzz says, the clouds have started to come over a little bit. We are looking at rain coming in for tomorrow's events. However, today we should stay nice and dry. We've got a little bit of sun creeping through now. However, the cloud cover will certainly make sure that the grip stays up on the track. You don't want it too hot. You obviously don't want it too cold or wet. So if we get a nice overcast day, you will see the fastest racing we can possibly give you. Or at least the guys out there can anyway. Okay, let's follow Paul, I think, off first. Paul Crompton. Paul is off first. So as you can see, the DNS on the right-hand side at the top of your picture will disappear as each driver crosses the line. And when that DNS disappears, that's the clock for their 5-minute run starting. So as you can see, the last one, Greg Williams, gone over now. So Greg has got 13 seconds after the end of the round to cross the line again before his timer runs out. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody out there. Okay, so we are following Paul Crompton round. Hugely fast racer from the northwest of the UK. Paul taking that nice wide line over the back tabletop there, the driver's tabletop, round commentary corner into the switchbacks. Sliding a little bit is Paul. Nice tight line through the big soft camber sweeper. Through the roller he goes. Drops himself down into the bomb hole. Little bit, just a touch squiggly coming out and into the chicane section there. So Paul Crompton, 3 in a 1:11 at the moment. I think we are going to see a few movers in this one because Jesper Rasmussen has put in a couple of blisteringly quick laps to start with. So let's have a look at what the lap times are at the moment. So most of these guys, in fact, everybody in this heat in the 23s. So we've got Paul Crompton, 23.4. We've got Wesley Van Helmond with a 23.5. Luke Holdsworth, 23.3. So some hot laps being laid down at the moment. Still nobody touching the 22.7 of Orlowski that was laid down this morning. So Jesper Rasmussen is leading us around in this one. We'll see if we can pick up the car number 10. Should be a sort of purpley looking car. Just gone under commentary corner now. In through the switchbacks, top of the straight, last of those three. There we go. So through the off-camber sweeper goes Jesper. Paul Crompton has just pipped himself back up to the top spot, so probably a couple of dodgy laps for Paul. He's got himself back on par now. But Jesper's certainly pushing to make the most out of this heat. He's looking for the absolute best time he can. Everybody here is going to be pushing to get that first 14-lapper in. We haven't seen a 14-lapper yet. Be interesting to see if we get one come up in this heat. So if I go up to the top, unlikely anybody is going to topple Paul off at the moment. He's looking to go. Yeah, I think Paul is looking to go top of the round, really. No, Paul will be second, I think, after this one, depending on how he gets on. Okay, so Jesper having a bit of a nightmare. Has certainly dropped himself down a fair bit. We've got a Marshall doing the fandango in front of me, trying to get out of the way of all the cars that are scooting past him. So Jesper caught up in a few cars at the moment there as he goes down the main straight. Nice line over the off-camber sweeper there. Nice and gently through the roller. Just catches a couple of pipes there as he goes into the bomb hole. Not lost too much time on that, but you can see the gap increasing on the car in front every time he hits one. Wide line over that driver's tabletop. Round commentary corner into the switchbacks he goes. Pushes it down the main straight. Still that gap increasing to the car in front of him. I didn't see who that was when he came around last time. So these three cars here, who have we got? The car number 5 is the one. So that is the X-Ray of Hubert Honegal in front of Jesper. Made a little bit of a gap at the moment. Okay, so Jesper's dropped right down now. Let's see if we can pick up car number 6 when that one goes past to Luke Holdsworth. 6 or 8 will do, Paul, if you can find either of them. Six underneath me now. There you go. Okay, so that is car number 6 of Luke Holdsworth. Okay, last few seconds of this one then. Certainly nobody getting into the 14s this time round. With the timer gone. Paul obviously being first car off. As soon as that timer goes, Paul's time is over. So Luke Holdsworth, car number 6, comes around and steals it from Paul. Ed Callan pushes him down. Wesley Van Helmond pushes him down as well. So 13.5 from Luke Holdsworth. Again, another TQ time if he had been in round one. It is Marcus Kirrup still up there. Incredibly close times on the clock through these guys now. So as we get these guys swapped over and the top heat out, I'll let you know who is in this top heat. Most of these guys should not need much of an introduction now. So, car number 1. Schumacher driver Ben Smith. Car number 2, Tommy Hall from Associated. Neil Cragg in car number 3. We got Michael Olaski for Schumacher in car number 4. Tyler Little, car 5 in the Schumacher. Josh Holdsworth in car 6. Car 7 is Lee Martin in the Yokomo. We've got Una Hatton, in car number 8. Bruno Coelho in car number 9. And Jamie Hall following up in car number 10. Right, Paul, I've got a wasp in here.
Okay.
And I'd like him to go away.
Right.
Oh, my God, it went for me. Okay. All right, we're
You
safe.
okay now?
Yes, we're safe. I flicked it out the door.
What, in my direction?
Hopefully. As long as it's not my direction anymore, that's fine. Okay. So these guys lining up. It's going to be Tommy Hall leading us out. So let's follow Tommy from the line. I believe it should be car number 2.
Yeah. It's getting windy up here again.
I mean, you can see the flags flapping about a fair bit, to be honest, so you can certainly tell the wind has picked up. Certainly a bit stronger than it was this morning. Not going to affect these cars too much on the flat, but when they are going over the jumps, these gusts of wind certainly will pick them up. It's not pick them up and throw them distances, but it will certainly put them off what they would normally expect the cars to do on a calm day or on an indoor track with no wind. So a minute to go. Hopefully we have all of the marshals in position. We do. So looks like things have started to darken up a little bit out there. I think we've got some patches in the cloud to work through yet before it completely clouds over. And that will be keeping the temperature of the track nice and steady for these guys. Okay, 30 seconds on the clock. So you can just poke up onto the rostrum and just see those guys before they start their Paul.
Wonder if James is going to...
Ooh, I wonder if James is going to flick up. There we go. There's your top crew. So everybody eagerly awaiting. So 10 seconds on the clock. It's the last wipe of the sweat off the hands. All right, let's get us back then. Okay, so Tommy Hall to lead us off. There we go. Okay, so Tommy's going to be pushing pretty hard. And he's got Bruno Coelho right behind him. He just wants to make sure that as he goes through, he just gets these first few laps in clean. And providing he does that, nice wide line there from Tommy. He's certainly keeping all 4 wheels on the ground so that he's got traction all of the time. He can always have drive then. Obviously, the whole time you are in the air, you're losing time because you're not being able to drive the car forwards at all. It is Orlowski that comes out with a 23.41. Jamie Hall with a 23.42. Bruno Coelho with a 23.57. Josh Holdsworth with a 23.4. So the top 3 cars separated by 0.02 of a second. Pretty tight at the top, I would have said. So it is Orlowski from Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall comes through in this one in the 10 car. We're still with Tommy Hall at the moment. Surprising what a gap has built up behind Tommy there. Bruno has dropped back behind Michael Orlowski. So Michael obviously making some moves there. Although the gap looks big. Oh, and Michael's gone over. You just saw that in the background there. So So that is going to easily put Tommy out in front now. Lee Martin is certainly going to hop himself up into second, I would have said, next time they cross the line. So let's just see what happens as Tommy crosses the line. There you go. So Tommy takes up the top. Bruno jumps himself into second for the minute. Let's see how Lee goes. Lee's now in second. Ben Smith in third. Bruno down to fourth. You can see it is really tight at the top end of the field here. Okay, let's drop back to the 7 car of Lee Martin if we can. Okay, just come in front of me there, Paul. Lovely. So Lee shoots it down the main straight. Lee Martin into the bomb hole. Through the chicane, has a little bit of a squiggle as he heads into that one. And see the line Lee takes on this tabletop. He's gone for the inside line. That's obviously a bit of a making sure the inside line's covered there. He doesn't want anybody out in front of him. So Lee Martin pushing as hard as he possibly can. He's dropped down a little bit and put himself up into second again. We'll wait for Bruno and Michael to cross the line just to see what the true reflection of these positions are. Oh dear, see Michael's dropped down. Not good for Coelho or Michael at the moment. Una Hatton's pushed himself up into third spot. Bruno bumps up into second. I don't know how he's managed to do that. Well, there you go. Lee Martin's back now. Now we're all on the same laps again. So Lee Martin currently running in second. It is literally about half a second, about 0.6 of a second between Lee and Tommy Hall at the moment. Lee's car looking really sharp out there, I must say. So as he comes through, Lee's still in that second spot. So Tommy Hall with an 8 in 3.7.5. Lee Martin with an 8 in 3.8.5. So a second between them now. That last lap eked out about 0.4 of a second. Maybe even half a second on one lap there. So whether Tommy had an absolute scorcher or Lee had an absolute nightmare. Let's see where Lee ends. There we go. So Lee's still in second. So
Lee's on his back.
Oh, Lee's over. I was looking at the timing board there. Lee's over. That is certainly going to scupper his run, at least for the next few laps. We've got a minute left on the clock. Really not a lot of time to make that back up. Neil Cragg sees himself up into fourth spot now. Whether these guys are going to affect the top 10, I don't know. Let's have a look and see on the predicted time, see if anybody up there is going to make any difference. I think Marcus Kerup's going to take TQ in this because it doesn't look like anybody's within 2 seconds of him at the moment on predicted times. However, Tommy Hall still pushing as hard as he possibly can. We are still with Lee Martin. Lee Martin has dropped down after that crash. Okay. So drop one back from Lee, and that'll be Neil Cragg. Let's just follow Neil for his last couple of laps. Okay. 10 seconds left on the clock. These guys looking to get one more in after this. Still nobody anywhere near the 14s. So unlikely we're going to see Marcus kicked off the top spot on this one. Unless Tommy can put in like a 20-second lap. I really don't think anybody's going to touch him now. So Tommy Hall finishes in a 13.54. Oh my God, 13.54.39. Marcus's time, 13.54.35. So Marcus takes it. Unless Tyler puts in a 2-second lap on his last lap. He doesn't. He doesn't get that 2-second lap. So it is. Marcus Kerup takes TQ. Tommy Hall second, Bruno Coelho third, Michael Orlowski fourth, Paul Crompton fifth, Luke Holdsworth sixth, Jamie Hall seventh. Then we've got Hubert Honecker eighth, Jorn Neumann ninth, and Noah Ben Mohammed in the 10th spot. So some shakers in that one. How was that for you, chaps?
Good for me.
Exciting, huh? So, quite unbelievably close times out there. Okay, let's have a look on the feed. Top comment I can see, Ben Dodd says, Swindon RC Off-Road Club has just laid brand new Astro and super high grip. Thank you, Ben Dodd, for letting us know that. If anybody's around the Swindon Club, make sure you drop in there and have a go on their super high grip new Astro. 30 tracks died out due to the maintenance or lack of speed. Certainly not a lack of speed. Definitely not a lack of speed on the dirt tracks. I don't think they can be pretty high grip as well. Mainly just maintenance, especially in the UK. It's a nightmare to try and look after a clay track or a proper dirt track. They do tend to fall off the edge of a cliff pretty quickly if you're not on them all the time. And even an AstroTurf track like this one takes an incredible amount of work to keep up together. So yeah, I think just lack of time rather than lack of speed, really. So James S says in the UK, yes, they have, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Still some grass tracks out there, though. There are, but they are pretty few and far between. So Brian Crawley says he goes to Sheffield and Shirebrook, and they both use grass. Crompton running in a... I'm not too sure, actually. I'll double check with Paul. I've got a funny feeling he might be. Crawley's car handle the rain being electric. Yes, the electrics aren't really affected because they're sort of sealed inside the cars. Obviously, you wouldn't want to drive them through a particularly deep puddle or anything like that. But generally, the electrics are pretty okay. Who else have we got? Shells will bunker onto the chassis to create a relatively well-sealed unit. There we go. Enox RC says hello from us again. Hello again. Okay.
I still can't get over the fact that you said that we're in Nottinghamshire, which is in the northeast of the UK. Now, as far as I'm aware, it's not even northeast of England. Northeast of the UK is like Aberdeen.
It is, yeah, sorry. Okay, look, we've gone back onto Heat 1 now. I've got 10 seconds to tell you who's in it. So it's Miklos Sabados in car 1, Jason Green car 2, Jamie Armitage car 3, Cone Middlecook car 4, Jules Revedy car 5, Christopher James in car 6, Felix Arnold car 7, Arlid Valderens, yes, is in car 8, Nina Arnold in car number 9. So who are we following around there, Paul?
First car that went away.
I think that would be car number 3 of Jamie Armitage. It is. Okay, so Jamie leading us round, hopefully, hoping to affect some TQ times here. I think we've got Roger Mills on his way in for a quick chat, which would be very nice if he can get here. So Jamie putting in a 25.5 on his opening lap. Certainly trying to push it as hard as he can by the looks of things. Clean so far. Leading us around from Jason Green. Yeah, slightly excessively wide line. Coming through the roller for Jamie there. There we go. So, okay, just drop back one car to the number 2 car of Jason Green. If you can, please, Paul. Just gone down the straight now.
Yep.
There we go. So Jason Green coming round. Drops into the bomb hole. Oh, that might have been... there we go. So the leader, Jamie Armitage. Oh, a couple of terrible mistakes there. Lost all of the lead that he had. And Jason Green comes through. So it looks like Jason Green's going to be taking us round on this one now. Does indeed. Not too sure how far Jamie's going to be dropping back. Oh, and look who has turned up to have a chat with us. It is Guru to the Stars, Roger Mills. Come and have a seat, Rog. Let me get you a thing. Oh yeah, you come that side. If we can just turn Roger up there, please, James. He's on.
Yeah.
Excellent. How you doing, Rod? You right?
I'm very well, mate. I'm very well. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Good to see you too. How's your opening part of the Euros going? Obviously, pretty spectacular with Tommy taking TQ in the first round there.
And Marcus just doing it in the second as well.
Indeed.
So, yeah, the AE boys are having a good weekend thus far.
Yeah, got some good experience here with the locals, though, the likes of Craggy and obviously James Halliwell running as associated now on the track. So plenty of experience out there for these guys to gain from the locals, certainly. Any particular changes the guys have done on the cars for this event from the warm up?
Well, I think the grip level here is quite a lot different from the warm up, from what I can gather. I wasn't able to make it, but yeah, the guys were running essentially a much more standard kind of shock package and geometry setup than they were at the warm up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and pretty much everyone's on the same now, more or less.
Anybody sort of really going outside the box with the setup that's here at this week, like I would be, obviously.
I think it's there are a couple of the European drivers who are doing something a bit different to what we would. So Alex, who's in the E8, I think, he's running a slightly unusual shock package, but it's working for him, obviously, because he was right there with Marcus until such time as he had a little bit of a...
Let me just pull you round.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so he was right. So Alex was right there with Marcus until such time as he had a little mishap, but lap times were absolutely solid, so it's working for him.
Nice.
And I think it's just, this track is evolving. It depends on where it is at the time when people make the decisions, isn't it? But
It is. So you haven't got anybody like Jamie that's trying to run a long chassis still?
No, I don't think... well, actually, no, there are a couple of people on the long chassis. I think Marcus is actually running a long
Really?
chassis. He
Okay.
was last time I spoke to him back end of yesterday. Yeah.
Okay. And obviously you can't change that, can he? Once it's been scrutineered and he's put it through.
Yeah. No, definitely not, no. So certainly last time I had his car in my hands, it was a long chassis. But
Nice. Okay. Well, there you go. Long chassis seemed to be working in that last round for sure. Yeah, it's certainly been an interesting one so far. there's been a real mix as we've gone through the heats of people being able to put the hot laps in. I mean, you look at Olowski's hot lap from this morning of 22.76. I haven't seen anybody else get into the 22 since then.
No, but that'll be partly down to the track evolution as well, isn't it? I mean, we've got quite hot, and now we've had a bit, it's a bit overcast. So,
do you think that would slow it down though?
Well, when you tend to have high heat and then it drop away, it tends to bring the sand to the surface, doesn't it? So
okay.
And I know that a couple of the guys have been saying that they're just struggling a little bit to switch the meso on for the first couple of laps. So
is that
Jamie Hall was saying that at the end of round one, he was just felt like it took 2, 3, maybe even 4 laps before the car really underneath him.
And is that just an edginess to the tyre then, or is that does the grip suddenly come up after 3, 4 laps? What's the kind of what changes after that time for them?
Very difficult to say, isn't it? I'm not driving the car myself, but
Yeah,
it's, I mean, the thought is that obviously it's new tyres with new inserts in every time, and it's kind of a settling in and just taking the edges off in line with the layout of the track. So it's just, I think, the new tyres are pretty edgy, and there is this feeling that they won't necessarily do a second run. But
really, okay. So is everybody putting new tyres on every run, front and back?
It seems to be the case that everyone's putting new rears on. Certainly, everyone I'm speaking to.
Wow.
But fronts tend to be doing a couple of runs.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, you've come out here to European Championships. It's there's only one spot higher, isn't there? Really, you're not going to sit on your wallet, are you? You're going to give it the best you've got.
That's it. You don't go to a Formula One race and expect to save cash on tyres, do you? You're going to put them on if you need them on.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's, I'd take a bit away from that, as far as the tyres concerned. But it does seem a couple of people have said that they've taken a bit of time to switch on now, whereas earlier in the day they aren't. So.
And is that just then through the associated team? Because I know obviously you're very heavily involved with the team now. Or are you hearing echoes of that through the other teams as well?
To be honest, I'm not really getting a chance to speak to that many of the other drivers. So there's, I had a bit of a chat with Nathan Rolls, obviously from running the X-Ray, and a couple of Schumacher guys. So, but I think generally speaking, I think it's fairly much the consensus that you wouldn't really chance a second run on a set of rears at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. What's the plans going into tomorrow then for everybody? Because it seems like from sort of early hours of tomorrow morning, we're going to be getting there's certainly a chance of some rain coming through. Whether we actually get the same sort of rain we had yesterday on the way up here, or whether it's just a passing shower or two, we all know how quickly this track can dry out. But are there any sort of major changes that the guys are looking at making overnight to sort of compensate for what possibly is going to come tomorrow, or is it going to be a chance it as it comes up in the morning?
Well, it was actually quite useful that we had that break in the weather yesterday, and give people a chance to get a good feel for the yellow mezzo on a wet track, because it was properly wet yesterday. And yes, it prompted a lot of debate as to what to do. It wouldn't necessarily be your go-to wet tyre, would it? But so it's a case of it really is just a case of them making the car as safe as possible. And it's not necessarily locking the rear in hard, because then you run out of front end as well. So it's all a bit of a balance. But the guys generally, I think it's just be the usual bits and pieces. The car was responding to a bit of extra toe. It was liking being a bit softer in the damping all round. Nothing particularly crazy. We were moving the link positions on the AE cars a bit just to try and slow the rotation a bit in the rear, just to try and keep them driving straight. Because the thing with the mezzo is it doesn't quite have the side bite of the tyres would normally run in the wet weather, especially in the yellow compound.
When I would have been racing at my kind of peak, it would have been darts would have been the tyre. How much difference is there between a mezzo and a dart?
Well, it's a huge difference in the way they drive. The dart was really all about side bite, so you had to carry all the speed that you wanted, in through the corner. It was a corner speed tyre, whereas the mezzo is all about drive out of the corners. It's got considerably less side bite than the dart. So it's really about carrying the speed out the second half of the corner and being able to use the drive to get you down the straight. So it becomes much more of a suited to the kind of point and squirt driver's style. Which is probably why, if you ask around the pits, the people who really like them are under 25, and the people who are less keen on them are over 45, shall we say.
Yeah, I get you. It's quite a quick succession of tyres, really, between the darts and the mezzo, isn't they? Because if you think before we had the darts come out, everybody was on the, it was mini spikes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a long time that they were about for. So it's quite a revolution to get two new sets of tyres come through in the period of time that they have.
Yeah, and exactly. We ran mini spikes for almost forever. I remember the mini spike being launched. Actually, my father was still alive, so it's pre-1990. So it was about 89 year, I think. And I remember when they came out, they were such a step forward compared to everything else. But the tyre revolution is really driven by a combination of the cars and the tracks, isn't it? So it's if you were to take some of the modern cars and put them on the sort of tracks that we raced on in the 80s and early 90s, then you wouldn't be having a fun day.
No.
So it's not surprising, but yes, it's been quite a quick changeover. I wouldn't say darts are dead. Certainly, I prefer them in the region that I race in the Midwest, and we have the option to run either in the regional series. And I pretty much always go for darts. But then you go to some tracks like Martin Owen's home track Mendip. Then the mezzo's a better tyre around there. And
Mendip's a funny one because of the amount of. Certainly what used to be the dips and sort of undulations in the track. When you're dealing with a track that's that uneven, to have a lot of side bite causes you a lot of issues. So I can understand if a mezzo is all about the drive and less about the side, you know, at a track like Mendip, you're certainly going to be on a bit of a plus with them.
Yeah, and being a slightly taller tyre as well, it means that when you get a surface that's a little bit more ripply, then the tyre, takes up a bit of that.
So it's a deeper sidewall on that. I haven't actually seen them sort of side by side, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean the main characteristics of the Mezzo is actually it's a slightly taller tyre overall. So the spikes are longer, sidewalls slightly bigger, but the actual centre of the carcass is much thinner. It's more like an American dirt tyre than what we would be used to, on sort of a dart or a mini spike. So, and there's no ribbing on the inside of it either. So it's it's really a very flexible carcass. So you pack it full of with a big foam.
Yeah.
Personally, the Rubit's Cheetah is the one that I found to be the best. But the Schumacher Tubby works quite well, as does the Crag. And I've been told the MB models foams work quite well as well. But anything that's big and chunky, basically.
So none of the sort of closed cell inserts are working on these.
I think people tried them early doors, but everyone's gone back to an open cell foam, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, but that's the main difference, really, is in the construction. So the centre section of the tread can almost kind of wrap itself around the surface, which is why it gives you more drive.
Yeah, nice.
So yeah, it's as I say, it's certainly getting the job done, and obviously it's been pretty much used everywhere all year because of the national championships decision to have it as the sole tyre.
Yeah.
For lots of good reasons. Then people have mainly been running it, and a lot of people have got everywhere really, just so they've got their car set up one way and they can drive one way.
Consistency, Rog.
It is, and absolutely. Unfortunately, not doing the nationals this year, so I'm staying with the darts.
Okay. What's the reasoning behind not doing them this year then? That must have been quite a difficult decision for you. It's a bit of a almost like home ground doing the nationals, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot's changed in life. I've got a lot of other things that require my time and consideration.
Yeah, I hear that, mate. I hear that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, similar to yourself.
You've discovered girls and alcohol as well, then, have you?
Finally, yeah. Yeah, just need the Corsa with the neons, and I'm right there, mate.
Get it done. Nice.
But so it's. I'm hoping I'll make a return to nationals next year.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Good show. Okay, nice one, mate. I really appreciate that. It's been a great event so far. I think everybody looks like they are enjoying it. Whether we still have these faces smiling and looking happy after tomorrow's rainfall, if we actually get it, who knows? But any predictions for the end of the week or end of Wednesday?
Well, I think it's going to be with Wednesday having one round of qualifying in the wet. I suspect it'll be wet. That might change things a little bit, but I think that I was asked by Tyler Little yesterday, who did a bit of a YouTube sort of roundup of people's thoughts, and I'm still fairly confident in young Tommy Hall taking it through. But it's as far as the rest of the field's concerned, then it's so open. Everybody here's just getting the job done. There doesn't seem to be any one chassis that's got a major advantage over any others, and equally there doesn't seem to be any one who's to be bad. It's just down to who can keep their head and keep calm, because it's a quite a tricky layout. This it's a proper challenge for the drivers. Everyone I've spoken to said they're really enjoying it. It's very rewarding to get it right, but my God, is it hard to do that for 5 minutes.
Yeah. They have said it's a lot more open than it was when the warm-up event was on, though.
Yeah, and that's probably why, as we said earlier, people have gone back to a bit more of a normal setup. So the warm-up layout was a bit more technical and tricky, and lots of more low-speed corners, where this is, a very flowing layout, as you say. But I mean, look at it. They've done a cracking job, haven't they? Robin Hood never disappoint the way they turn a track out.
They don't, mate.
This is one of the best I've ever seen it.
I don't think I've ever come up here and been disappointed when I pulled into those gates.
No.
I don't think you could be. And I would highly recommend it for anybody that hasn't been up here and raced. If you can get up for a club meeting or a national or a regional event, if you're one of the racers that can do those, I would highly recommend Robin Hood as somewhere that you put on your lists of clubs to race before you pack up your racing gear, like I have.
I'll never say never, mate. Never say never.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
But
We'll see.
I absolutely echo it. I mean, Robin Hood's such a great place, and even if you've got to come, significant distance to get here, you'll think it's worth it. And the facilities that they've got, under normal circumstances, then you've got the barn available for pitting. That's where our continental cousins are currently set up with their pit space. And so you've got the 2 track surfaces, the Astro and the carpet track over the 2015 dirt layout. Decent toilets, a nice little canteen. It's everything you'd want here, and James is very accommodating if you've got any requirements. If you need to camp over or whatever, you can usually come to some arrangement. But as I say, it's one of the best venues in the country without question.
Yeah, I would have said so. It's certainly on a list of tracks. If I had to race 5 tracks in the UK and I couldn't race any others at all, this would certainly be in the top 3 for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think many people would disagree with you there, Matt.
Nice. Right, Rog, I think we're actually on a bit of a break now.
Yep.
So I think what we'll do is we will go to a break and we will see you guys again. The next round of qualifying starts at about 20 to 4. That will be the last round of qualifying today. We will be starting with heat number... Okay, so what we can do is not going to be 22. They're actually going to be back in half an hour from 5 minutes ago, I've just been told in my ear. So... So what we can do, we're going to see you in half an hour from 5 minutes ago. And then we should be on for qualifying round number 3. Rog, absolutely fantastic. It really is to see you again, mate. I've loved catching up. Hopefully we can catch up again through the week.
Indeed.
But an absolute pleasure. But for now, let's go to a break.
qualifying round 3 goes off in 12 minutes. Heat 5 will be on track. Marsden will be called heat number 4. So it's over 10 minutes to the start.
drivers, we've got 5 minutes to the start of heat number 5. 5 minutes to the start of heat 5. We will need the marshals from heat 4.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are just getting everybody lined up now for the final round of qualifying at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Electric Off-Road European Championships here at Robin Hood Raceway just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. We are having this event sponsored by, as I said, Tony Sport and Schumacher Racing and Hobbywing. Obviously, this is only the final round of qualifying for today's qualifying, not over... we're round 3, aren't we?
4 rounds today.
4 rounds today. Why is round 4 on the timing sheet for tomorrow?
It was changed at a team managers meeting.
When was that changed?
12 o'clock.
At 12 o'clock. That's fantastic news. So does everybody now know, except for us, that we have 4 rounds of qualifying today, not 3?
Yeah, 4 rounds of qualifying today, mate. No worries.
Okay, that's fantastic. So, as you can all hear, joining me in the RCTV booth this afternoon, at least for the next couple of rounds, is the wonderful Aidan Burke from the Extra Lap podcast. Hi, Aidan.
Hi, mate. How the hell are you?
I'm very good. I'm very, very good, thank you. Look at this person here. We've got a Martin Owen outside the window shaking his head.
I wondered when it went dark in here.
It did. I've already called him a plus-size model today. Here he comes with the camera. Little bit of a pose. Sorry, everyone. I know this isn't really TV worthy, but hey, we've got a pose for a picture with Martin. So, how have you been getting on, mate? How are you finding the event? You're doing a bit of scrutineering and a bit of helping out and a bit of this and that and everything whilst we're up here.
Yeah, I've spent the last 2 days in Tyre Tech.
Nice. Thoroughly checking all of them, I believe.
Thoroughly checking all of them. Everybody's listening to this knows I'm a bit of a details man.
You are. I remember it well, I do.
I'm a stickler for a rule. So we've been checking that the tyres are branded, so they all came from the same batch.
Okay.
And we've been checking that they've been glued up, and the insert that's been used is a Crag insert.
So it's got to be a Crag insert.
Got to be a Crag insert supplied from the shop today.
Okay, that's very interesting. Roger Mills came in earlier and said that some of the tubby inserts were being used in tyres. Is that not the case at this one?
I would suggest not. No.
We would suggest not, Roger. We would suggest that tubby inserts are not used for this event anymore if they have been.
They would have had. I don't think they have been, because they would have had to go through scrutineering with me, and that clearly wouldn't have happened.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true indeed. But obviously everything going smoothly over there. How's the team getting on? There's a few of you. I see Stevie Bruce over there with you guys.
Stevie Bruce there. There's a guy called Mike. There's a guy called Mark. Mark from New Zealand's over.
Yes, I've seen Mark.
Nice to have the Femke guy over from all the representatives being covered.
Excellent.
And we're just sort of getting through it, customer focused.
That's the way it should be.
That's it.
That is the way it should be. How's the podcast going at the moment? You guys doing well?
We are doing okay. We're, we get by.
Yeah.
We get by. Mainly lack of choice helps a lot of people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's very easy being the biggest RC podcast in Europe if there's only 3.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And one of them only produces one show every 6.5 months.
Exactly. They're the kind of people we like to help.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Of course we'll support you, of course.
Yeah, it's fine. Not a problem. Not a problem at all.
Bless them. Bless them. That's the 300 guys. You guys need to pull out some more podcasts. We're waiting for another one to come out.
Well, I think as soon as Alex Hayward got his F1, he sort of lost interest.
Yeah, as you would, being an F1 and all that.
That's it, Big deal at CML.
So who's been your top guest since you've... who's been your top guest this year? Who's been the best guest so far of 2022?
Oh, well, we always enjoy when we get Thomas Tran on from TLR.
Okay.
We always enjoy our time with Thomas Tran. Probably one of the favorite. People like when the world superstars come on, but we like it when we get our mates on.
Yeah.
And we can have a bit of a laugh and no one really listens. And
No, I remember it well. It's always easier, I think, when you're doing the podcast with somebody you know well enough to have a bit of a laugh with. And when you've got, like, the superstars, I can remember the first time you and I had Neil Cragg come on.
Yeah.
I spent about 3 days leading up to that sweating with nervousness to make sure that we had the best show we possibly could. But it's not quite the same. You've got the guys on that you know, is it? So, no, it's all good, though. And glad to see you guys are still trudging it out there. It's a fairly thankless task a lot of the time, isn't it? It's an awful lot of work goes in. I don't think that people see, to be fair.
that's a very nice thing to say. You realise we do hardly any work and just smash it out in any way we can.
That'll do.
Hashtag lack of choice.
Yeah, that's it.
It's like you here. You're not really putting your big effort in, There's...
I'm putting a lot of effort in. I mean, an awful amount of effort in to make sure everybody is up to date with Heat 5 that is on at the moment.
I was just about to ask, how's that going?
Very good. I don't think anybody from Heat 5 realistically gets a chance to affect any of the top standings. Mortis Lautenbach, obviously son of LRP owner, is leading us around in this one. Currently 5 laps in a 2-1.
Nice.
There you go. Predicted time, probably not anywhere near the sort of top 10 is going to be, so I doubt we're going to be affecting too much here. No, I don't think so. So, like I say, who's running up behind Mortis is Ben Simpson. Then we've got Kay Frenner. We have Philip Mazinger. Have you had any of these guys on the podcast at all?
Let's go. We've had James Helliwell on.
Of course, you've had James Helliwell on. He wasn't on that long ago, was he?
No, we had him on just to chat about the things that he's been doing for Robin Hood to get ready for this Euros. That's probably it. I did speak to Tristan Hackle yesterday while doing some tyres. But he doesn't seem to be doing too well in this round. He's currently position 10th.
It happens. But, I'm pretty sure my position would be much further down than that. We've had a bit of a nightmare in front of us there. I actually think that's James Helliwell that just got a little bit bullied over the coming round commentary corner there. That is not how you make friends in RC, for sure. especially when you tip over the guy that owns the track. So Martin Owen doing his bit there, running out to pick up a couple of stranded cars.
Quick feet for a big lad.
I did say he's pretty nifty for a plus-size model, I think were my words earlier. He can't hear us, so he can't be offended until somebody plays this back to him later, which is fine.
That'll be fine. Yeah, we will. It's okay.
So 55 seconds left to go in this one. Kay Frenner's leading us round now. In the Associated, I believe, a grey car should be coming past us. Let's have a look. So just going over the first of the tabletops, back tabletop, into the little bomb hole. There we go, round commentary corner, into the switchbacks and down the main straight. Who's your favourite for the event then, Aidan? You're not allowed to say anybody but Neil Cragg, by the way.
Well, I was going to say, I did call Neil Cragg past it the other week, but I think just through muscle memory and experience and time, I think he was definitely one of the sort of the three easy picks for him, Michael and Bruno.
Bruno's an interesting one because Bruno hates off-road.
He doesn't enjoy off-road.
Yeah, maybe hate was a strong word there.
You know, after the European Championships he's had in the Hoodie Arena, I'm sure he likes off-road a lot more now.
Yeah, I just any time I've spoken to Bruno about racing off-road, his passion is the on-road side of things, and I think more the noisy, smelly off-road side, on-road side of things. So I think he'd much rather prefer a nitro on-road car than an electric off-road.
Yeah, well, he doesn't do much spannering himself. He's got a big team around him. Martin's here all the time, Martin Bayer, looking after him. Actually, when I left Tyre Tech, Bruno was there, gluing up his mezzos for the next few runs.
Okay. How do you find the mezzos then? Because obviously the mezzos came in, I spoke to Roger Mills a little while ago, mezzos came in after I started living under a rock for a few years. So how are you finding the change to mezzos? Because like I said to Rog, mini spikes were around for a very long time. Then darts came out and revolutionised everything, kind of. And then in quite short succession, the mezzos came out. So what kind of effect has this had on the clubs? Obviously, you have quite a lot to do with the Southcourt club still. How's the general feel up there with these tyres coming out?
I'm a big fan. I really am a big fan. They just seem to work better for longer. You know, even you can remember the days of 2-run darts at a club day, and that mezzo just gets rid of that. They just last longer. As in, are you getting 3 runs now? Oh, I'll do a whole day. I'll do a whole club day on a set of rears. Now, Southport, that's probably now about 6 or 7 runs during the day.
Wow, okay, that's pretty good. And you're not finding a big drop-off in your times or anything like that?
No, that's not at Southport, at home on a club day. Definitely not. I think, speaking to some of the guys, why we've seen a lot of people come in for more Tyre Tech today is because maybe the sand and the conditions today, they are losing straight away. But generally, now as a club tyre, are brilliant. And now they came onto nationals, which means they come onto regionals because the fast guys don't want to run anything else other than mezzo.
Yeah. I mean, it's, if you can get a whole day out of them for a club race, you're not doing too bad, I don't think. Whether they're still at this level competitive after a couple of runs, I guess is down to the top guys to be sort of deciding. But it's Roger Mills, when he came in, I think he said people were literally throwing a set on a run at this event. Certainly on the back, not on the front.
Well, it depends. I think all the quick guys here are on a set of run. It's the Euros, especially for the UK guys. They don't. I always say it's like free tyres for this event. They're going to take them home and run them for the next 4 club days and next 4 regionals.
Yeah.
You'd think some of the comments that were on Facebook, not that I'm a big fan of Facebook, as everybody knows, that were pushed towards our BRCA 10 section, and especially the Emperor of Everything, Martin Owen.
A lot of it is his fault, to be fair.
It is, but everyone's happier. No one needs to take 14 sets of tyres to a national. You just need to take 7.
Yeah, just the 7.
Yeah, but at least you take the 7 that you use. You don't just take 7 just in case they work.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Martin Owen is actually hanging around at the back of the booth here. That's why Aidan has gone coy and called him the Emperor of everything.
Because I'm a very good boy.
He is very good. We have Heat 6 going out now. Do you want to read some names out, Aidan, of Heat 6?
Is this Heat 6? This one here?
The one with practice 6 on it, yes.
Well, car number 1's Ben Jemison, Daniel Kovacic. Ben Mohammed looked quick in the last round.
Mm-hmm.
Did really well.
Yep.
I don't know who that fella is. Yassir from Slough.
Yes, that's
really
correct.
quick with his Yokomo. Phil Slay, getting a bit old. Had some issues running in with Nathan Rawls. The old guys being slow at the back. And then Max Gotzel, big fan of Max Gotzel.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot of racing now for the X-Ray team. Archie Bowman, kind of a local.
Mm-hmm.
And Nathan Rawls, car 10.
Yeah, I think we all know Nathan. Came in for a chat early doors with us yesterday. I'll tell you what I will ask you. What car is this guy driving in two-wheel drive?
As far as I'm aware, but I'm not 100% sure, I could check, I think he's driving an Associated B6.4.
Okay.
He does tend to run an X-Ray in four-wheel drive, and he got his first national win at Boughton with an X-Ray in four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
But I think, though I haven't checked today, he would run a B6.4.
Okay.
We'll find out when he comes around. We'll be able to pick that up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Be interesting to see if he does. Who's he driving for now, then?
We are talking about Paul Crompton.
Yes, we are.
He has a model shop of his own, Inside Line, so he drives for Inside Line.
Oh, I see. This is where my confusion was coming in, you see. This is where my confusion was going in. I did think he was an X-Ray driver, to be fair. So apologies to everybody out there that I've been saying Paul's been driving an X-Ray. He's actually smashing it with an associated two-wheel drive by the sounds of things. So we will correct that from this point on, and I will change my sheet from what it did say to what it should say. Yes, there's my pen. Okay, so who have we got leading us out in this one, Aidan? I think it is Noah Ben Mohammed.
That's the quick young French X-Ray driver, followed by Kubiovic and Gotzel.
Yeah, Max Gotzel putting down some hot laps at the moment. 23.72, 23.77 is the next fastest lap to Max's, which is Noah Ben Mohammed. So Max certainly laying down some hot laps at the moment and is not doing him too many favours, stuck down there in 7th spot in this heat. A little bit of a difficult one there because he jumps up at this point when he crosses the line because he's crossing the line in front of a few other people. There we go. Chaps up on the driver's stand there. So, who have you got planned to come on the podcast next week then, after the event? Are you going to try and get Tommy Hall on for us for the post-winning interview?
Well, we'll see who wins. We'll see who wins, and hopefully they speak really good English.
Yes.
That's another job for Tyre Tech. Just speak to all the Europeans and see if they understand my dulcet Scouse tones.
There you go. I did have a chat with Craig Dresser earlier on, just obviously after Tommy took that first round TQ. And I think what Craig is kind of banking on is that some of the more experienced drivers will come through later in the proceedings. Whereas Tommy is, a very, very fast youngster. What he has in speed, he kind of lacks in a little bit of overall experience out on the track there when you compare him to someone like Neil Cragg. Although, currently giving Neil a bit of a spanking at the moment.
Yeah. I think both the Halls have maturity beyond their age.
Definitely.
Both of them are great lads, work hard, don't seem to get too fret up after a bad run, just take it all on their chins. And Tommy's done really well. He took the first round, Corrupt took the second. It's all on now, mate, for the next 2 rounds of qualifying today.
It is.
This one and the one after.
The next 2 rounds today. Yes, the next 2 today.
I hope you haven't booked. You didn't change your dinner booking, did you?
Well, do you know what? Yesterday, I got back to the hotel, which has a KFC adjoining it. And you know my history with KFCs and RC events.
You love a KFC.
And I thought to myself, I'll get a quick KFC when I get back. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, what happened was the KFC shut at 6 o'clock,
Oh, okay.
which I didn't realise until I got to the front door of the KFC. So I had 3 McDonald's yesterday, breakfast, dinner and tea.
Oh, the full hit.
You did, yes. So, just so that everybody is aware, behind us here we have just had the brand new, or what looks like a brand new power generator turn up. So that should be seeing us through the rest of the event without any further power cuts. And that is heat 6 done and dusted. Looks like Noah Ben Mohammed has taken this one in a 13.56. So a 13.56, where will this put him?
Is that a 22.98? His best lap?
13.56 there. Uh, 22.99 best lap.
That's probably the second sub-23 lap we've seen in qualifying.
Yeah, Orlowski put 22.76 is the quickest one we've seen today. Okay, so that is heat 6 done. Heat 7 coming up next. And in heat 7, you'll notice these guys will be coming out on track shortly, just to get their warm-up lap in before we swap the marshals over. Whilst they're doing that, I will let you know that car 1 is the Schumacher of Jamil Gabrielson. Car 2, Schumacher of Pekko Ivonen. Then we've got car 3, the Associated of Alexander Landon. Matt Thompson brings in car 4 with his Schumacher. Car 5 is Marcus Kerup in the Associated. Clement Boda in car 6 in the S-Works. And that was a change I didn't realise before the event. I thought Clement was Associated. So when I saw it was S-Works, I was pretty shocked about that, to be fair. Dom Nunn, running an AE two-wheel drive. Eugene Galley running an Associated two-wheel drive. The X-Ray of Matt Peters is car 9. And your Tabby Worlds finalist Tom Cockrell in the Schumacher bringing up car number 10. So I'm not sure at what point we're going to have a moving camera on these guys. I'll just try and cast my eye out of the window to see Paul. Just going on heat 7 now. Okie dokie, minute and 28 left to go before these ones kick off, so they will just get their warm-up laps in. So how different is this now to your podcast? Easier, harder?
This, I'm really concentrating on the words that I'm using. If you could have a little post-it note that just puts there and says, don't swear, that would be important. I'm just channeling that. I think that Julie Hall's going to listen to all of this. So if I just think Julie Hall's going to listen to everything, we should be fine. But looking to see Marcus start off here and see if he can take another round of qualifying.
It'll be an interesting one from this far back, actually. You don't often see somebody 2 heats down from the top go into a TQ run. So I guess this is all part of the evolution of the track as we go through the day. Looks like car 5 of Marcus Kerup, obviously, is going to be going off first in this one. So we've got Paul up on the camera. Hi, welcome back, Paul. Hey, there he is. Okay, so 14 seconds on the clock, and we will have these guys off and running. We'll keep a fairly close eye on the timings. Can you see that one okay from there?
Oh, no. It's too dark.
Yeah, I know. I have to do that. Then you got the same issue with me, as if you take your glasses off, you can't see what's out there then.
Yeah, okay. People will just figure out the time. Let's just see if we can... Marcus was straight up onto 2 wheels, but put it back down again.
Okay, there you go. So we're on Marcus now. Into the bomb wall he goes. Punches it out through the chicane. Nice straight line through there. Over the first tabletop, see what sort of line he takes over this one. He's gone for the inside. I think that was probably a mistake as he's thrown it out to the outside for the rest of the corner. Through the switchbacks, punches it down the straight again. Lovely line through the off-camber sweeper there. He went maybe a little touch wide compared to where he'd want to be. However, 23.88 opening lap is pretty sharp at this end of the field. Only Clement Boda in the S-Works doing a 23.96 after that.
He's out there once again. Marcus Carroll.
Tom Cockrell looks like he's had a bit of a nightmare opening lap on this one. So Marcus Carroll now round for his second lap. So there we go, pushing himself. Let's see if he gets this line out wide. There you go. So that's what I was talking about earlier. You see the top drivers are all pushing the wide line through the second tabletop as they come past the driver's stand. All seem to be drifting out, and you'll notice that the earlier heats go more sort of into the inner track. The later heats, I say the right-hand side because that's what I'm looking at. It's actually the very left-hand side of the track as the driver's driving it. But they all come really wide out through the... so you see they'll all push sort of diagonal across it as they come over. And you'll notice that with pretty much all of the top drivers at this event, they've all taken that line. And as we kind of go back down through, the more everybody starts to move over onto the inside of the track. Okay, looks like Marcus had a little bit of a fumble there. That could have dropped him down into second behind Clement. But we'll see as these two cross the line on the next time round. I'm not sure with that mistake whether he's actually going to be able to affect any sort of TQs, but he has got an absolutely fantastic line over the off-camber sweeper there. Oh! Sees a car upside down on the corner. Marshall obviously has to go for the car that went over first. Unfortunately, that's dropped him. That's likely going to drop him right back. We're going to have to wait for the next round to come round. See if we can pick up car number 7 of Dom Nunn in a minute as he comes past. There's 3. One of those ones. It is still Dom Nunn is out there in front. So we're just waiting for the car number 7 to come past us.
It's a grey one, is it?
There we go. Over the jumps now. Paul's already picked him up. Past commentary corner. Through the switchbacks he goes. It's Dom Nunn. Lovely line through the off-camber sweeper there. Makes it over the roller nice and clean. So Alexander Landon now bumped himself up into the top spot. It's only 0.13 of a second between Dom and Alexander. Oh, and Dom Nunn, terrible, terrible tumble as he comes out of the driver's tabletop. That's certainly going to drop him back off the top spot, as it has. So you can see now Dom Nunn has dropped back into 5th in this one. Oh, no, he's bumped himself back up to the top spot again. That must have been a particularly good crash that he had there and didn't lose a huge amount of time. I thought you would have dropped right down the standings after that one. So Dom Nunn leads us round 8 in a 3:10 at the moment. Alexander Landon, 8 in a 3:10. So these guys incredibly close on the scoreboard, although they're not really together on the track from what I can see. I'll have a look for car number 3 when it comes around, see if we can give Alexander a bit of love. Okay, there's 5. There goes Tom Cockrell past us. There we go, the orange one there. Lovely. So that is car number 3 of Alexander Landon. Now, as he goes past the timing loop at the bottom of the straight, Alexander pumps himself up into the top spot, 10 in a 3:58.2 at the moment. Nobody else doing 10 in a sub 4-minute time. So should he be able to keep it on his wheels all the way through the rest of this? We're looking at Alexander Landon taking the top spot so far. Over the roller he goes. Drops himself into the bomb hole. Nice straight line through the chicane there, over the first of the tabletops. Around the little berm, hits over the driver's tabletop. Nice sort of wideish line going through the commentary corner. Brings himself through the switchbacks, punches down the main straight. Let's see where he ends up after this one. Back on top again, 12 in a 4:46. Okay, so time is now over. This is a run to the line. We'll see how these guys end up after this heat. So Alexander Landon pushes it down for a 13 in 5:10. So considering we've had 13s in 5:4s as TQ times in the last couple of rounds, fairly unlikely that we're going to get anything done on this one as far as a TQ time is concerned, unless everybody in the next two heats has an absolute horror of a round. Which
It did look like a pretty messy heat there. There's the people flying off everywhere.
it did. It did. Unfortunately, I think everybody in that heat needed to be marshalled at some point, which is obviously a huge hold-up. Everybody knows fastest way around the track is on your wheels. And unfortunately, in that heat, I think it gets to the point in the day where you start to push a little bit too hard.
Maybe Marcus just took the next round, the last round, thought I'll push, take some chances. It's what we'd do.
Exactly. But I'd be doing that from round one.
We would from round one in heat one, car 9.
Get that early score in.
Get an early score in.
Get a TQ in round one. Everybody's got the fear then, haven't they?
And pray for a rain assist.
Okay, so Heat 8 on its way. These guys are going to be doing their warm-up laps shortly. And in Heat 8, we have...
Well, I could see from the thing, we've got a Callan, we've got a Holdsworth. Oh, no, best read them.
Best read them with numbers.
Car 1 is Elias Johnson, driving the Serpent. Car 2 is Misha Vidwire's S-Works. Car 3 is Wesley Van Helmond with his Schumacher. 4 is Jorn Neumann. 5, Hoopo, driving an X-Ray. 6, Luke Holdsworth. 7, Southport's very own Paul Crompton. 8, Ed Callan. 9, Greg Williams. And 10, Jesper Rasmussen.
Okay, so just to explain, as we go through each round, the positions for your starting order in your heat will not change unless you've got a faster time than the round before or faster times than the people you didn't beat in the round before.
Okay.
There you go.
That was very clear.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad it was clear. I've been trying to explain qualifying as we go through. Aidan Burke, seasoned racer here, has no idea and is completely confused about qualifying now.
Yeah, you take it a bit seriously here. I don't know why all the rules are here, but who's starting off first?
I think it's going to be Crompton off first.
Okay. I'm just looking to see whether it's an X-ray or...
Yeah, it will be the 7 at the front, followed by car 6 of Luke Holdsworth. So follow Paul off for a couple of laps there. Paul and Paul. Considerable amount of time before this one kicks off, actually. We've got another 40 seconds yet.
Well, I don't know. Well, I think Paul, only a couple of weeks ago won his first national in four-wheel drive in the UK. He does a lot of work. He supports his shop. He is constantly at the racetrack. He has driven for Schumacher and X-Ray and other people, but just seems to feel quite happy, not by himself, with his good friends who look after him for inside line, and he's enjoying in racing.
Less pressure.
Yeah, I think most of the pressure he gets, he puts on himself.
Always has done, though. I mean, Paul's not a new racer. Paul's been racing for a long time, certainly longer than I was racing for. But I think he's always kind of done that. I think he's always felt a bit of that pressure himself, which is a shame because he's a blisteringly quick driver.
Yeah, he's a really nice lad.
He is indeed. Okay, so Paul brings us round then. We'll see what these opening laps bring us. Into the bomb hole he goes. Punches it through the chicane. Nice straight line through there. Not too much of a squiggle on the entrance to it. Jumps over the driver's tabletop. Nice wide line through there.
Yeah, it was a wide line.
And bangs it down the main straight. So opening lap of a 23.6. An absolute flyer for Paul. But Luke Holdsworth, a 23.4 on his opening lap. Who else have we got? Jorn Neumann, 23.45. Lots of 23s in the opening laps in this one. So we've got Jorn, Luke, Wesley, Paul, Mika Widmeyer, Greg Williams and Elias Johansson all in the 23s on their opening laps. So the difference between this one and the last heat, obviously you can see these cars starting to stretch their legs a little bit now. They're all going to be pushing as hard as they can to try and get that TQ time. They know that it hasn't gone, or it's unlikely to have gone or been taken by the heat before them like it was in the round previous.
And these two cars at the front of this, well, now Jorn jumps into two, but Paul and Luke are really good friends. They travel to most of the races together. So I think they'll be working together to try and get a good score.
What about Josh then? Obviously, Josh is with Luke as well. Does he come with Paul as well, or is he still with the family?
He tends to travel more with his granddad, who's Eddie, who's the one who looks after him. Luke is the older one, so I think it's just easier to travel with Paul. But they are always together, always working hard. They're sat next to each other in the pits in the Great British pitting tent.
A nice line there around there for Paul Crompton. Okay, so let's see if we can pick up the number 3 car of Wesley Van Helmond. Just coming onto the straight now, Paul. Bottom of the straight, greeny car, white wheels over the off-camber sweeper.
Now, Wesley had a really tough day on Monday due to the fact that he was racing in Belgium on Sunday.
Okay.
And then drove from Belgium, then got the 1 o'clock in the morning ferry.
Wow.
Then drove from Dover all the way up to sunny Doncaster.
Wow. That is dedication for you, isn't it?
He looked terrible yesterday.
Did everybody think he was Alan O'Brien yesterday?
He does look a bit like Alan O'Brien, doesn't he?
Sorry, Alan. Sorry, and Wesley. Okay, we are with Wesley Van Helmond still. Wesley's actually managed to drop himself down and see how he gets on as he crosses the line. So it is Jorm from Paul back to Wesley now. Let's see if we've got any predicted times up here. Let me have a quick look. Okay, so Paul Crompton looking at a 13 in 5.7. So if Paul can do that, likelihood is he's going to take the top spot so far in this one. TQ the round with 1 heat to go. And there we go. See, all change. All change. Wesley Van Helmond up at the top spot now. Car certainly looks like he's got plenty of punch coming out of the corners for Wesley.
Yeah, always Wesley, fully punched.
Travels with Cone Middle Coupe, I believe.
Yes, he did. They both came on the ferry. They both looked terrible.
Okay.
Jorn, who's also in this race, made the more sensible decision and flew.
Right, as you would.
But then, unfortunately, got picked up by me at the airport.
Yes, I heard.
And then we had to come over the mountain in the dark.
Nice. Okay, so Wesley dropped himself down into second. It's very, very tight on the times at the moment. So Jorn Neumann, a 10 in 3:56.57. Wesley, a 10 in 3:56.89. So really, really tight. 0.3 of a second between them. And over the 10 laps, that's pretty tight, or 11 laps, pretty tight on the times there. So Luke Holdsworth up into second now. Not sure where Jorn's dropped down to.
Just made a little mistake.
Nightmare for Jorn there. He's not going to be happy with that one. At least there's another round of qualifying to go today. Wesley not quite as wide on that one. I think the wide line is to try and flatten out that second single hump as they come out of the driver's tabletop. So 4 seconds left on the clock. I say that as it jumps to 7 seconds overtime. Not sure how that happened, but hey, this will be the last lap for these guys. So as Wesley comes around, we will see if he's managed to hang on to the top spot all the way through. Luke has finished. Wesley comes down, he does take the top spot. So 13 in a 5.79. I think as things stand,
none of them look happy on the rostrum. None of them have got big smiles.
Surprised to see Paul Crompton at the bottom of that heat there, after the run he had at the very start. So Wesley Van Helmond with a 13.57, Luke Holdsworth with a 13.58, and Alex Johansson with a 13.59, Hubert Honegel 13.510. So not much between the top 4 in this heat. All of them looking to make some effect on the current standings, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, we should be seeing Wesley Van Helmond jump up into TQ spot for this one.
Are we just waiting for the computer to update?
I'm not too sure. Yeah, because Wesley isn't actually appearing. He's down here, so 13.59 it says Wesley got on the timing screen, whereas on the other timing screen it says 13.57. So unsure which one is the correct one on this.
So this is Heat 9.
This will be Heat 9.
On the warm-up laps. So car 1 is Schumacher's Ben Smith. Car 2, Associated's Tommy Hall. Car 3, Legends, Neil Cragg, Associated. 4, Michael Olowski driving his Schumacher LD2. Car 5, Tyler Little, also with the Schumacher LD2. Josh, another Schumacher driver, Josh Holdsworth. 7 is Lee Martin driving his Yokomo. 8, Una Hatton with his Associated B6.4. 9, Bruno Coelho with his XB222, I'm assuming. And car 10, Jamie Hall with his Associated RZ10 B6.4.
So whilst we've got a couple of minutes, we'll just have a quick look on the YouTube feed. Craig Gibson says, "Hi Aidan, how are you doing?"
I'm okay, Gibbo. Thanks for asking.
There you go. John Farrington says, "Cheers, James. It was good to see everybody. You're not sure what I've missed there, but I missed something for sure." Gups, that's commentator's curse for Tommy. It is. Always, mate. Always commentator's curse with that sort of thing. Mark Burton Young says, "Ooh, tank slapper." Probably missed out on that one whilst it was happening. Brian Preddy says, "Paul's running a B6.3/4.
Preddy would know.
So Jimbo R5 Turbo says, "Aidan won't mention Southport less than 100 times on commentary, surely."
I think I've done quite well.
You have done incredibly.
It's not as sunny here as it is in sunny Southport.
No, no, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Who else have we got here? So, Robin Hood make a bid for IFMAR Worlds next year. I'll be honest with you. As much as I think the team here are more than capable of holding a Worlds at this track and venue, I don't know whether James would want to put in the work next year for that one.
Well, next year, due to the way the choices are made, the 10th Worlds will be in America.
Oh, there you go. So no, BJ
Nope.
Williams, unfortunately, he won't be putting in for it. I think it's 2 rounds out of the 5 that are counting Christopher, sorry. It's 2 out of 5, isn't it, to count on this one? Aidan says yes.
No, it didn't. I don't know. Anyway, they're off and running.
They are off and running. So, Paul, who are we going to follow on this one? You up there? He is up there. Okay, let's see if we can pick out Tommy Hall, car number 2. So we've just had Craigie go round in front of us there. Paul's on it already. So Tommy Hall drops himself into the bomb hole, pushes himself through the chicane, over the first tabletop, round the little berm, punches over the driver's tabletop, really wide line there, keeps the drive on the wheels, through the switchbacks, and flies down the main straight. Now, with an opening lap of 23-4, Neil Cragg took top spot in that one. So he's actually put himself back into second now after that, or third. Now Lee Martin's put in a scorcher of a lap on the last one. We'll just pop the timing back up on this one now. So Tommy Hall going down the main straight. Goes down, still leading this one out at the moment. We'll see as everybody else goes over the line. Bruno Coelho, Michael Orlowski into second. Cragg jumps up into third spot now. Lee Martin into the fourth. Ben Smith just takes the fourth spot off of Lee Martin. Okay, so let's stick with Tommy for a minute.
His car looks really settled and smooth as it goes around there. It doesn't look like he's pushing it too hard. It looks quite straightforward.
Yeah. Yeah. The one thing I picked up this morning on the associated cars, they all looked a little bit bouncy going over the off-camber sweeper there, and that seems to have really settled down as the day's gone on. So I don't know if anybody's made any changes, but they certainly look a lot more settled now. Maybe a touch softer on the rear of that car, as it says a little bit of a squirm coming out the corner onto the main straight.
I did pick some bits up in tyre tech that they were talking about the thickness of their pistons.
Okay.
The thickness of their pistons.
Yeah.
How oil can go quicker through a 1.5 mil thick piston than it can through a 2 mil. I don't know whether they were just winding me up, but that's what they were saying.
Okay.
Thinner pistons.
I would believe it because I don't know.
less shearing forces
Okay.
through the whole. I'm like, you're taking the mick here.
Okay, Neil Cragg just over the lines in second spot now. So let's see if we can pick up Craggy just about to drop into the bomb hole, fires himself out through the centre chicane. Over the first of the tabletops, round the little berm. Nice wide line over this one. He comes through. Past commentary corner there, fires round through into the switchbacks. And Quelo right on the back of Craggy there, really pushing as hard as he can to try and get past, get that little bit of space. But even with that amount of space in between them, Cragg is not going to yield this one. Not unless Bruno is right up underneath his spoiler there. And I don't think he's going to be giving him that chance. Craggy's pushing as hard as he possibly can. Dropped himself down into fourth at the moment. Lee Martin and Ben Smith have just crept in front of him. We'll see how the ground lies this time round as he crosses the line. So Craggy into second. Let's see if everybody else with these 8 lappers comes through. Ben Smith and Lee Martin have pushed him down again. So if we can find the number 1 car of Ben Smith for the last minute and a half. Let's have a look and see where we are out on track with Ben. So there's Cragg and Coelho, Lee Martin. There you go. So just behind Lee Martin coming through the switchbacks, green and white car there. Thank you, Paul. So this is Ben Smith.
It's looking good. Great family unit, the Smiths. Simon helps all of the Schumacher family out. Always there.
Lovely line through the chicane for Ben there. So right up on the tail of Lee Martin now. It's be disheartening for these older guys to have the young guns coming through and pushing them as hard as they are. I expect they've been waiting a number of years for the competition to hot up for Lee and the likes of Neil, especially in the BRCA Championship. So it must be nice to have the fresh competition out there. But these guys really pushing them now. Ben absolutely all over the back of Lee. Surprised that he's not quite there. Can't quite make the move yet. So there's no need for Lee to move at the moment. Lost a little bit of drive through the switchbacks, did Ben, at that point. He still kept himself into second spot. Lee Martin has dropped down a little bit. Neil Cragg now in third. Michael Orlowski into the fourth spot in this one. It's 15 seconds left on the race clock.
And I'm just still watching Ben and Lee. I'm wondering why the ref's not getting Lee out the way.
There's too much of a gap between them. There's no need.
Oh, keep forgetting these guys are good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not me and you, are they, mate? Ben Smith's just not going to... Lee's just not going to throw the yankers on at the end of the corner, is he? And Ben Smith's just going to pile into the side of him. I keep forgetting we're at the Euros and we're not, Jimbo, at Southport.
That's very true, mate. Very true. Very true. Thankfully as well.
Thankfully, we're not at Southport.
Okay, so we are into finishing times now. Tommy Hall absolutely smashes it with a 13 in a 5.3. Fastest time we have seen so far. Tommy Hall takes his second TQ of the day. One more, and I think he's pretty much sewn this one up. I don't think anybody else can touch him if he takes one more TQ.
I think all the kids, you asked before this started, who do we think was going to be here? We talked about Michael, we talked about Cragger, we talked about Bruno, and it seems to be the Hall Smith Corrupt show.
It is. It is a little bit. It certainly is. These guys are going to be coming past the rostrum shortly. There goes the world-famous briefcase. There he is. I didn't know if we were still allowed to call you briefcase or not. I did say I'd ask, but I have been doing it all day.
I don't think anyone asked even 5 years ago. So, just being relevant.
You look a lot older now, William. So the grey hair and things like that.
I know. Life's getting in the way. Learning it the hard way.
That's the best way to learn it, mate. You don't learn anything the easy way.
Nah, never. Although you always want to, but that logic never happens.
Oh dear. How are you getting on out there, Will?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm just trying to find some more pace, to be honest. But it's an easy 5-minute car, which is good. So
Good stuff, mate. Good stuff.
Not too shabby.
So we've just done the top heat, which is that one, and we will be now on to heat 1 again.
Oh, heat 1. Car 1. Miklos Sabados with his Schumacher. Next on to car 2, Jason Green, Princess. On to car 3, Jamie Armitage with his Associated. We spoke about him before, having a really long car journey, is Kern Middlecoop.
Indeed.
With his Schumacher. I'm also not sure what car Jules Riverdi drives. Maybe we should have a little look at that. Chris James is car 6 with his Yokomo. Felix Arnold's car 7. Arild, one of the Norwegians I have to pick up and take to the track every day, is driving his Yokomo's car 8. And car 9 is Nina Arnold.
Super duper, mate. Couldn't have done that better myself.
There we go. Not the hardest job reading from a list. It's much harder to try and talk while you watch the telly.
You wait until you get the really long names to say.
I'll just call him my mate.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes they just get their first name called, and that's it.
Okay. So I think Jamie Armitage has been the class of this heat for the other 2 rounds.
Car number 3, isn't that?
Car 3, that sort of greeny brown associated. But I'm going to say, like, my great mate is car 1, Miklos. So, can the cameraman hear us?
Paul, are you still up there?
No, I'll just have to commentate for Miklos.
Go on, you commentate for Miklos if you want. Keep an eye on him.
That's okay. He's looking at us now. He looks concerned. They look at them on the rostrum. They look like.
Can we flick onto the rostrum cam for a couple of secs?
Oh, I keep forgetting that they can't.
There you go.
That's very tricky, isn't it? Trying to talk about what's on the telly rather than what you can see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's okay. That's why I do a podcast.
That's all right. You've just got to remember, the people at home can't see that. They can only see that bit.
Which sometimes, due to the fact neither of us are fully clothed, is a good thing.
Yes,
it's quite hot in this box.
Very true. Very true.
Oh, mistake from Jamie straight away.
Is he over?
No, a bit of a champion's roll on the post. I think he gets away with it. Certainly costs him some time.
Well, at this point, you've still got a big gap back to Jason Green in the number 2 car. Comes past us there.
And there's Miklos into those switchbacks and just going on that straight there.
Oh, nightmare in front of us. The car 8 of Arlid Valderensis is over. She looks like he's got an associate there. Is that the one we were looking for?
Arlid is, I think he's got a yoke.
Oh, okay. Very, very similar between all of the cars at the moment. Shells, chassis shapes, very, very similar out there. So it is pretty difficult unless you can see the stickers or you are a super dedicated racer to be able to pick these cars apart.
And the only information I've got about Arlid is the Norwegians decide to fly to Heathrow, then spend an hour on the underground to get another train, and then have trained up here with all their Ogio bags.
Wow.
They're in some sort of Airbnb.
Okay, cool.
Because we're so far away out in the sticks here, they can't get a taxi. So that's why I picked them up this morning.
Nice. I do like an Airbnb.
Yeah.
Okay, Jamie Armitage is leading us around in this one. 3 in a 117 so far. 3 in a 117 sounds a bit like he's had a terrible, terrible accident.
I think it's close. It's quite close between Jamie and Jason. I think Miklos is just a bit too far behind. He said he's struggling with his car.
In what way?
He can't explain it to me. He doesn't know why. Sometimes it's got too much steering, too much. Sometimes it's got no rear grip. He's gone from ball diff to geared diff. He's gone from 10k 4 gears to 7k 2 gears. I just think some people just don't like to blame the car rather than just the 3 times they hit a pipe.
Now, you've raced at Robin Hood easily as many times as I've raced on this track. And I'm sure you know through Opel events here or other events that you've done.
I was at the Euros warm-up. That was terrible.
I brought up the F final of the Euros warm-up.
That's it, yeah.
But you'll know yourself from those previous events, it is such a changeable track. And even in conditions like this, like Roger Mills said, that cloud cover comes over, the sun comes out, heats the track up for 5 minutes, cools it down for the next 5 minutes. You're driving on a completely different track to the heat before you. So it is a very mixed surface to get yourself used to. Hence why some of these drivers put in an absolutely blistering one round. The next round they come out, the track is slightly different. The car's set up the same, doesn't quite react as they're expecting it to. However, most of these guys can drive through that sort of thing. As we switch back onto the track, we look and see Jamie Armitage still leading us round from Jason Green. Miklos, Aidan's mate, has bumped himself up into third spot with Cone at Middle Coupe just behind. Not much in it between Cone and Miklos, to be honest. At the front, it has stretched out a bit between Jason and Jamie. You're talking about, 7 seconds, 3 seconds on the clock between them now. That, in terms of space, if you're on the straight, is probably 3 times the length of the straight in space. So quite a way ahead at this point. We'll catch him as he comes past the commentary box.
Jamie's just going in the bomb hole now.
Oh, okay. Okay, that would have been quite a wait for him to come round.
And the Princess is now just going in the bomb hole.
Yeah. So on a tight, twisty section of the track where you would bunch up, that's still quite a gap between them. So Jamie hits the top of the straight now. I'll wait for Jason to come round. Jason Green hits the top of the straight now. So a big gap between these two. They were right next to each other at the very start. But that gap is slowly increasing lap after lap at the moment. Whether Jason's car has just fallen off a little bit or whether Jamie has just found a small turn of speed. He's actually caught up in the middle of a little group of cars now. Can't actually see who's just in front of him, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, I don't think it's going to cause him really any issues unless we get a crash in front of him. However, that seems to have just happened. He's got past one of the back markers there. Wow, that was a risky line to take from the chicane up to the first tabletop. I thought he was going to come a cropper on the pipe, but he didn't. So we are now 7 seconds over time. These guys will be pushing to the line. Jamie literally throws everything at it and tips it over the end of the main straight there. Gets himself down for a 12 in a 5.6. So that is heat 1. Almost done. Jason Green. Princess manages to keep himself in second spot there, followed up by Jules Revedy. Miklos Sabados, Cone Middle Coupe, he's bumped himself up into third just on that last lap. Chris James does finish, thankfully. But certainly nobody in this heat that's going to be affecting any of the standings later on.
No, I think these are the guys who've just come for a good weekend.
This would be my heat.
Yeah.
Actually, I might be in the next heat.
No, I don't know.
Oh no, Freddie Russell's in that heat. He's much quicker than me.
Yeah. How many times have you ever beaten Jason Green?
Exactly.
Have you ever beaten Jason Green?
I don't think
Have you ever got behind Jason Green and gone lapping Princess?
I wish that had happened to me.
Yeah. So that's where we know we would be in heat -2.
Yeah, that's probably where we'd be, if not further down than that, to be fair.
So these are the guys for Heat 2.
It is Heat 2.
Car 1, it's Lucas with an Associated. Car 2 is David. Car 3 is that Martin Hadley? Have you written Schumacher for Martin Hadley?
That's what he's down on the sheet as.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't.
I think he's got an Associated this weekend, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he's driving like a yellow Associated. But there's Martin Hadley, is car 3. Car 4 is the always great Scott Follington. Car 5, Sven Ruddig himself, Rude Dog, the big man. 6, Sebastian Lander with an Associated. 7, the always factory fresh, Freddie Russell. 8, can't remember that fella's name. And 9 is Daniel Gross.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. So on the feed here, Mark Cox says he feels like listening to us. I think he's gone back about 5 years in his life, which is understandable. I think it was about 5 years ago.
It was 5 years, boss. It was.
Wow. Look what we created since then.
Better podcasts. Other people doing better podcasts.
Doing better podcasts than we did.
People listen to us and went, we need content. We just need better content than this.
So Craig Gibson says he's pretty sure that Bruno's car has got an active diff. Watch his car with the camera. Chris Oxley says, has any of Aidan's staff made changes to his car today? Now, I don't think he's actually got his car today, so I don't think there's going to be many changes being made to it. Have you?
No, I have not brought my car with me today.
See, I would have brought if I had one, I would have brought one just to have got sneaky lapping at the end of the day.
Or like in the middle of the day and just watch the EFRA people's heads explode.
Dam Stack says, come on, Tyler Little. Darren Windsor says, hi, Aidan, miss you.
Which Darren was that?
Darren Windsor.
Oh, well, we kind of missed Darren. He seems to have disappeared a bit, you know.
Alan Cuthbertson, good luck, Tyler. Oliver Natras says, hello, wish I could be there, as would we, sir. Mike Emery, please, I beseech you, concentrate on your direction, on your diction, whenever you mention the bomb hole. We do. Unfortunately, bomb hole and the other thing it sounds like sounds very similar. There's not a lot I can do about it, but I do make a considered effort to make sure it is a bomb hole.
I just never mention it.
How old is Noah Ben Mohammed? Asks Raceway 1.
Raceway 1, first of all, William White should know.
He should know.
I would think he would be like 11 or 12. As a guess.
Okay.
I haven't seen his papers.
Beza90 says he is associated. Okay. Millsy Boy, obviously Chris Mills from over in Wales, says go Martin. Raceway 1, Mark Barton Young, he's in France, I believe. Martin was running associated at Mendip Opel. He was, so I believe he is associated here. We will change. Why don't you update that to AE on the sheet there, Aidan, whilst you're there? Oliver Natra says, hello guys, wish I could be there, looks fun. There you go, Noah is 13. I'm going to jump off that screen now and come back to the timing screen so we can see what's happening. There you have your drivers up on the stand there. Okay, so let's pick up who have we got coming past us now. The car number 1, Aidan, which is...
Lucas
Didier, and is associated. There he goes, down the main straight. Takes the off-camber sweeper very nicely. I think a little bit of a cropper and came wide at the end of it, but that may have been just the speed he was carrying through the whole corner there.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to loosen his slipper a touch.
Is it popping up at the front?
Yeah, popping up at the front. One of the first things I always look at. Slipper settings.
Okay, let's have a look as he punches it out of the straight. Well...
No, he's made me look like a total fool live on YouTube.
There you go. There you go. That's how it happens for all of us.
That's how it happens now. That's fine. I keep forgetting people can see this.
Yeah, this is the thing. And it's the worst one is when you call out a car that's in the next heat, as it being in this heat.
That would be great, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that today already. Sorry about that, everyone. But anyway, we move on.
Also, the second ref's turned up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's second reffing?
David, I believe his name is. But, well, again, I keep pointing at things that are not on the television. But he's come over from Germany to give the world's best ref, John Cockle, a bit of a break between rounds.
Excellent. He needs it. John does an outstanding job up there, and he stands there pretty much all day. So it is a thankless job to be stood up there, laying down the law. And
David was at the Hoodie Worlds. He was the second ref for the Hoodie Worlds as well.
Is there a chap with a cap on?
Yeah.
Right hand? Yeah, I think I recognise him from the world.
There we go. I think he's German. I think his name's David. I can't even try his surname. Okay. But anyway, how's this going? Lucas is still winning.
Yes, just in front of Freddie Russell. Not much in it between those two. We'll see when Freddie crosses the line again. So Lucas in a doing 7 in a 2:59. Freddie Russell in a 7.3 dead, same as David Karadak. 7 in a 3 dead.
Look at CJ there, poised for action.
Always poised. So what was the? I thought because you'd be out there listening to the guys on the speakers. What was the deal with drivers not being allowed to wear their high vis up on the rostrum?
Oh, I was actually listening to you talk about that. I had to do some work, right? So I had to drive off and do a Zoom meeting. Sorry, people, there is some event RC racing going on, and I think you were right. It's to do with the bugs.
Is it?
It is. So even if you don't wear a vest, if the fella next to you is wearing a vest, you just get swarmed with bugs.
Yeah, and it's those tiny little beetles.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, quite mean. Quite mean.
I don't think they bite. They're just irritating, really. So still leading us out is Lucas Didier in this one. 9 in a 3:51. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be affecting anything too high up the standings with these heats at the moment. However, they are pushing as hard as they possibly can. 31 seconds left on this one. There's CJ. Freddie Russell on the left of the rostrum there, not far left, but certainly on the left-hand side. We'll see if we can get Freddie in at some point for a chat. Oh, nightmare at the start of the straight. Marshall straight on it, though. That's one of my worst places to marshal here. Is that row going down the straight?
Oh, 0.8, no, 8, 9, 10, yeah. They weren't. I had to do some standing marshalling. And yeah, they weren't great. That's actually Harold, our Norwegian friend.
Okay, nice. Okay, so that is finishing times for these guys. Daniel Gross has already finished. Lucas Didier puts in a 12 in a 5.8. Oh, David Karadek just pulls in a 12 in a 5.77 to take the top spot in this one. So just waiting for the last few of these cars to come round. There we go. Last one over the line, being, I believe, Chris Bowden. Chris Bowden, of course, 50% of the Grid Talk podcast with Russ Lee.
I think Russ is coming tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he is, yeah.
I think we'll see a lot more people here tomorrow, a lot more spectators with being two-wheel drive finals day. I'm not sure exactly what the forecast is. Is it
rain?
Oh, is it rain?
From 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, rain.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll show you. You keep talking.
Okay. Well, I could tell people who's in the next round if I knew which one it is. Is it 3 next?
It would be. Yeah, it will be 3 next.
Okay. It's associated. Car 1 is associated Peter Stein. Car 2 is another associated from Cedric Didier. Car 3 is Schumacher, and I think the fastest Scotsman here, David Scott. There's a lot. Okay.
So all right today. All right today. Chance of rain at 6. Oh, and it's gone from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm looking at Friday.
Oh, okay. Look at the right screen. That's what you're supposed to do. Oh.
There you go, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that's a bit of rain.
And then tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a 50% chance it might not rain. So we're back onto associated Andrew Wesson's car 4. Car 5 is Adrian Sogn. No. Number 6 is Yokes Nat Williams. 7 is Jesus. 8 is Labez, and 9 is Remy Bertrand.
Very good, very good. Adrian Sognesund.
I'm glad you said that.
That's what I've been saying all day. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But that is what he is called at this event for sure. So they are lining up now. I think we're going to be seeing the car number 3 of David Scott go off first in this one by the looks of things. He's certainly put himself up on the line at the front there. So just trying to explain earlier on, Aidan, that this is where the guys line up. Anything past that line, up to the yellow line, will incur a warning. And then up past the yellow line, if they try and start from there, I believe is a penalty.
Oh, right. Okay. Right.
From what I believe on these events.
I'm sure the new stand-in ref has got it all sorted, David. There he is at the right-hand side of the rostrum.
Okay, so just to let you know, you are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships at Robin Hood Raceway, just outside of Blythe in North... where are we?
Nottinghamshire.
Nottingham, not Northamptonshire, in Nottinghamshire, of course we are. Sponsored by Schumacher Racing, Hobby Wing, and of course Tony Sport, as I mentioned before. We are RC Racing TV and Control Sport, and we are bringing you this event live as you see it today. 16 seconds on the clock for heat number 3 to be kicking off. As I say, we're looking at David Scott, I believe, in the number 3 car to be kicking us out of this one in about 2 seconds' time.
I think he's the person who's travelled the furthest without flying or getting on a boat. He's like Highlands of Scotland.
He didn't go off first. It was Andrew Wesson that went off first.
He's travelled the least distance. He lives round the corner.
other than James.
He might actually live closer than James. The farm's that big.
Okay, so Andrew Wesson takes us round from David Scott. I think he's had a little bit of an issue there because David Scott's right up behind him. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get called through on the next. He's just let him go there.
Yeah, Andrew's a good lad.
So out the bomb hole they come. Super line through that one. Certainly could increase the gap straight away just out of one corner. Nice wide line through the tabletops into the switchbacks.
And David Scott being, of course, the fastest Scotsman.
Here, yes.
Fastest Scotsman. No other Scotsman near him.
What about Alan?
Oh, Alan's leagues behind him now.
Really?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Wow. I thought Alan was good. Maybe
No.
he's gone downhill in the
Well,
last few years.
he was going to be here.
Maybe he should have been here.
Well,
Maybe he should have been here. But it is still David Scott out there after 3 laps. Wow, so Adrian Sognesand has brought himself up to the number 2 spot. In behind him is Rennie Bertrand. Andrew Wesson has dropped right down. Oh, no, he's pumped himself up again, but we'll see when the others cross the line. It's a bit of a bit deceiving at the start when we get the first few cars go over. We need everybody to be on 4 laps to see exactly where we are. So, okay, Andrew Wesson has managed to keep himself in 3rd spot now after a bit of a dodgy lap a couple of laps ago. David Scott still leads us round, though, in the 3 car.
he's just heading towards the bomb hole there. And out David comes. Are you calling that chicane?
Yeah.
Goes kind of little into the bomb hole.
I think that's the key of staying wide on the last sort of the driver's tabletop there, is so that you don't have that full dip into the bomb hole to do. You've got the you kind of skirt around the edge of it.
Yeah, yeah. And again, this is heat 3 of a Euros, but most of these guys would be middle pack in a national.
Yeah.
These
If
are
not
really,
higher.
yeah, these are really good drivers, but the standard here.
Yeah, it's not such a big gap here, is it? So where you've got such a high standard of racing all the way through each of these heats, where you'd find in a national or in a regional event, the standard between heat 1 and heat 10 is a country mile between them. But here it's a much smaller gap. Competition obviously that much tighter. And you can see that from the times on the board. So top 2 in this one, 7 in a 2:57 and a 7 in a 2:58. Cedric Didier, 7 in a 2:58. You know, these guys are lapping virtually lap for lap with each other. So David Scott still at the front, 8 in a 3:22. Cedric Didier, 8 in a 3:23. Adrian Sognesand, 8 in a 3:22. Really nothing between these guys. Now on the track, they are not together at all, but on the timing boards, all of these guys are really, really close. If it was the finals race, you would be seeing them nose to tail with each other. But during qualifying, of course, they are all racing on their own clock. So nobody's racing each other at the moment. They're just trying to put their fastest 5-minute time in.
The racing I've been watching today, I don't know whether it's the ref or just the sort of levels of etiquette we see at the Euros. No one seems to have gotten anyone's way. They've been, I don't know whether they've been called out the way or just knew there was a faster car behind them.
I think I've only heard probably 2 cars get called through that I've taken notice of and actually kind of can remember hearing through. But otherwise, the driving standards have been exceptional.
David Scott just goes in front of us now. Through that switchback. Just about to go onto that straight.
Because he's got a lot of power in that car, wheeling all the way down the straight. See, this is the one. Oh, there you go. See, kicked out over the roller on that little bit of sand. The wide line there, not doing him any favours at all. So through the chicane, up onto the first tabletop goes David. Past commentary corner, into the switchbacks again. Fires it down the main straight. There he goes. So David now finishes with a 12 in a 5-1. He'll be absolutely devastated. 1.8 seconds away from getting that 13th lap in. And I do believe that is a bit of a critical point, those 13 laps, for really getting yourself up there in the top section of qualifying for this event.
Yeah, I think RC racing's all about getting the extra lap.
Oh,
Ba-dum.
very good.
Thank you
Very,
much.
very good.
Thank you.
It certainly is, though. Do you think we're going to see a 14? What we 3.5, 4 seconds off of a 14 lapper. Is there 3.5 seconds worth of time over 5 minutes for the top guys to make up?
As I do that thing that you're not supposed to do and look out the window and tell people what I see, but as I look out the window and tell people what I see, it does look a bit overcast. It does look, the temperature is dropping. I think that gives some drivers the ability to go faster. The sand will just go away.
This was my thought. See, now Roger Mills, when he came in, said that when the cloud cover comes over, it brings the sand out and makes the track reduce in grip. From my understanding of it, when the cloud cover comes over, you almost lose that extra heat in the track, which brings all the dust out and brings everything to the top. So everything kind of compacts down. Tyres are a little bit harder. They get that little bit more drive out of a corner. I think we're pretty touch and go on times here.
Well, and also, we're the people with the microphones, not Roger Mills.
Very true. So what we're going to do now, we're just going to go into a very quick ad break before this next round. See you in about 30 seconds. Okay, and we're back. So Aidan's going to stick with us for this one last heat. There's obviously Martin Owens in this one, so he wants to call him out as much as he possibly can. Who else is in this heat other than Martin Owen, though, Aidan?
Yeah, in Heat 4, car 1 is William Venables. We spoke to him maybe a few minutes ago. Car 2 is Dylan McBurney he's from Northern Ireland, I think, driving a Schumacher. Number 3 is Carlos Marsden. Probably the quickest Kyosho driver we got here today. Car 4, Will Callan, driving a Schumacher. Car 5 is Schumacher's Martin Owen. Car 6 is Christian, driving a Schumacher. Car 7 is Daniel Ortiz, he drives a Schumacher. I put that down. Car 8 is Noah Kaufman, driving an Associated. And car 9 is Bastian, driving a Schumacher. That is definitely a Schumacher.
So how do you say Daniel's name there?
Daniel Ortiz.
Yes, it is. That's how I say it.
That's how you say Daniel Ortiz. It's what on Facebook. It's what it is on Facebook.
Is it?
It is on Facebook. Just Daniel Ortiz.
I wonder where the extra names have come from then.
EFRA efficiency.
That makes sense. Okay, so we've got a very Jorn Neumann-looking car in this one. Are we going to follow Martin Owen?
That's Martin there down the straight, isn't it?
No, William's gone off. Martin Owen, car 5, should have just gone off now. Into the bomb hole.
Oh,
That's through the chicane. I think that's car 5, isn't it?
yeah, that is. Yep, that's Martin right in
Oh,
front
no,
of us
there you
now.
go. Yeah, there we go.
On that switch back and just about to go onto the start straight now.
There you go. So down the straight he goes. First lap for Martin of a 25.6.
I was speaking to the Emperor of Everything before. He's really enjoying his Euros. Really enjoying it. He said it's like a holiday. After looking after nationals for so long this year.
Yeah, said a similar sort of thing to me, to be fair. He loves these events because he can come and just race rather than come and look after things, which is always a nice thing to be able to do. Okay, can't see where Martin is at the moment. Is he just going in the bomb hole there in that little gaggle of 3 cars?
Yeah, that's briefcase in front of him. Oh no, someone else has just taken him.
Is that Bastion? Car 9, is it? No, it's car 7. So that is car 7 of Daniel Ortiz. Just gone past Martin Owen there. We've made quite a gap on Martin, to be fair, at that point. Martin a bit low on the old off-camber sweeper there. Probably lost a little bit of time coming around that one. You can see the sand building up on that lower edge of it. So you really need to be tight on that top line for the off-camber sweeper at the bottom of the straight. So there comes Martin. Car looking a little bit squirrely, letting a few people pass, though. Always the gentleman on the track, Martin Owen.
I think he's done really well.
So do you ever look at Carl Marsden's car and I think it's a Unihattan? Other than the speed difference, of course. But looks-wise...
Yeah, I can see where that comes from. They do look very similar. You know, I think they said on the commentary before that, you know, the last time Carl Marsden was at a Euros, it was 1998. I think that's when the RB6 was designed. Not many updates from Kyosho in 10th.
No, not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. But then it's a good car. So, you know, I think when you settled, aren't you? So where is Martin Owen at the moment? Martin Owen has dropped down into 7th spot in this one. I thought that was Martin coming over the tabletops then, but it's not. It's actually Briefcase going around the switchbacks now. Had a little bit of a messy time going over the tabletops then.
Yeah, I also thought that was Martin Owen, but then I saw him send it over the thing. It's definitely not Martin.
No, I don't think Martin wants to repair. Martin pulled off. Martin has pulled off. Yeah, I thought there might have been something up with his car. He has. It's over there by the driver's stand. It did look a little bit squirmy, to be fair, knowing what Martin's normally like with his cars. Don't expect it to see like that, so maybe he's got a bit of a problem with the car there. However, it is Will Callan out in front of this one with an 8 in a 3:14 currently. Will Callan, obviously a quick driver out there, so we're probably looking at starting at this point. Maybe not affect the sort of top heats, but certainly this mid-pack is going to be a big difference made with these guys.
Yeah, I think Will's recently moved to Schumacher. Him and his brother, Will and Ed Callan. And they've adapted really well. This used to be their local track, but then they decided to move 2 hours away.
Okay.
Just before the Euros. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah. Okay, who's that yellow? Who's the number 8 car there? So the number 8 car of Noah Kaufman looks like it's absolutely flying at the moment. I wouldn't say that from the scoreboards. Oh, mind you, he's in 3rd spot in this one, but when you look at it going round, he is actually pretty planted. I would say that he's had a little bit of a squirmy time coming out the centre chicane there, going over to the driver's tabletop and round commentator's corner now. Into the switchbacks he goes. Yeah, it does look pretty settled there, I must admit. Associated Cars certainly looking a lot more settled than they were early doors in this competition. So how does it feel knowing that you probably caused Martin Owen's pull-off there by commentating on him for one last round?
I feel really good. I feel really positive. I'm happy with my life choices.
Good.
I'm not happy with my really sweaty ears.
No, it's an interesting feeling. You do get used to it, though.
Don't think so.
Oh, you wouldn't have these for the podcast. Have you still got your in-ear ones?
Yeah. All very janky.
Nice.
Again, I think I remember trying to use these headphones at the podcast and then going, ooh.
Yeah.
So do you have a special ear cleaning routine?
Yes, I use my fingers.
Ooh. But most importantly, I think that round is now finished. And Carlos.
Carl Marsden takes it. 13 in a 5:17.
That's Carlos as he walks up with that red hoodie, talking to Will Callan, who was second.
0.1 of a second between them, mind.
And about 30 years.
And about 30
And
years.
about 30
There you go. That's what you get. 0.1 of a second in 30 years.
That's it. You get that.
30 years of experience.
Mate, thanks very much, mate. I'm going to go back to Tyre Tech. Thank you very
Absolute
much for your
pleasure.
time.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Very
mate.
much for
Well,
joining us.
we don't need to shake hands because no one can see us because they're watching the...
We'll have a little hug then.
Thank you very much, man. Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's swap headphones before we go. I'm joking, of course. Aidan's looking at me like I actually want to put his sweaty headphones on. There we go. There we go. So that was Aidan Burke of the Extra Lap podcast joining us for a little bit there. Thank you very much to Aidan. Always a pleasure. Or a curse, whichever way you want to look at it. So, Heat 5 on the way. No, not Heat 5 on the way. That is the end of the round. We're probably going to have a little bit of a gap now until the next one. So let's have a look. I have not got the times for Q4. So what I will do is I will hope that either the wonderful James or Paul will scamper off to race control, and I said hopefully one of the lovely James or Paul will scamper off to race control and find out when the next qualifying heat is starting. That would be qualifying round 4. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, we have this information. Right. Okay. Nine. Okay, so 5 o'clock, we will have the next heat on the line. Looking to finish this last heat probably around 20 past 6-ish today from what I've been told. Obviously, you guys can't hear everything that's being said between me and Paul. Maybe I should be muting my mic a little bit more on those conversations. So apologies if it sounded like a very one-sided conversation there. Yes, so 5 o'clock we've been told will be the next round going on. Just to double check, and this is going to be, oh, that's Q5. Okay, so Q4, 5 o'clock, and we're going to be starting with heat number 1, 2, 3, 7. Lovely. Okay. So 3 minutes to go. Well, 2.5 minutes to go before we get the next round underway. Paul Bateman will be joining us on camera shortly for the at least the next 3 rounds. Okay.
Okay, so we're rapidly approaching 5 o'clock. And the start of heat number 7, qualifying round 4. We need marshals from heat number 6. I'm just going to step outside so I can see how many are there.
Okay then, so still the time to beat for TQ today is a 13 in a 5.4. 13 and a 5.435 actually. So 4.3 seconds to be found to get that extra lap in.
So can we have Heat 6 out to Marshall, please. Heat number 7 coming up on track.
Yeah, so 13 and a 5. 4:35.
Might voice a little bit of a rest. Keep it for finals day for you all tomorrow.
Okay then, so as Paul makes his way up to the top of TV Tower, we will be looking at getting Heat 7 kicking off first. Obviously we start in a different order because we are round by round qualifying, and it's nice to make sure that everybody has even time on the track. So we start with a different heat as each round goes by. So round 4 of qualifying, qualifying heat number 7. Car 1, Schumacher of Jamil Gabrielson. Paco Ivanen in car number 2 in the Schumacher. There you got Alexander Landon in the Associated, Matt Thompson in the Schumacher. We've got the AE of Marcus Kerup in car 5, Clement Boda in the S-Works in car 6, Dom Nunn car 7. He's running an AE two-wheel drive. Eugene Galley, AE again. X-Ray of Matt Peters in car 9, and Tom Cockrell in the Schumacher car 10. So these guys just bring it round onto their warm-up laps now. Dan Osborne says, impressive from Noah, certainly was. How did British Case do in that last round? Pretty well. Yeah, pretty well. Is Juna on a final? At the moment, I'm not sure if he is. I'm actually not sure if he is at the moment. Sorry, my Siri's kicking off there in the background. So, yeah, not too sure if he is going to be in the A final or not. Where can you see the results? If you go to the Robin Hood Raceway Facebook page, there is a link to live results.
Can you hear me?
Ryan Clark says, hi, Aidan. A little bit late for me to see that. Sorry about that. Jimbo says, has Aidan become John Virgo? He has not. He has not, unfortunately. So Nick C says, watch your tongue, Aidan. What's happened to the Emperor? Says Callum Mitchell. Yes, yeah, have to have a look on the results page. Get those ones up. 24th at the moment for Juna. Okay, so we're now kicking off round 4 of qualifying. This is heat number 7. Leading us off in this one is Marcus Kerup. 1 TQ under his belt already. He's going to be pushing as hard as he can to make sure he tries to secure another TQ before the end of today. Remember, one more TQ round for Tommy Hall, and he will TQ the two-wheel drive portion of this event. Okay, but we are following Marcus Kerup at the moment. Alexander Landon's just popped himself into the top spot in this one, though. So Marcus comes through the centre section of the track there, through the chicane over the first of the tabletops, past the driver's top. Round commentary corner he goes into the switchbacks. Fires it down the main straight to see where he ends up after this one. Puts himself back into the top spot, only 3 laps down there, so a long, long way to go in this one. Alexander Landon has not got an answer this time round, stays in 2nd spot. Okay, so there's like about half a second between it on that last lap as they went through. So Kerup through now, 4 and a 1:32. Oh, it's a terrible tumble on the off-camber sweeper. That's going to let Alexander Landon close right in. There was literally half a second between them. But on this lap round, so 4 and a 1:32, 4 and a 1:33.9. So it was a 1.5 gap. We'll see what that has gone down to as they come through this next lap now. So Marcus on his way down the main straight, goes across the timing loop. 5 in a 1:57.52. Landon still right there with him. 5 in a 1:57.58. So Paco Ivanen not far behind. But it is between Kerup and Landon for this one. So Kerup coming down the main straight now, 1:57.52 for 5 laps. So he's on a 2:21 for his 6th. We'll just see where Alexander Landon ends up. 6 in a 2:22. So 1 second between them. So Kerup's seriously got some pace in that car at the moment. He is pushing about half a second a lap out on 2nd place. Although I do think Alexander Landon's had a bit of a nightmare there. He seems to have dropped himself right down the order. We weren't watching that one. We'll keep an eye on car number 2 now. See if we can drop onto car 2. If I can see it come past me here. 7, so... 5 and 9 just went past there. I guess we've got to be one of these now. There you go, the green one there. That is car 2 of Pekko Ivonen. So a second between Pekko and Carup now. Not a lot in it. I know that seems like a big gap on the track. However, one crash could make all the difference here. Carup on an 8 in a 3.7. Now on a 9 in a 3.30. That must have been a quick lap, that last one for Carup then. 23.57, 23.54 from Ivonen. 23.15 and a 23.08. We're seeing some absolutely scorching times in this heat. We're still with Pekko at the moment, though, pushing as hard as he possibly can. We'll see how he's going to affect the time as he goes over the line. Crosses the line there, 10. He's still way back. So it's a second between them. He is holding that pace, though. The gap has not increased at all. He's certainly staying level with Marcus at the moment. So we'll see how they get on these next 3 rounds. Marcus should be coming across the line shortly. There you go, 11, 4.18. So we'll see what happens when Pekko drops past the line now. Over the loop he goes. So 11.4. There you go. It is still a second between them. These guys are lapping virtually at exactly the same pace. So last laps for Marcus was a 23.23. Last laps for Pekko was a 23.24. Literally lapping at exactly the same pace, these two. So Marcus now, these guys, still about a second. Just creeping down, maybe slightly. So Pekko maybe just eating in by a couple of thousandths into Marcus's lead. However, time is up. So when they cross the line this time, all on this one. Can he make a second up in the last few corners? Pretty unlikely, to be fair. So Pekko drops himself into second, but we have seen Carup do a 13 in a 5.485. Now, on what we've seen previously, that's a TQ time right there. So we're short of somebody else coming in with some real scorcher laps on the next sort of couple of heats. I'm not sure anybody else is really going to be able to touch that too well. We will see, though. We will see. The day is still young as far as this is concerned. Another 2 heats to go, so Heat 8 will be up next. So, Heat 8. We have car number 1, Serpent of Elias Johansson. Mika Widmeyer in car number 2 in the S-Works. Wesley Van Helmond in the Schumacher. Jorn Neumann in the Schumacher. That's cars 3 and 4, respectively. We've got Hubert Honegal in car 5 in the X-Ray. Luke Holdsworth in the Schumacher in car 6. Car 7 is the Associated of Paul Crompton. There we go. We got that one right eventually. Ed Callan brings us up at car 8 in the Schumacher. Greg Williams is using his Yokomo in car number 9. And Jesper Rasmussen in the Associated in car number 10. So that just leaves me 2.5 minutes to tell you before this one starts that you are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric European Championships, brought to you by Robin Hood Raceway, Schumacher Racewing and Hobbywing. We are, like I say, in Robin Hood Raceway just outside of Blyth in the UK, in the north east, in the lovely county of Nottinghamshire.
Still not in the northeast.
Hey.
Did you miss me?
Are you actually back now?
Or am I just in your ears?
You
don't know,
to
do
me?
you?
Making me look like a madman.
No, I'm hoping the world can hear me as well.
Yeah, so am I.
I didn't do something. So during that last one, I didn't do something right on the sound desk. So I might have said something that the rest of the world could hear, and I couldn't, and you couldn't.
Oh,
but don't worry. This is Heat 8, right?
This is Heat 8, sir. Yes, it is indeed. So we've just seen Marcus Carup putting an absolutely scorcher of a time in. So 13 and a 5.4, Paul. Pekka Ivanen, 13 and a 5.5.
Are we going to get this elusive 14?
Aidan Burke doesn't think so.
It's getting cooler as well now. Does that affect speed?
I would have said, if anything, these guys are getting slightly quicker with the cooling down of the track.
Right. Well, it's pretty clouded all over now.
Yeah, I think the overcast nature of the weather now is going to only improve things. We've only got this one and the next heat for the two top heats, so this would be the penultimate heat. Obviously, we've got heats 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to come after the top heats have done, and then we are, of course, finished for the day today.
Which is going to make tomorrow quite a short day, is it?
It depends if they have a bigger gap, I suppose, in between the qualifying and finals.
There is a large gap, yes, because there's also the practice final.
There is a practice final, yes. Okay, so these guys are off. I think that's Paul Crompton taking us through. However, we have given Paul plenty of love, so let's drop back a few cars. See if we can pick up the car 5 of Hubert Honegal.
I think it's the one that's upside down.
Oh, dear.
But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, no, I'm right.
Yeah, you were right. So there we go. We'll follow Hubert now. So there we go. Hubert Honegal taking us down over the off-camber sweeper through the roller. Drops down into the bomb hole. Over the first tabletop, past the driver's tabletop, nice and wide over the little single. Pushes himself through commentary corner into the switchbacks. So Hubert Honegal 2 and a 50. So 2:25 second laps there. That equates out to obviously not where you want to be at this point. So likelihood is probably not going to affect anybody up in that top 10 with times from this one. I would be surprised if Crompton, Wesley Van Helband and Luke Holdsworth don't do something about the top 10 though. Your Neumann not having the best of runs in this one so far. So I'm just trying to keep an eye out for Ed Callan as he goes past.
He's upside down.
He's upside down. Is it just I say their name and they just go upside down, Paul? Is this what's happening now?
It's every time you look away from the screen.
Okay, so are you on car 8 now?
No, it was car 5. Car 8.
Car 8 of Ed Callan is the one we want. The 3's gone past me there. There's the 6.
There we go.
There we go. The pinky car there of Ed Callan. Shoots himself down the straight. There you go. Ed Callan currently running around in 4th at the moment. At a 6 in a 2:22. About 3 seconds off the pace from Wesley at the moment. Really tight, the top 4. Really, really tight. Oh, we had a car over in front of us here. Oh, Marshall gets hit. Oh, he's left the car that went over first. Scandal. Oh, dear. You'd be pretty upset by that one. I think you can see by the body language of the car that's gone over. It's the number 1 car of Elias Johansson in the Serpent. Absolutely devastated by that one. Marshall was running over to pick his car up. Another car hit him in the foot, and he switched over to pick up the car that hit him before he got the one that was already over. Unfortunately, bit of a nightmare situation as a Marshall there. So I think we're still on the number 8 car of Ed Callan. Minute and 23 to go on this one.
3, 6 and 8 are the top 3. On the scale, the target
So looks like Paul Crompton's had a nightmare and dropped himself down now. Ed Callan up into the 3 spot. So it's Luke from Wesley from Ed. Jorn Neumann in the 4 spot in the 4 car. Okay, so 1 back from Ed is Jorn. Let's see if we can pick him up. There you go, Jorn down the main straight. Lovely line through the off-camber sweeper there. Certainly can't count Jorn out even at this late stage of the game. More than capable of pulling out some absolutely blistering laps. Oh, Jorn's had a nightmare. Absolute nightmare tumble just in front of commentator's corner here. Lost an awful lot of time there. Really popped him back down. Paul Crompton's gone back up in front of him. Last 15 seconds of this one, Paul. Oh, Norman's over again. That is this one over. Certainly this one over for Jorn anyway. He'll be disappointed with that one. 1 more round to go, Jorn, to get your times in. All right, really good time in. So the AstroTurf at Robin Hood proving difficult even for the very top of the top. Yeah, see, the car looking a real squirmy as it comes out the corners. It's really leaning from one side to the other. Wobbly. So Jorn finishes in a 13.5.13. However, we have 2 that have affected the top. So Luke Holdsworth in a 15.5.3, Wesley Van Helmond in a 15.5.36. So Luke Holdsworth, current TQ man for this round. There we go, confirmed by the voice of Muzz. Impressive from Luke there. He's going to be absolutely over the moon with that one and absolutely laid the gauntlet down for the top heat there. So, top heat up next. What an absolute blistering round for Luke there. Really, really impressive there to pull that through at the end. 13.5.3, super impressive time. So warm-up laps coming in now. This is your top heat of 2-wheel drive, heat number 9.
Heat 9 coming up next.
Already said that, Muzz, actually. But hey-ho. So, car number 1 in heat 9, Ben Smith. And we've got current TQ holder, or at least current, at the moment, TQ holder is Tommy Hall. Neil Cragg car number 3, Michael Orlowski's car 4, Tyler Little car 5, Josh Holdsworth car 6, Lee Martin 7, Una Hatton is 8, Bruno Coelho is car number 9, and Jamie Hall bringing up the rear of the pack in car number 10. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll follow Tommy Hall for the first few laps, Paul.
Okie dokie.
I know we've followed Tommy Hall before with these current TQs, so we do want to make sure that we're going to get these at least these first few laps in nice and clear for Tommy. And then we'll have a little bit of a switch about and jump to some other drivers as things happen in the heat. Minute and 10 to go before this one kicks off. You are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships brought to you by Schumacher Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. We are at the fantastic Robin Hood Raceway venue, just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. There you go. Was that better for you, Paul?
It was indeed.
Good.
I like that. Well done.
Good. I'm hoping I'm going to get a couple of gold stars for this week from Nick.
I'm sending him good reviews.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you keep him with me. You'll be all right.
Hey, Nick said I can buy you an Indian later.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he didn't. Okay, so we've had the time go off of this one, so I guess there's just a slight delay for some reason. Paul Worsley looking a bit up and down there by race control. He does not like these events going out of sync with his timekeeping. Likes everybody to know where they stand, exactly when they're going to be on.
Scoreboard's still on, so
The scoreboard that is a miracle if the scoreboard is still on at this point. Let's just not tempt fate. Okay, off we go. Number 2 car, Tommy Hall leading us out. Makes it nicely over the roller. Tommy keeping things tight, but wanting to keep it nice and clean these first few laps. Make sure he gets them on the board. Over the first tabletop, really nice over there. Nice wide line through the second one. Around commentator's corner he goes. Into the switchbacks. Cool as you like. So Tommy Hall with a 23.3. Ben Smith comes out absolutely swinging with a 22.97. Wow, some really quick times in this one. Jamie Hall with a 23.0, Neil Cragg with the 23.2, Bruno Coelho 23.3, Michael Orlowski 23.3. So literally everybody except Tyler Little, who's on a 24 dead, is under the 24-second mark on their first laps. So Ben Smith leads us round from Neil Cragg. Oh, Jamie Hall. Jamie Hall has bumped himself up into the number 2 spot in this one. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can find the number 10 car of Jamie Hall. I don't think we've given him any time at all this week so far. So let's see when he comes past us here, and I'll give you a shout, Paul. I completely lost Jamie Hall.
well, we've been round once.
Yeah, okay, that's a bit strange, isn't it? Has he pulled off? I think he might have done. Hang on, see when he goes over the line. I actually can't see at all. So, I mean, at the moment, it is Tommy Hall back out in front. So Tommy's picked himself back up, dusted himself off. Said, no, thank you very much, sir. I will be taking this last TQ round today, securing my number 1 spot on the grid for tomorrow's finals. It's going to be tight, though. He's got a lot of work to do to beat the last score in the last round. Absolutely smashing it, though, to be that far ahead, almost a second on Orlowski at the moment. It's actually just under half a second after that last lap, so Orlowski's definitely closed in a bit. So it is Tommy Hall from Michael Orlowski to Bruno Coelho, back to Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Lee Martin, Ewan Hatton, Jamie Hall, Tyler Little, and Neil Cragg seems to have dropped out. Nightmare situation for Craggy. Okay, Lee Martin having a little bit of a tumble there in front of the commentator's box. So we're still with Tommy Hall at the moment. Josh Holdsworth got himself back up into second spot. We'll see if we can pick up the number 6 car of Josh. Okay, there we go. So that is the number 6, Josh Holdsworth, going round now. Josh currently second spot on this one, 8 in a 3:06. Only about a second and a half off of Tommy Hall at the moment, so still work to do for Josh if he wants to get this one done. Tommy Hall is absolutely smashing it out there, though. The youngster really pulling something out of the bag. Hoping that... Oh, that's Lee Martin's having a bit of a nightmare there. He's come to a bit of a stop in front of us. Obviously not happy is Lee. So, Tommy, 10 in a 3:50. Could we see our first 14 lapper? It's going to be pretty tight if it is. These guys lapping in, Tommy lapping in the 22s. Last lap of a 23 dead. Okay, so Josh round now through the switchbacks. Looks like... not too sure, actually, who that was behind him then. So Josh over the roller, pushing as hard as he possibly can, but keeping it clean through the bomb hole. Through the chicane he goes, over the first of the tabletops, around the little berm, over the driver's tabletop, single, past commentator's corner, down into the switchbacks he goes, down the main straight. So let's see where this puts us. Josh Holdsworth still 2 seconds, 2 seconds back from Tommy Hall. And this is going to be time pretty much done. So when Tommy crosses the line next, he won't have made that 14 lapper, unfortunately. However, an absolutely unbelievable time of a 13 5 minutes dead .42. Josh Holdsworth with a 13.52. Ben Smith with a 13.54. Una Hatlam with a 13.55. Bruno Coelho 13.56. Michael Orlowski 13.57. Jamie Hall 13.57. Tyler Little 13.59. Absolutely unbelievable times for the top 8 there. Lee Martin obviously coming a little bit of a cropper towards the end, had a bit of a nightmare run. Craggy obviously pulling off after 4 laps, which is a bit disappointing for him, but unbelievable times. Tommy Hall has just secured TQ for the 2-wheel drive portion of the 1/10th Off-Road Electric Euros for 2022 at Robin Hood Raceway. That's me clapping Tommy Hall there. Everybody giving Tommy a clap. Absolutely amazing from the youngster. That is an outstanding drive from Tommy. Absolutely outstanding. We will give him a clap and say well done when he walks past.
Would we be able to talk to him?
I genuinely hope so. Genuinely hope so.
Can you guys clear the track for us, please? Heat number 1 coming up next.
He will be.
He will be.
Yes.
He will be. We'll try and catch. See if we can catch Graham when he goes past. In fact, we could do. Graham's just stood in front of the control van there, holding the cars. He's just about to walk past. Can you grab him and get him to? Hold on. We'll get Graham to come in.
You took that past you now.
No. He's going to come past me now.
Well or bad they've done. Tommy Hall comes past race control with the biggest grin on his face.
Come on, Graham. You know your proud dad moment's coming. Come on. So.
Turn me down.
Yes, please. So Graham just making sure the cars are safe there. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Hiya.
How are you feeling?
Good.
Yeah, I bet you are. I bet you are. Good to see you. Been a long time.
No, it's shock to the system a little bit.
Yes, it is. What an absolutely scorching run. We've literally just been saying before that heat went on, we're wondering if we were going to see a 14 lapper, and with 13.5042, I think that's probably as close as we're going to see, don't you?
Yeah, he TQ'd a couple of rounds, so confidence was there. He just thought, I've got to go for it now.
Yeah.
And just thought, let's see what we can lay down and just put a time.
Absolutely amazing run. Absolutely amazing. We followed him for a lot of it, and he was pretty much flawless all the way through there. Do you think there's anything you can do to the car to improve it? Is there anything you noticed as he's going round that you think, well, maybe I could get him in that extra 0.42 for his 14th lap?
To be honest, he's got the feel for the car. Just drive it.
Yeah.
It'll be what it'll be. We could change it and make it worse.
Yes, true. Don't fix it if it's not broke, eh?
Exactly. We've left it the same all day. And that's what we'll continue to do, I think. And obviously, if it rains tomorrow, it's going to be a different story. But
yeah, it will. It will. But the job is done.
Yeah.
The job is done.
I think he's not technically TQ yet, is he?
Oh, he's had 3 rounds, hasn't he?
Yeah. Marcus has got 1. If Marcus could get the last one in a faster time.
Oof, you're going to have to put a 14 lapper in. I think he's pretty much a good.
Yeah.
If it was my money, I'd be putting it on Tommy right now, to be fair.
Yeah, well.
In fact, you want to bet on Marcus, I'll put a tenner on him.
Yeah, probability says he's got it, but you can never say, can you?
No, you can't.
You can never
You've got
say.
Graham being very modest there, but I think Tommy's pretty much secured this one in my book. So we will see what happens with the next round tomorrow. It's likely going to be a pretty wet round tomorrow, so the chances of getting a faster time than today, I think, are virtually gone. But like you say, you never know. Marcus may come out with a wet car that
Yeah.
pulls the AstroTurf off as it's going around.
It's unlikely, but possible. But yeah. No,
What's the plan for you guys tonight then? Out in the town for a celebration?
we've got a team pizza coming, so we're all going to.
Oh, brilliant.
About 30 of us all going to have pizza here tonight.
Excellent stuff. Oh, I bet that'll be a great one. What's the so Julie enjoying herself as well?
Yeah, as much as you can enjoy gluing tyres all day.
Yeah, that's true. She paints all the shells for these guys as well.
She does, yeah.
Much cleaner lines than I used to do, I must admit.
Yeah, getting better. The more you do, the better you get.
It's true. It's very true.
And confident as well. I think she did 4 shells in one day the other day.
Wow, man. See, that would have taken me about 3 months to do 4 shells. I'd have still messed them up. No, awesome stuff, though. Obviously, you've worked hard with the lads over the years, and it's certainly paid off. I think one of the last races I can remember being at with you guys was obviously the Worlds in Slovakia for 2019.
Yeah, that was a massive learning curve, that was.
It was. It's a killer track as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just so different to what we're used to.
Yeah. But obviously the lads back then showing some real promise, and to come to this point now and do what they've done, I think, you can really hold your hands up.
Yeah, I mean, they work hard. They really work hard at it.
Yeah, they do.
It's a lot of work through the week as well as just weekends. They put the time in, and anyone that does that, the results come.
They do. They do indeed. Yeah.
It's all about hard work and practice and confidence.
Yeah. Time with your car, I think, is really, really important.
Yeah.
And if you know your car, you know what it's going to do in certain situations. You can react to that then, can't you?
Yeah.
It's when you're putting down something, which is, I think, what always stopped me making big changes through a race meeting was that I never wanted to put down a different car to what I'd driven.
No, I never make massive changes unless we're really in trouble.
Yeah.
Just gently. Otherwise, the first 2 minutes, they're just learning something new, and you wasted it anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Are either of the lads running the long chassis? I know Jamie's been pretty...
No, both short chassis.
Both short now. He's succumbed to the short chassis. He's given up on that crusade. It's done.
Just more reactive, and sometimes when the grip is just too much for you, the long chassis will calm it down. But you've never got too much grip, have you?
No. You could have Velcro tyres and a hook and loop track to go around, and you still feel like you haven't got enough. You? But no, the guys are doing a cracking job out there. You'd truly be proud of them. They've done a brilliant job, and I'm sure the associated guys are super proud of them as well. You have to be asking for a team drive rise off of Drescher next.
We can always dream.
That's it. I've seen how tight his wallet gets.
Yeah. We might get a pizza out of him.
You will do, I'm sure. I'm sure he'll be bringing the pizzas, definitely. There's going to be some disappointed faces out there today, though, Graham. I'll tell you that much.
Well, you never know. It'll be a different race tomorrow if it's wet. Who knows what's going to happen?
It will. Yeah. And admittedly, from the front of the pack, mistakes are really costly when you're leading out from the front. You know that. It's almost that nice position to be right at the back of an A final or any final, really, because you can't, you're not going to score any less than what you've already got, don't you?
Yeah, but it's difficult to win from the back, so it's nicer to start at the front. And take your chances.
I think the thing for me, any time I ever started at the front of a race, the pressure would get to me and I would shake on the rostrum, and that would I'd be, like that up on the rostrum. That would come across in the driving of my car, ruin the race for me.
I think they all get nervous.
Mm-hmm.
They all have the trembles, but they just learn to cope with it and deal with it.
Yeah. I think for me, the way I got past it was that I ate something sweet a couple of minutes before I went up on the rostrum, and what that tended to do was it stopped me from shaking. When I got those nerves, it was almost like I had the sugar there to cope with it, if you like. So it just helped me push through on that sugar high. We were good to go.
I don't know if they've got any coping mechanisms like that, but I think they just learn to take a deep breath, relax. It is what it is, and race. And just stay cool.
Yeah, that's it. That's all they can do, really. That's all they can do. But like I say, pleasure to watch them going around today. Hopefully nothing crazy happens tomorrow for you guys, and you can secure that TQ for sure. I'm pretty sure everybody over there's got it pretty wrapped up for you, to be fair, though.
Brilliant.
Good stuff. Graham, absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
We'll catch up with you again after the finals, I'm sure.
Brilliant. Cheers.
No worries. Take yourself steady. Thanks, Graham. Cheers, bud. Okay, Graham Hall, everybody. Father to Jamie and Tommy. Missed that last qualifying round there. Apologies for that. We were having a bit of a chat with Graham as he came in with the lads' cars. The possibility we might be able to grab Tommy. Let's see if he walks this way. See if I can get his attention. He's right at the other side of the track. There's down there with Julie. You can't see him, obviously. You can see the driver stand there. Trying to wave him through. He's not seeing me. Maybe his eyesight's as bad as mine is. I don't think so. I don't think it could be. Okay, so we have got next. Heat 2 is on next. Shuffle my papers. Okay, so that was the excitement there. Heat 2, just going around for their practice lap. And in Heat 2, we have Lucas Didier in car number 1, David Cardick in car number 2, Martin Hadley in car number 3, Scott Follington is 4, Sven Reddick in car number 5, Sebastian Landon in car number 6, Freddie Russell in car number 7, followed up by Chris Bowden in car number 8, and car 9 is Daniel Gross. What we're going to do now is a very quick ad break, and we'll be back in about 30 seconds. And welcome back. Here we are at the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships from Robin Hood Raceway, brought to you by Tony Sport, Hobby Wing and Schumacher Racing. Thank you very much for joining us today. You are joining us in the final round of qualifying. This is heat number 2. You joined us unfortunately after the top heats have gone through. If you're just joining us now, you would have seen Tommy Hall pretty much secure himself TQ spot for the two-wheel drive portion of this event. Now, we do have another round of qualifying tomorrow, and we do have some more heats about to go through. However, the likelihood is at this point is that we have seen the top heats already go, so everybody else that's going to go at this point is unlikely to affect any of the top 10 scores. Now, tomorrow, we're expecting rain to come in before the first round of qualifying kicks off, or the final round of qualifying kicks off tomorrow morning. That means, even as Marcus Kerup gets a TQ spot tomorrow morning, it's pretty unlikely he's going to be putting a match in for Tommy's time of a 13 in a 5 dead. So, in my book, that says Tommy's pretty much secured it. However, it's not over till it's over, so we will see what happens tomorrow and for the rest of the event today. But at the moment, we are with heat number 2. Lucas Didier leading us round in this one, 25.5 on his first lap, 26.6 for David Cardick in the number 4 car. Lucas Didier, 25.5. Freddie Russell with a 25.3 gets himself up into the top spot on this one, car number 7. So Freddie Russell just going over the first of the tabletops there, fires himself over the driver's tabletop, over the single, round the commentator corner. Into the switchbacks and down the straight goes Freddie. One of the very few, if not only, TLR drivers this weekend. Okay, so Lucas Didier still bringing us round. The number 1 car followed up by Freddie Russell now. Nothing in between the top three in this one. 3 all in 1:16s. So that's 3 laps in 1 minute 16, just to make it clear for you guys out there. Obviously, you can see those times in the top right-hand corner of your screens. So we'll just see when Lucas comes past us here. Oh, a nightmare for the 3 car. Tumbles just in front of Freddie Russell there as they come past commentator's corner. But I don't think Martin Hadley in the 3 is going to be too worried about that one. He's a little bit down the pack. Number 1 car just heading down the straight now of Lucas Didier. Yeah, didn't quite get the off-camber sweeper very well, unfortunately, for Lucas there. Took a little bit of time to get through. Now he's just going to come up behind a back marker. I think that's the number 4 car of Scott Follington. Scott just taking himself over the tabletops there, round commentator's corner, followed. There you go. So Scott spinning out on the sandy patches on the switchbacks there, which allows Lucas to slip through. So we'll just see what happens. Freddie Russell's popped down into 3rd spot now. Everybody here trying to keep all 4 wheels on the floor as much as they possibly can. Fastest way around this track is on your wheels. Oh, nightmare for the 6 car. Bit of a tumble as he comes around commentator's corner. Freddie Russell goes past him. Is absolutely fine, though. Marshall all over it. Okay, so I think the yellow car just going past the big off-camber sweeper. I think that's Martin Hadley in the number 3 car. Yes, the number 3 car for Martin. So over the tabletops he goes. Number 6 has had another cropper on commentator's corner, but Martin Hadley comes past us there in his associate. It is an associate for Martin. Apologies to everybody out there. Oh, absolutely flying line over the off-camber sweeper for Martin. Dead car of number 9. So unfortunately that is Daniel Gross out of this one. Martin Hadley comes past commentator's corner again. Don't forget, if you do want to get involved in helping clubs get their defibrillators and other bits and bobs like that to make sure the health of the racers and other people at the track is taken care of as best we can, do get in touch with Martin Hadley. You'll find him on Facebook or probably in one of the Cardiff RC Racing buggy groups. So David Kardec from Scott Follington at the moment. 10 in a 4:13 for David. 10:4:14 for Scott. Freddie Russell through the switchbacks in the TLR. Looks pretty settled in that one at the moment. Over the line, where does that put Freddie? Just in front of Chris Bowden. We'll see how Chris gets on as he comes through and crosses the line next. I think he's about a lap down on Freddie, to be honest with you. Yes, certainly is. So, nobody really in this one going to affect the top 10. Timings are over. We're just waiting for everybody to finish their laps are on. David's done in a 12.5. 12.53. Scott in a 12.55. Lucas in a 12.56. Freddie Russell in a 12.511. Martin Hadley, 12 in a 5.17. And I think we're just waiting for Chris Bowden to finish. 12 in a 5.16 for Chris. And that is practice heat number 2 done. So we've got here, sorry, practice heat qualifying heat number 2 done.
Version 4. We are not racing until 7:45 this evening. Sorry. Good news is race till 10 o'clock. So this is the final round of qualifying. Okay, track
Okay, so these guys are now going round. Heat 3 is going out for their practice laps. No, because I can't remember. Sorry, I'm just, probably obviously having a conversation with somebody that nobody at home can hear there. I just got asked to repeat what Muzz had said, something about the timings, not to go off of the timings online, to go off the timings that are printed here. I do not have a printout of the timings, unfortunately. I've only got the ones that have been written down for me here. This is, however, I believe, the final round of qualifying for today. Yes, this is the final round of qualifying today. Okay, so Q5 is going to be tomorrow. Okay, Heat 3 is on the line. Car 1 of Peter Stein, Cedric Didier in Car 2. Car 3, David Scott. Car 4, Andrew Wesson. Car 5, Adrian Sognesand. 6 is Natalie Williams. 7 is Laurent Jesus. 8, Lionel Lebez. And number 9 is Rennie Bertrand. Thank you very much for joining us today. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. This is the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Tony Sport, Schumacher and Hobbywing. We are at the fantastic Robin Hood Raceway facility just outside of Blythe. Okay, so it sounds like tomorrow we will be kicking off at around 10 a.m. And that'll be the final round of qualifying, seemingly in the wet, from what we can see on the weather anyway. David Scott leads us round in this one then. 4 minutes 45 on the clock, still plenty of time. I'll just follow David through. Okay. So nice clean opening lap for David, followed up by Andrew Wesson. So laughing at Muzz out on the track there commentating, just selling these guys. All they've got to do is a 13 in 5 dead to beat Tommy Hall. A pretty monumental task, even for the likes of ex-world champion Neil Cragg and current world champion Bruno Coelho. So a big ask there, Muzz, I think, for that one, but worth putting it out, I suppose. Lionel Lebez brings us round in this one then. So the 8 car. I'll try and point him out as he goes past commentator's corner here. Ooh, number 7's just had a terrible crash right in front of me. Marshall's out all over it. Okay, Andrew Wesson up at the top of this one. I still cannot see number 8 car of David Scott, Lionel Lebez, sorry. Okay, let's try and pick up where car number 4 of Andy Wesson, because he's leading this one out. Oh, so Andy gets caught up there with the number 3 car of David Scott, unfortunately. David's now gone through into first place in this one. Bumped himself back down after everybody else has gone through, but Andrew Wesson lost out the biggest there and has dropped down into 3rd spot for the now in a 5 and a 2.5. So we will see if Andrew Wesson can do anything about that. See when he comes past commentator's corner here. Okay. That's a number 3. So number 4 just gone past commentator's corner there into the switchbacks. The blue car heading down the main straight now. Round through the off-camp sweeper there. Bit of a wide line through that one. Lost a little bit of time. Andrew's still pushing on, though, in 3rd spot at the moment. These guys certainly not as quick through the centre chicane as the upper heats are doing. Andrew doing his absolute best there to try and push back up onto the back of David Scott again. Long way ahead of him now. Okay, so just behind Andy Wesson, the number 8 car of Lionel Lebez. Pink car with the kind of luminous yellow wheels. Oh, tumbles. Two tumblers in front of me there. The number 9 and the number 4. Looks like David Scott's had a nightmare. Andy Wesson pushed himself back a bit. Okay, yeah, the car rate is still leading us round after a few mistakes from the other guys in this heat, throwing it away a little bit. Well, number 2 car just needs to let these guys through. Number 8 of Lionel Lebez. Let's see where he's at when he crosses the line. Bumps himself up into the 1st place spot again. David Scott not far behind him, though. Only a couple of seconds in it. One bad lap will sort that out. And there you go, there's Lionel past us now. So these guys now into finishing times. Well, it looks like Lionel's got through for a 13th lap. So we will be seeing a 13. It's going to be a late 13, though. Hopefully he's just carried on going. He has. So in a second we will see. Oh, nightmare on the last corner. It's the last thing you want on the very last lap there. Lionel's finished though in a 13 and a 5:23.
Nobody affects with the top 10.
Okay, so from what I can see on the timing screens here, they haven't quite got the this round's results up there yet, which is a little bit annoying. Okay then, so Heat 4 on its way. Car number 1 of Will Venables, Dylan McBurney in car number 2, Carl Marsden in 3, Will Callan in car number 4, Martin Owen in 5, Christian McConaughey in car number 6, Daniel Ortiz in car 7, Noah Kaufman, car number 8, and Bastian Andreasen in car number 9. So this one, and I believe another 2 more, and we will be done for the day. Back at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. There's the lovely Natalie getting herself out into a marshal's position. You can see the guys up there on the rostrum as well. Okay, so I've got a funny feeling we are going to see the number 3 car of Carl Marsden go off first in this one. Okay, so a minute to go in this one. Just to let you know, you are watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10th Off-Road Electric European Championships from Robin Hood Raceway, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. So about 35 seconds to go in this one before we kick off. And you might be thinking, why don't they just start the race? Well, it's because of timings needing to be official so that everybody has a chance to glue tyres, get through scrutineering in time, make sure batteries are charged, cars are ready. So you've got a time to work to. That's very easy if it's random throughout the day and you never really know how long you've got between rounds to get ready. At the level of this competition, it makes it very difficult. You end up with a lot of complaints. So everybody sticks to a rigid time schedule. Sorry. Oh, I did. You keep sneaking up behind me. Okay, Carl Marsden leads us out in this one. In the Kyosho. Mr. Kyosho himself. Over the tabletops he goes. Nice wide line for Carl through there. Showing the wily old fox still knows where to put his car on the track. Certainly got plenty of punch in that Kyosho as he goes down the straight there. Oh, a little bit wide off the big off-camber sweeper. Into the bomb hole he goes. Cuts through the centre chicane. Carl's certainly just got to keep it on his wheels now. He knows he's got Will Callan right behind him. Okay, so Will Callan does take us up after that little slip from Carl at the early stage of the second lap. However, looking at them on track now as Carl goes over the first tabletop. Driver's tabletop done for Carl. Round past commentator's corner, the gap is visibly bigger this time round. So we should see... Oh, he just catches an extra bit of grip on the off-camber corner. Carl Marsden's over. Will Callan's gone through. Awful lot of work for Carl to do at this point to get anywhere near the front again. He's definitely got the quicker car out of the two of them, though. So, providing Carl can keep himself nice and calm and collected, he should be able to catch Ed. Ed will be doing absolutely everything within his power to make sure Carl cannot catch him here, though. Christian McConaughey gets himself up into third spot after 4 laps. Carl Marsden's really dropped down the order, but as you can see them on the track, Ed Callan onto the straight now. Carl Marsden right behind him. It looks like these two have virtually completely swapped positions from the first 2 laps. Carl was absolutely on fire. He's now dropped back a fair bit from Ed. So whether that's just the extra pressure of being behind, maybe Carl just likes his car out in front to be able to stretch his legs a bit. However, both of them still pushing pretty hard. Mind you, Ed's gone over. Still out ahead of Carl. Marshall very quickly if that was Ed that went over and it wasn't the white car in front of him. Very courteous bit of driving. We'll see who that is. Make sure they get a mention. I think that's the number 9 car. Number 9 of Bastian Andreasen. Yeah, very difficult with the crease stickers on the side of the car, I must admit. Okay, so Will Callan from Carl Marsden, down to Daniel Ortiz, Christian McConaughey, Will Venables, Dylan McBurney, No Kaufman, Bastian Andreasen and Martin Owen bringing up the back of the pack. So Martin having a nightmare couple of rounds in the last 2 heats. Last 2 rounds, sorry. I believe a diff fail on him and a slipper nut, would you believe? Okay, so Will Callan still bringing this round from Carl Marsden. A couple of seconds in it on the clock between these two now. So Carl shooting himself down the straight. both over the line. Yeah, so it was about 1 3/4. So Carl making up about 1/4 of a second on that last lap. You can see they are right together on track now. So Carl is certainly going to be hunting for Ed, doing his absolute best just to keep it clean. Tight lines all the way round. Oh, nightmare for Martin Owen. Goes over in front of commentary corner here. Through the switchbacks. Looks like he's, yes, Martin Owen pulled over. Start of the straight. No, he's done. Marshall just needs to clear him off the track there. What a shame for Martin. Doesn't seem to have a lot of luck sometimes in these competitions, and it doesn't seem fair a lot of the time considering the amount of effort he puts into the sport. Hey, that is life sometimes. Will Venables having an absolute nightmare in front of me here in commentary corner. But it is still Will Callan out front. 11.427 at the moment, probably another 2 in it for Will. Okay, so into finishing times we go. Let's see. So Martin Owen done. I think Bastian Andreasen just got through for his last lap. So as these guys cross the line, which was about halfway down the straights we've established, they will be finishing. So, okay, Will Venables done. No, Kaufman done. Daniel Ortiz, Dylan McBurney, Will Callan and Carl Marsden both done. 13 and a 5.15, 13 and a 5.18 for Will and Carl. Certainly not affecting the top 10 there, but good runs nonetheless. Okay, penultimate heat of the day. Heat number 5.
Okay, you guys clear the track, please. Heat number 5, where you go for your warm-up, please.
Okay, so we are looking for heat number 5 now. As these guys go out for their practice laps. Okay, so James Hellywell, first one to finish his warm-up lap there. In this heat, we have car 1 of Baptiste Roach. Number 2, Yolanda Weird. Car 3, Mortis Lutenbach. Car 4, James Hellywell, as we just said. 5 is Cave Frenner. 6 is Calamacro Bench. 7, Pierre Petstidia. Car 8, Tristan Hackle. Car 9, Ben Simpson. And car 10 is Philip Merzinger. Say a quick hello to everybody watching online. Thank you very, very much for joining us today. BJ Williams says the Brits are dominating the A-main at the moment. No surprise. Good from Pecco says Charger Ivanen. Callum Mitchell says AE cars look awesome. Matt Downer says great coverage and commentary, Matt Guppy. Go AE. Thank you very much. BJ Williams, Hall absolutely on another level. I completely agree. No Lahiro, hi all, where can I see times of the races? Go to the Robin Hood Raceway Facebook page and you will find the links on there. Awesome run from Tommy, says James Pritchard, BJ Williams. Tommy needs to do a few starts here in the States. Casper Lund Racing says, where is the live timing of results? Don't see anything on IRCM. Go to the Robin Hood Raceway Facebook page and they will have the link to the live results there. Brian Crawley says, thanks for the coverage. We'll be there tomorrow. Good. We will be back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Brian. Where is the finishing line, says R. Stevenson. Where are they setting off from, or midway down the straight? It's about midway down the straight. We'll do it when we've got a moving camera up again. We will show you where the finish line is, or where they're going to be crossing the loop. And come on, bruh. Says, go Yolan. Go, go, go. So this heat is off and running now. I'm going to pop the timer back up in front of me. Ben Simpson leads us round after a couple of laps from Baptiste Roche. I hope I'm saying that right. Okay. So Ben Simpson still after 3 laps out there from Baptiste. Yolan de Weird following up in 3rd from Phil Mazinger. Mortis Lautenbach put himself up into 2nd for the moment. That will gradually drop down as the others get their 4th laps in. Then we've got Kay Freda, Tristan Hackle. Callum Ackroyd Bench having a bit of a tough time this week so far. Maybe the wet track will suit him tomorrow if we do get the rain. James Hellywell having a rotter of a run on this one. .2:45 left on the race clock. Nimble-toed Martin Owen getting across there, making sure those cars are all back on track as quick as possible. And is young Ben Simpson out in front still, the number 9 car. See if I can pick him up as he comes past commentary corner here. So there you go. Green car now just going onto the straight is our heat leader of Ben Simpson. Ben trying to put the fastest possible time he can in now, just to really bump himself up in this almost last chance saloon, really, for a lot of these guys. I think most of them will discount tomorrow's heat as a bit of a loss. Probably not a quicker time on the ones than they've done. Oh, car over in front of me here. Martin Owen flies across the track. Okay, so Ben Simpson just coming past commentator's corner into the switchbacks. Off camber corner, done. Over the roller. Only 1 minute and 10 left on the clock in this one, so as he punches it into the bomb hole, comes through the centre chicane, has a little bit of a wobble on his way out and a slide through the berm after the first tabletop, second tabletop done, round past commentary corner again and into the switchbacks he goes. Looking at a 9:3:36 on his last lap, so we will be in a 10 4-minute dead. Certainly a chance of getting that 13 in for Ben Simpson on this one. A pretty high chance, really, unless he has a terrible lap on this one. Okay, so huge lead for Ben Simpson at the moment. Absolutely huge lead. So we're talking about 2 and a bit seconds for Ben Simpson from the front of the pack onto Yolan de Weird. Okay, and that is this one pretty much done. So we'll wait for Ben to cross the line. Literally needs like a 11-second lap on his last lap to affect the top TQ position of Tommy Hall. I don't think we're going to see that happen, but 13 in a 5:13, an incredibly respectable time from Ben Simpson there. So just Callum bench, Alec Croy bench to finish. Down the straight he goes. So there you go, confirmation from Muzz. 18th in round so far for Ben Simpson with that one. So brings us in to heat number 6 of the day, final heat for today's qualifying. Warm-up laps on the way now. There you go, there's your last heat up on the stand. And see old Ben Jameson on the left-hand side there. Okay, so these guys now coming back to the line. There you go, first car queuing itself up. I think that might be Ben Jameson, actually. It is. So we'll see who goes off first in this one. I'm not too sure who won the last heat for these guys, to be fair. Okay, so your last heat of the day, Ben Jameson, Daniel Kobovic, Noah Ben Mohammed, Daniel Pohl, Fabian Widmer, Yasser McGowl, Phil Slay, Max Gotzel, Archie Bowman, and Nathan Rawls. Don't put something down on my desk and tell me not to touch it. Okay, so these guys are heading off in about a minute's time. That just leaves me enough time to tell you. You have been watching today the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport. We are at the fantastic Robin Hood Raceway venue where we will be all week this week. Fantastic job done by the team to get the venue ready for this event. An awful amount of work has gone into it. So Robin Hood based just outside of Blythe in Nottinghamshire. Or Yorkshire if you pull up on TV Tower. So these guys will be heading off in the next 15 seconds. That's while Paul pulls the caravan apart in front of me. Okay, off we go. So it is Ben Jameson off. No, it wasn't Ben Jameson. There you go. Noah Ben Mohammed takes us round. Fortunately, the tumble that he had at the start of the straight there when he took off will not affect his time for this run. Now, the reason for that is he hadn't crossed the line. The loop that measures when the cars go over and obviously calculates how much time they've taken to do a lap. He had not crossed that loop, so he had not been picked up as starting his race. So that small crash at the beginning actually had no effect whatsoever. Okay, so Noah Ben Mohammed still taking us round at 2:46.58, so 23's there for Noah. So current standings looking to affect the top 10 in this heat if they can all keep it on their wheels. And we'll see how we progress as we go through. But it is Noah Ben Mohammed still out in front at the moment from Max Gotzel back to Ben Jameson. Now, Ben Jameson is really going to be wanting to be pushing as hard as he possibly can. I think this is Ben coming around. It is had a bit of a squiffy moment going over the back tabletop by the drivers. However, Ben pushing really hard in this one. Gets himself over the roller. Drops into the bomb hole. Fires it out. Well, not quite the straightest line through the chicane, so he would have lost a little bit of time there. Over the back tabletop. Past commentator's corner and into the switchbacks again goes Jameson. Down the straight, and we'll see as everybody comes round. But an absolutely fantastic lap from Ben on that last one. Has seen him go up into second spot here. Still Noah Ben Mohammed out in front at the moment. Two and a half minutes to go. Halfway through this one. So it is still, looks like Ben Jamieson's not quite had the lap he wanted on that last one, so he's lost a little bit of time there and is about 0.7 of a second back off of Noah Ben Mohammed now. So Max Gotzel jumps himself up into the top spot. So Max Gotzel now, the number 8 car from Noah in the number 3, back to Ben Jamieson in the number 1. Minute and 50 left on the clock. But no, Noah Ben Mohammed does not want Max Gotzel to take this one. He's put a scorcher of a lap in, got himself back into contention. I don't know whether Max has had a bit of a nightmare lap. He's still up in front of Ben at the moment. Okay, so Noah Ben Mohammed taking us round, 8 in a 3:10. We'll see as he crosses the line on the next lap. So, thanks for that, Muzz. Very helpful. Okay, so Max comes past us now. Oh, sorry, Noah comes past us now. Finds it down the main straight. Around the off-camber sweeper, over the roller he goes. He's going to want to be keeping it on all 4 wheels now. Car in front of him looking a little bit shaky. Probably going to have to move out there, and he does. Moves out of the way nicely. So Noah Ben Mohammed over the tabletops, round commentator's corner. Pushes it down through the switchbacks, down the main straight he goes. So it is the X-ray of Noah Ben Mohammed bringing us round in this one still. Looking at possibly affecting top 10 times with what we've got going on here at the moment. Noah Ben Mohammed absolutely giving it everything he has possibly got. Max Gotzel not a million miles behind him though. Just over a second in it at the moment. However, the klaxon has gone. We are now into finishing times. So, you see, Max Gotzel goes through in a 13.5.10. Oh, nightmare lap for Noah Ben on the last one, 13 in a 5.12. Ben Jamieson, 13.5.12. Danny Kobovic, 13.5.11. So, overnight TQ does go to Tommy Hall. I guess we will see what tomorrow brings. Okay then, and that is us. That's a wrap for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much for joining us here at RC Racing TV and Control Sports. You have been watching the EFRA Tony Sport 1/10 Electric Off-Road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher Racing, Hobby Wing and Tony Sport, and we are at the wonderful Robin Hood Raceway venue just outside of Blythe. All that remains for me to do is thank everybody for tuning in and listening today. We really, really appreciate you doing that. If you do want to pick us up in the future, make sure you are hitting the subscribe button on YouTube, and that should give you all the little notifications when we post some new videos coming up. But that is pretty much it from me and Paul and James for today. We will see you bright and bushy-tailed at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all. See you then.
Bye.